I'm gonna be so real, chat. I was in the middle of adding something in one of the plugins and I just totally biffed it.
Hi, Elf.
Yo, congrats, Ty, on the first. Let's go. What's up, Ty? What's up, Rain? What's up, Elf? What's up, Forager? How's it going? Welcome in. What do you mean? What? No, that's not the name of the... That's not even the title of the stream.
I was free earlier
what's up,
than normal today.
Hey, let's go. What's up, Ricks? What's up? What's up? Welcome in, everyone. Got my third West March character made. Oh, shit. Who dat? Who dat? You are a satellite on this way? What's up?
Like Jesus.
It's a battle, dude. First is very much a battle. I need to turn off crowd control real quick.
It's the Jack of Legend. Any fairy tale or story about a dude named Jack was actually about him.
I remember you talking about that. Okay, that's cool as hell. What's up, Endless? How's it going?
Oh, Dorktopus.
Dorktopus. Thank you very much. How's it going? How's it going? Oh, my bad. My bad.
Hey, Headless.
Hello, how's it going? Not counting the ones who not counted. I shall reach 40. Oh, interesting. I was fixing a thing on the server. I was fixing a server thing. And then I just honestly lost track of time. All ready for an all-nighter? Wonderful. Wonderful. Giant strawberry vanilla cake falls through the ceiling and I walk out of there somehow perfectly clean. Hello, how are you doing? Hi. Hello. What's up? What's up? What's up? How are you doing? Hello. What's up, Diamond? Welcome in, chat. Welcome in. Welcome in. Fun stuff for today. Fun stuff for today. Oh, reminder to do the update thingy. Oh my goodness, chat, we have stuff. We have stuff. Tomorrow the YouTube videos come out. Tomorrow the YouTube videos come out. And I am very excited. I don't think I can give a link to the actual channel. Hold on.
I am here.
Welcome to here. Oh my god, I can. Wait, I can actually. Chat. I can actually do it. I can actually do it. Hold on. And blap. Blap. Blap, blap, blap. Yes. So, some of you are going to figure out the name of it. And a couple people have talked about this. But yes, the new YouTube channel with the edited highlight clips and things like that, with the actual edited VOD content, videos will be coming out tomorrow. So that's kind of exciting. More YouTube watching me, watch YouTube, you watch with YouTube for watch me. Yes. Since I'll be here the entire night, I might reach 50k tonight. Oh, that'd be so cool. Let's go. Do I have the Lord Master's blessing to do the thing? Let me double check. I was in the middle of reading that when I realized that I was late to stream. Yes. What's up, Frost? How's it going? Oracles is up. We're so back. Let's go.
Hi, Keiki.
Welcome in. Welcome in. What's up, Keiki? How you doing? Now that's the thing. I must go read and refute. I shall be back before I go. However, how long should the message be? How long should what message be? I might have been the first subscriber. Let's go. Oh my God. Wait, were you? Holy shit. I didn't even think about that. Holy shit. That's actually kind of wild. Good morning. Hello. Beyonce, the rebuttal. The rebuttal to which? To which what? Will it be? Is this an impactful rebuttal? Wait, it's up. Give. Give. The message? The what? I feel like I'm missing context here. I'm intrigued. Hello, fiances. It's like Francis, but it's fiances. Chat, there's gonna be an ad in 1 entire minute. Be prepared. Everyone put your armor on. Put your helmets on. There's gonna be ads. Yo, what's up, Lou? The hellest of the O's. Why was the server struggling? In which time? In which instance, I should say. Refresh the page and still miss the first redeem. No, I'm sorry, Divide. That's so unfortunate. Sorry, if you no longer have to keep from playing Hollow Knight through the latter half of this week because I will be here. Let's go, bet. Oh, okay. So every once in a while, when the Nether and the End get too big, I have to delete and reset them. If I don't delete and reset them, then the server will close. It'll just automatically close because it runs out of space. So it's just that I wasn't aware that it ran out of space that fast. And I just hadn't reset them because I didn't realize, because I wasn't checking Discord at the time. I was away from the computer for about 24 hours. And it just had to get reset in that time and I didn't catch it. I'm working with Chief to make dolls into usable figure avatars for anyone who wants to play. Let's go. That sounds so dope. Just parry the ad. Parry. The impact message. I do not know what other message could be applicable here. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I was asking. You said you haven't read the message yet? Another Nether reset? Dude, the last one was like a week ago. The Nether and the End have been, this means that the Nether and the End have grown by over 100 gigs in a week. That's one of the reasons I wasn't paying that much attention to it, because I was so surprised by how quickly it grew. And I was just like, ah, shit. Are we talking about how Thai is super duper important? Oh, 100%. Oh, God. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Like, if I would have known that that was even possible, I probably would have had a better eye out for it. Chat, 2 minutes of ads. Hands up for ads up. I had the opportunity to glance through it before, but I am more free to go through it with a fine-tooth comb. Well, enjoy yourself. We really need a world analysis reel. What's up, Sage? Blap, 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 blap. I did say that you should shrink the border as well. I freaking told you so. No, I agree with you. I don't think that's super easy. And I mean,
this is not sustainable.
It's not necessarily like the easiest thing in the world to just shrink the border, but I think if I can for just the Nether and the End, I would be happy to. If it's for all things, that it's a little bit more wonky, but still very possible. And I still agree with that. I still agree that it's a good idea. Honestly, development on Oracles has been lackluster, to say the least. But that'll be a conversation for today's faction meeting. The ad has bypassed my shield of ad prevention. No! No! Did not successfully parry in time. Eyes? We should bend this and hinge on our hopes on season 3. Oh, goodness. Oh, right. I forgot. It's Geopolitics Friday. Real. Have you heard of the clone problem I thought of? No, I don't think so. What is that? And I'm terrified. What's up, online? How's it going? And all the glory implied. Real. I think the tool I propose needs to be used to see what is actually happening. Which tool are we talking about? Party members and Omnisoul, the post is up. Whoa! Ads though, unfortunate. There's only 2 seconds left for the ads. Oh, I didn't start the timer. I don't know how many ads that you have. You might have joined in when there was more, which is unfortunate. Would you like to be cloned? What about that? Who's getting cloned by what?
I have beaten back.
I'm terrified.
The ads.
Welcome back from the ads. Hup, 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 hup. The world file is analyzing and editing one. I've done a bunch of stuff like that. I have like health reports.
The timer, Ori. It doesn't need to be going.
Okay, stream is canceled. Forger said we're not allowed to stream
Did
today.
You
Bye,
see
everyone.
My suggestion?
Which suggestion? I don't know if I have. I have world analysis, and probably not the specific one that you're talking about, but I have health reports, I have CPU reports and things like that. The border is something that I still would like to do. I ended up just fixing the invasion so that there's a way to summon sea voids, armored sharks, shit like that. And it's unfortunate that it's taken this long. This is a part of a larger conversation, in all dead honesty. But 49 redeems, chat. Welcome, Ori. You're safe from the hot sauce. Let's go. Do it. Ori, don't. Funny name mention. Let's go. I have not seen the suggestion. I do not believe I have. Thank you so much for the Pornhub. What's up, Derp? How's it going? Welcome in. The clone problem is hopefully a way to diagnose masterminds. So if you say yes, you're a mastermind? Is that how that works? Yo! What was the suggestion?
Doggo.
Pips. Pip. Thanks so much for the PhD. Hop, hop. A babby.
Weekly reset of Nether is like a huge problem.
I've missed several streams and couldn't get points, but I am
have
here and I
missed
come with a
several
gift.
streams
Oh,
and
yo!
couldn't get points, but I am here and I come with a gift.
There are no foreseeable downsides to this, but of course. Interesting. Become owner for a day. Interesting, interesting. What's up, Lunatic? Welcome in. Happy to have you back here. Let's go. Femboy's the gift. Woo! What you doing, pup? What you doing, pup? Dumb. Yeah, pup. So would you be cloned if the clone had a very short lifespan, a month maybe? Now it's cloned and its ability to have a longer lifespan and it kills the OG. Interesting. And what are the potentials there? Like what is the ramification saying yes or no? So I was playing Toontown Rewritten. I ran into a not so friendly Toon, accused me of greening, knocking the player to 0 on purpose, even though I had only started the week, and asked what I had done wrong. And they said I knew what I had done, even though I haven't touched the game since. Yeah, I don't. Sometimes people get annoying about that. People should know that you're not greening if you're like, unless they assume that you're smurfing. Like greening as like a level 15, level 20 doesn't make any sense. Smash. Next question. Hello! New Ori channel located. Notification set to all. Awaiting future uploads with the utmost excitement. Interesting. And this is specifically and only for masterminds? Your land is being given. What would you say if I asked you if I wanted to join a Utopia campaign and may run with a homebrew system? What would you say if I asked you if you wanted to join a Utopia campaign and run with a homebrew system? Scheduling is very tough. It's very, very tough for me to open schedules for campaigns. It sounds like a lot of fun. And so is yours, Ty. Yours has been completed. Ori, have you met my child? I don't think that I have. I would assume that I have not. What's up, Keiki? Well, hello. Soon everything light touches will be informally known as Genius territory. Oh, who is your child, dare I ask? Or streaming 6 nights a week for 2 out of 3 weeks. Staff makes it hard to run games. It does. It can make it tough from time to time. I'm gonna be honest. Not to mention there's a lot of other things to work on as well. Not necessarily. I just know that the response masterminds have so far, me and 2 other masterminds had the same response. I just want to know your answer. I would have to look deeper into the question. Hold on, let me look at it again. So, would you be cloned if the clone had a very short lifespan, a month maybe? Now it's a clone and it has the ability to have a longer lifespan if it kills the OG. So basically you physically clone yourself and it's only alive for a month. However, it can extend its own lifespan if it kills you. Is that correct? 7 on the sub new channel. Let's go. Thank you. Well, at least all maestros hate the sun and refuse to go out during the day. True. True. They do or don't know if it's a clone. Okay. Would I take a clone if it had a 1 month lifespan? However, it would fulfill its lifespan if it killed me. No, I don't think so.
They know they are a clone.
They know they are a clone. I don't think so. I don't really see a purpose to it. I don't think the clone of me would see a purpose to it either, personally. Like, because it's just like 1 month of having 2 of me. Whether I die or they die doesn't matter. The net value of it is that there's 2 of me for 1 month, and I don't see a net value to that at the cost of a life. Personally, I would say no. I would not.
A clone of you is generated. It knows that it is a clone and that they will only live for 1 month. However, if it kills you, that clause will break and it will regain a normal lifespan.
1 month of double productivity?
I
mean,
would
to
ask
an
the clone
extent.
to kill me, and it wouldn't, because I know me. Holy stuff, it does.
Except opposite final answer? Really? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, having a physical clone is good for productivity. However, if I was another me, right? Like, if there was 2 of me, both of me now need their own, like, personal requirements, you know, their personal emotional needs, their personal physical needs, their personal mental needs. So it's a double cost for double productivity, quote unquote. However, if one of us makes meaningful relationships with another person, for instance, we don't both get that. So that wasn't actually productive, yet we're still paying double costs, and not all productivity is doubled. You know what I mean? So in a realistic cloning situation, I would generally say no to that. Like, for instance, right? Let's say that you have a loved one that you would like to communicate with, right? You could send your clone to do it, or you could do it. However, only one of you will receive the benefits of interacting with that loved one, even though that loved one, if in order for you to both have that interactive time with that loved one, you would have to spend twice as much time with them to have half the amount of output. You know what I mean? Like, yes, you would have double productivity, quote unquote, but even that is circumstantial. And at the end of the day, one of us has to die. And I don't see a purpose in that, personally. Lock in a room with the computer to edit. But that's the thing, is that it's still another me, right? Like, so like, it's gonna have its own wants and desires and things like that, to go outside, to see the sun, to whatever. I don't see the need to create life just to lock it in a room.
Did you hear who my child was?
Downside his life is strained. I still probably wouldn't do it. I did not hear who your child was. Me would edit in a room for a month. I believe that, right? Yo, what's up, Sky? My clone would end itself as soon as it sees how much living sucks. And you and the clone would fight over who gets to do the fun chores and who has to do the shit ones. Real. Oh, okay. Rain, I didn't know that. Okay. Whack. All right, cool. All right, cool. Well, tell your child I said hi. But there's another bonus to a free meal. A free meal. Jesus Christ.
How my first message got missed so hard.
Would my clone kill me? That's hard. I don't know.
Online in the mother
Honestly,
of the groom.
I think it would have to be a long, in-depth conversation to figure out who would die, realistically. If I'm being so dead honest with you.
My definition of a vakai is going to work without college work.
Alright, and killing race probably. I'd probably end up with a robot scene from the Invincible title card. Watching myself die would not be the best. Well, I might just survive at the end of the month anyways. Popping in to say hello and much love to everyone. How's it going? What's up? My clone got that main character plot armor. I mean, it just doesn't make sense,
At
honestly.
Messino 115, much love.
Like, I feel like my clone and I would have a conversation about it and check the nuance of the cloning system, right? Like check to make sure all of our memories are complete, yada yada, you know, everything like that. And I think, like, my first regard is that whoever it would be to die would be reckless for a month, right? Would try reckless things for the sake of information, you know, would attempt,
Sending
you know,
love nets.
would attempt something crazy that you wouldn't be able to try normally because it would kill you, or it has a chance to kill you, and they would probably go do that. And if they survive, they relay information. If they die, then they're dead. Clone of main character would have the least amount of plot armor. That's how it worked. Oh, interesting. Hello. I would not look good with a mustache. I would not take a clone. I literally said that earlier. So in my case, I would have the problem where the other clone would go, yeah, you were the original and thus I shall die, or I will have the horrible version where both of us would kill each other for life. It's too important. That's kind of crazy. I bet players, but sometimes you run into an asshole player. Loot, you are so true about that. If they die, it's still information. And that's like the biggest thing to take away from it, I feel like, is that there's information to be garnered from it. But like I said, I don't think that's worth creating and destroying a life. If we had clones, the better it'd be like shadow clones from Naruto. Real.
At Thielfmich I
Last day of
could
the
see
month.
either.
Go skydiving.
Though if it were the second he'd poison you, and then finish the drink by accident.
And there's also a weird contingency there, right? Where if the clone, like, okay, let's say we have the clone for a month, they have to kill me to get their full lifespan, right? That means that if I just die normally, then the clone does not live the extra time, and we're both dead now. Or if you could choose immortality or the clone, which would you take? Immortality, like, in a heartbeat, like, no questions asked. I'm gonna say, because I haven't seen anyone else say it, I would fuck my clone. Wonderful. If I had a clone, we would get along well, not because our personalities, but our understanding of each other. I think that's fair. I think I would assume the same thing. I don't know that for sure, but I would assume the same thing. And there comes a point where your clone becomes diverse from you due to its environment, right? And that would be like part of the intriguing thing to me. I mean, would purples be more functional with a clone? I don't know. I could see like a competitive nature going to that, but I could also see a very like coexistent nature to that. Oh yeah, no, immortality better in every way.
At Thielfmich
I'd rather not go insane with immortality. No, that's understandable. I just personally would. I'm fine with going insane. Not fucking immortality, that shit sucks. No, I'd be so down. I'd be so down personally. Yo, what's up, Bamblock? However, MC, pay me when you're ready. I'll also be ready to do scribe work from the beginning. Okay, perfect. Scoreboard.
This meeting is gonna be doozy.
It is going to be a doozy for many a reason, chat. Many a reason. Yo! Maybe if immortality came with a clause that it could nope out at any time. That's usually one of the questions that come with immortality, right? Like, is there a fail clause? Is there a way to circumnavigate it in some way? You're forced to watch loved ones die, but the trade-off is that you can do everything the world has. Yeah, exactly. Or the snail! The snail! Being immortal would fuck me up, though. I don't have the emotional bandwidth to replace my gaggle of people for whom I would swallow the heart of God once a lifetime. No, and that's always the shittiest part, right? I feel like you would naturally reach a point where your emotional pool, like your emotional banquet, would grow to such a size that you would stop creating connections with people. You know what I mean? The main appeal of immortality to me is that you literally have all the time in the world. No, 100%, same. I'm going insane. Ori, I hate to tell you this. You took a plane there a long time ago and missed the return trip.
Now, see if I could do that, then I'm hitting the button, no questions
just
asked.
sitting on a hard drive somewhere. Digital Ricks would get
if you
up to
make
some
people
shit.
immortal as well, it would be a no-brainer.
Time is way too valuable, dude. That's the big thing, and that's the big thing that makes immortality like such like a decadent offer, right? Is that time is such an irreversible, unobtainable resource, right? Now see if I can do that and then hitting the button, no questions asked. If you could make people immortal as well, it would be a no-brainer. Oh, 100%. If you could bring other people with you, it'd be crazy. You know what I mean? I mean, there's still a lot more nuance to that question. Like, you know, can you turn it off? Is there an off switch? Is there a point that you can choose where it ends?
Now you gotta ask yourself, what kind of immortality?
Exactly. I'm a channel available to be dragged into a meeting of your convenience. Wonderful. I'm gonna throw you in there real quick, and then I'm also gonna throw myself in there. All right, chat, let's get into the game. Why, hello.
Hey, Ori.
Hello. How's it going?
Good.
Oh yeah, about that
Appreciate
crown
it,
model,
Kelsey.
I wanted to combine with the plushie model and see what I can make with it.
Turning someone immortal against their consent must violate some ethical rules. Geneva Convention, more like Geneva's suggestion. Yada yada.
I mean, I personally would not care.
Hey, yo, yeah, sorry. No, Jeremy signed the wrong contract. You're immortal now. I hope that's okay. Okay, bye.
You're immortal until you make somebody else immortal. That's the only way to stop your immortality.
Oh, that'd be actually kind of
Well,
whack.
actually, during doing
that'd be kind of
the
hella.
fine points to this contract, I accidentally sold my soul to make you immortal.
It's not a war crime the
congratulations.
first time, D.
Congratulations, you have won my soul.
Sky said,
Kinda.
pass the
I was
parcel immortality lol.
Double I give it to the next person.
You're
Anyways,
immortal
since
squared.
And anyway, since I'm now a faction leader, I think I vote no on if we should sell other people. plushies of non-faction leaders.
Kai, you will not be sold. I hold the file. Only I do.
Doing anything without consent violates ethics. Oh, 100%. Yeah, no, generally. A lack of consent is usually an ethical issue. Canada, probably.
Usually. Or did you just say usually?
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry if Chief won't disclose
I
the
mean,
file,
in
I'll
any
just make a
generic
new
circumstance, anything, you know, I mean, like, with the exception of, like null dividers, or, like, you know, like, non-sequential, or non-consequential things, like, you know, if I were to poke you without your consent, you know, that's not necessarily non-ethical, but I would say it's on the non-ethical side of things. It's just so inconsequential that it's like, whatever.
What kind
Apparently
of
you already
poking
have a
are you
clone
doing?
for you in chat.
What's that?
Apparently you already have a clone in chat, according to Sage.
God damn it. Much more relive my original lifetime over and over with memories intact, with the ability to nope at any time. That way it could be functionally immortal, just still be me with my loved ones. Ty's talked about
Okay.
that.
That is essentially what my Genie wish would be.
Yep.
I've written
Not
a
for the
couple
same
of immortal
reasons,
characters.
but, you know.
One of them, driven, physically
More
can't die,
because-
So unexpected
and the other,
hugs are
TTW,
non-consensual and therefore
can't be killed.
unethical, huh?
If
The
it's-
first
I'm
is
repeating
married
the
to a
same
fae,
amount of time
and the
over
second
over
uses
again,
films
I
and
can
media to make
learn
up for
and then
it.
do it better, the thing better in the next time around. Versus where
Or
if
in
it's
other
just a
words-
long continuing line, I can't
Well, Sky, whether they're
change things.
sorry, Ty. Sky, whether they're consensual depends on their reaction to it.
That's kind of the hard part, and that's going to get into a gray area that's probably going to surpass the context of some things. But yeah, I think that when it comes to something like that, there's like a preconceived notion, you know what I mean? And it kind of ends up being with, specifically with innocent actions. I'm only going to speak on innocent actions such as like hugging, poking, you know, something like that. The consent comes, you don't know if it was a good idea until after it happens.
Does that mean murder is ethical if someone consented to be murdered?
That is a larger conversation than I... We don't have time to unpack all of that. Oh, I was teleporting you. What the fuck? Where are we?
That's how far away I am in Nether right now.
Ah.
And it's weird out here.
So Ty is the problem.
No. Elf is also the
Sky
problem.
said,
Oh, okay.
They're
we've
doing the
already
same
got
thing
enough
in
deep
the
conversation occurring in this meeting. Sage
they're doing the
said,
same thing just
no
in the end.
philosophy in these faction meeting, please.
But I haven't really done
Sky
it in a
said,
while.
yes, Ty is the problem.
Wonderful.
Did you hear that the
No promises.
seed changed again?
The speed changed again?
The seed changed again.
Oh, no, I did not hear that, but that's kind of... We're getting up to that being expected, I think, at this point.
But it didn't last time, is the point I'm making.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, wow.
It did
At
for
least
me.
to my knowledge, it didn't.
What?
That's not a thing.
Oh, wow.
I am
Goody goodies.
falling the same distance like 10 times.
Wonderful. Let's untangle the intricacies and
5,950.
nuances consent
Elf, what did
right
you
before
do?
trial. It'll be fine.
Sage said, agenda officialized proxies, player plushies, moving faction meetings to Saturday, bounty tokens, and dungeon elite areas.
Baby asked for
If you
you
want
to look in the Oracles chat.
Oh, that's so cute. I don't know if I'm going to be able to animate them, but I really want that. That's unfortunate. Okay,
That is
so one of the
adorable.
questions, one of the first questions, beginning in the faction meeting and getting a little bit into it, is there was an initial debate on whether or not the lawsuit would happen first or if it would happen last. There is a problem that we've come
Last.
across so far, and that problem thus far is that there isn't enough available jurors at this moment to go without taking in faction leaders. This is not illegal, it's just not preferable.
Holy cow. Kai has 10,000 ping.
Yep.
So,
Of course, Ty is stealing all the
Wait,
ping.
my main issue with it being last is non-existent now.
so that is to say that this jury will include at least 2 faction leaders.
I thought Sage said that faction leaders aren't allowed
Sky
to
said,
be jurors.
well, that sure is something.
It is not currently in law.
Sage, you
We
have
also have
lied
to remember, do the two people that aren't faction leaders have coffers?
The one person who doesn't have who isn't a
Sage
faction leader
said,
does have a
but
coffer.
it would be
Unfortunately,
incredibly
they're a
biased.
proxy today.
Yes, that was half the reason I suggested to be a proxy.
Yikes, singular. I'm down to be a juror. Trust. It would still be chosen at random, but as you said, it will be a
job. Kicked out of the game. I'm probably not going to rejoin unless there's something I need to do.
It will
Proxy
be.
is fine since they don't have personal connections, though.
No, that is true. But like I
Also,
said, you're
just
gonna
be
have a
aware
biased
you are
jury.
getting the
Sky
Discord
said,
notifications
should be,
on
yeah.
stream. Like everyone's seeing everything.
Thank you. Blap.
Also,
Biased jury, what a great start to court.
The other option is that trial is suspended until a number of jurors become available.
Sage said,
Which
faction
could
leaders
honestly
would
be
conflict
season
with
3
the
before
part
that
where they
happened.
cannot be related to the case.
I think it's more than possible that we get
Bamblock
enough
said,
jurors,
Trial infinitely suspended, lol.
Honestly, I have no idea what the trial's about, so I could probably be an unbiased jury.
Hack is suing Zin for his seat.
Sky said, the trial then just never happens, lol.
I mean, I don't have affiliations with either of them, and like the closest I've gotten is Zin was in the Iron
Sage
Citadel,
said,
which I was allied
well,
with.
we can
a time and a
technically
half ago.
consider Zin as the losing party right now since they are not present for the faction meeting.
we don't know that until it's at the beginning of the faction meeting or at the end of the faction meeting.
Yeah, I'd say the end.
End has been the consistent
both
response.
Sage and Hack agreed that at the end was better than beforehand.
When I looked at the last time I saw the debate happening, I was hearing before.
Bamblock
But
said,
if that's the case, then so be
making
it.
it the start would be really, really funny. But let's not. Sage said, who wants to make it the beginning so we can say Zin is absent? This is a joke.
Yeah, no, the TLDR was that it's just like, oh yeah, it would have been funny if it was the beginning, but in all seriousness, it wasn't really meant to be taking up our time.
Yeah, end is good.
Sage, you saying that made me immediately think, for legal reasons, this is a joke.
Literally,
London is saying
very
that you
legal
can't
reasons.
Chat, Ori, I don't know which chat
I
specifically.
should have said
I just
that.
mean Which chat?
Come on, London, be
Should
clearer.
enter into the agenda for real? What should enter? How season 3 is going? Oh, we're gonna talk about it. Trust me.
Uh-oh. I don't like those words.
Oracle Season 3.
With that in mind, we can start on the first thing then.
Anyway,
Officialized proxies.
my main problem with it being at the end is non-existent, as Zin is not present.
The judicial sentencing will be held at the end.
Sky said, my mental bandwidth is gonna die by the end of this.
You might be saved, Sky. Officialized proxies. Who wanted to incentivize the law of officialized proxies?
I believe it was I that brought up the agenda,
Okay.
and I did it because it was requested that it was going to be brought up. But essentially,
Chief said, be right back.
we just need something to say, hey, a proxy can be chosen and they will have full power as the faction leader for that time.
Okay.
Or
What?
something similar, but like it's just that we currently have like, oh yeah, a proxy can be chosen or something, and then nothing else.
Do we want this to be 2000.2?
Which means it would be under
Government officials.
Yeah.
Or we'd like this to be its own law.
I mean, I think it should
Sage
be under
said,
the law where
maybe
whenever
just
we
a
have
statement in
proxies,
faction leaders saying they can have a proxy.
Yeah, like there is somewhere it says faction leaders can have a proxy. I think it should be under that one. That would make the most sense in my eyes.
Sorry, give me just a second. You said its own law?
No, there is one that.
You know how in judicial sentencing it says that may be familiar to do in the faction leader law. Sky said, speaking in a similar vein, is there rules for what counts as attendance to a meeting?
Not currently.
Nope. But there is I don't know the exact spot of it, but there is a spot that says a faction leader may choose a proxy. Placing what
There
a
probably
proxy
should
does,
be, so there's no exploration.
Under that would make the most sense.
Okay. So underneath the
Exploitation.
actual where the actual faction leaders are given their power.
Yes. I believe that is. I mean, Pack can scream at me if it's also not what they were thinking, but.
That was Zen's here.
Welcome.
Hey Zen, you almost lost your thing because you were late.
Where is Zen? I don't see them.
He just joined the
Hack.
game.
Professional
Okay.
screamer Ixty.
Professional screamer. Yeah, 900.4.
Loss of a 9.
Sage said, maybe after the faction leader may only represent up to one faction seat. Individuals do not have the legal power of a faction leader if they do not represent a faction seat.
I don't think that faction leaders should not be able to be proxies for other factions. Because I've said multiple times,
it should be limited.
I'm going to go,
It should be limited.
this person can make decisions for me because I trust them.
Sky said, no, it needs to be limited.
Do you know how easy it is to corrupt if we say, hey, I can represent this chair and I represent this chair, and all of a sudden you have 2 people from the same place representing 4, and then it's almost majority.
It
and then you
doesn't
bring
make
in
sense
another.
to have your own seat and proxy for someone else at the same time.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense, and it's super easy to abuse.
Maybe faction leaders cannot be proxies for another faction seat.
That's what they're
Well,
talking about right now, I believe.
Sage said, so faction leaders
Where's
can't
the pro
proxy
screaming?
and
I've
a
never heard it.
proxy
His
can't
mic
be a
always cuts
proxy
out.
of 2 seats at one time.
Yes.
Sky said, yes.
Where is the more than half, this man's blah. As a goal of locking on and use faction meetings. Oh my god, so much shit in this document. And it's so hard to read sometimes.
Okay, so the law as written at this moment is prior to a faction meeting, a faction leader may offer representation via a consenting individual for the duration of the faction meeting by appointing them an official proxy. An official proxy must have the following qualifications. They are not a faction leader, and they are not representing more than one faction seat at the same time. Official proxies may have the power of the faction leader they represented during the faction meeting that they were appointed.
Lovely.
With that in mind, I'm going to begin the vote. Do we have captain? We do not have captain today.
I thought I was. Or what seat is colleague?
Yo, you're right. Captain 00.
I will pass for now.
Okay, wonderful. Executives. All right, mastermind.
Sage said, I agree. Sky said,
We're
is the game gonna let me be at my seat?
We are currently voting on adding the law for official proxies. So basically, when one of the faction leaders is not available, they will be able to appoint someone as their proxy for the duration of the meeting. They will be able to act as if they were that faction leader. So for instance, if Donut said, hey, I can't, or actually, let me give you an actual example that's happening right now. Kali said they could not make it today, so they appointed Ty as a proxy. That means that Ty, for the sake of this meeting, is the captain faction leader. The rules put in place with this is that you cannot be another faction leader already, and you cannot represent 2 seats at once. So you can't be captain and executive, or what have you, what have you. Performer,
so
1-0.
I am captain.
Yes.
Conductor, 2-0. Is London here?
He was.
I saw him earlier. Hey, London, are you here?
We're
Sky
voting on
said,
official proxies right
London, where you at? Sage said, please pass this vote so I don't have to watch all of the VODs.
now. Maestro, 2-0.
I'm gonna pass.
Okay. Lover, 2-0. Okay. Inquisitor, 2-0.
Yes.
Okay. Genius, 3-0.
I feel like I'm gonna be only the second person to say yes.
You were like the 3rd or 4th person to say yes. The rest have said pass.
Captain, 4-0.
So if I'm understanding this right, it's basically just saying you cannot, if you're a faction leader, you can't proxy from me
Sky
for another
said,
seat, and you
why
can't
did
represent
everyone
2
pass?
seats at the same time.
Sage said, please, don't
You
make me
cannot
watch the
represent 2
VODs.
seats at the same time. That is correct.
And if you're a faction leader, you cannot be a proxy as well.
Correct.
Okay. I will say yes then.
All right. That vote has passed, and the law is instated. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Boom,
Sky
shot, done with
said,
that one.
Nice. Sage said, thank you, Ty.
Okay. Next
Very
up,
good one.
player plushies.
Yes.
This one is a very simple one. Master Chief and Keiki, and I presume I don't know how many people are currently in
I
on the
vote
project.
to make Ty
but-
plushies. D.
I did most of the work alone.
Stage Ty plushies aren't happening because he didn't give consent, and Chief does not want
Sky said,
them
Chief
without
is
his
very
consent.
cool for doing a bunch of the work.
Yeah, Chief's awesome.
Yeah.
I'd like to briefly interrupt just to say that London did appear in chat earlier, just to
Sage
say that he
said,
would be late to the
Hey
meeting.
Ty,
Okay,
how
good.
much
Okay,
for Ty
thank you.
plushies?
With that in
No,
mind,
this is
My plushies,
on the
the
right path
cost
of
of a
progression.
Thai plushie is Ty's consent.
Yeah, how much do you have to pay to get his consent, though?
That would be up to Ty.
It's not.
I will.
That's-
It depends on what rules are set in place for the plushie. first.
Ty, I do have it made. Would you like to see it?
Sure, DM it to me.
All right.
with that conversation in the air right now, the current prospect is that there will be plushies based on real players. The players that are chosen basically either being faction leaders, important people, or presumably Ask Chief. For that in mind, what is the method of acquiring this is part of my
Sage
question.
said, what are the law implications of having a plushie?
Nothing in specific. I mean, other than having a plushie.
Sky said, Sage said,
Do you want them to be a faction shop item? Do you want them to be a sold in Hanai option?
I think faction leader should
What
be like
about the
a
plushies
faction
around
thing.
Spawn? What's up with them? Sky said, faction shop or Hanai vendor.
But like normal player can have like a little special vendor that be like, hey, a player requested their plushie to be over here, so now there's a plushie vendor for players, and then for just like normal players, and then leaders are in the faction shop.
For my personal opinion on this, I
Sage
feel
said,
like that the plushie
maybe
should
at the
all be sold
docks
at
near the
same
Mad
time.
Hatter.
Yeah, Near the Mad Hatter. would work.
Probably a vendor near the furniture vendor.
Okay. I do think that it would be kind of tough to keep the faction leaders separated from the non-faction leaders just due to the faction leaders' ability to move around.
Fair enough.
So it could be something
To
that
solve
isn't
we should just
updated
make
super
it so
quickly.
faction leaders can't change.
Oh, what a beautiful idea. Hold on, let me change the laws real
Sky
quick.
said, I think they should not be differentiated.
Okay.
Probably.
So then I will give you guys the option of faction shop or Hanai vendor.
Hanai vendor.
An eye vendor, yeah.
Okay.
Rain
I-
has suggested that they be
Hanai vendor.
wait until the Yellow City and then be sold there.
I think he said
That's
moved.
despicable, right?
I think.
That would be a very long time.
they
I
should
think that-
sell them.
I presume that what he's referencing is sell them in Hanai until the Yellow City comes out and then move them over to the Yellow City.
I can agree.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. All right.
So,
With that in mind, Genius, we're currently voting on adding in the plushies that you have represented, and adding them as adding them to a Hanai vendor for purchase for players.
Yeah.
1-0. Inquisitor.
Yes.
Awesome. Lover, 2-0. Awesome. Maestro, 3-0.
Heck yeah.
All right. Conductor is currently absent. Performer, 4-0.
Hell yeah, I agree.
And that is pseudo unanimity. Congrats. It may take a second for
Happens
development,
to
as
happen.
most things do, and development's going to be a conversation that we can have after the faction meeting, as well as the quote-unquote season 3 talk. But we'll get into that in just a
a
second.
way to track how many times a
Wait.
specific plushie is sold.
Not through a Hanai vendor.
Shouldn't season 3 talk be a faction meeting talk though?
If it's a development question, yes. If it's just for the sake of here's what's happening, then I wouldn't hold the faction leaders for that.
Nice.
If there's a vote or something that needs to be passed, then yes, I would leave it to a faction meeting.
Fair enough.
I don't want to be.
But Ori doesn't like
there's
holding
no benefit
faction
to
leaders.
it. I was going to
So,
say if there is a way to track how many times, and then I therefore get a cut of the profit, then that would be okay. But it doesn't seem like that is a possibility.
Honestly, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Ori said it can't be a vendor if that happens.
Yeah,
It
it would
has to
have to be
be.
a faction shop kind of thing.
It would have to be a faction shop, yes. Hoops with you? Oh my god, everyone's
Yeah,
flipping.
if it was a faction shop item, I think that means it can only be sold with cash and not rubies or the like.
Also correct.
In which case, the cut in the money isn't as important necessarily comparatively.
Sage said, so how do people feel about Saturday meetings?
That is the next thing on the agenda. Meetings moved to Saturday. I don't think that there's any official description that needs to be added to this, so I'm going to begin the vote. Captains, 0-0. This is moving faction meetings to Saturday instead of Friday.
Pass.
All right.
Wait, what about discussion?
Yeah,
Oh, you
we
got-
had no.
Oh, discuss away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I presume that
No
that it
one
was
used the red ability, Ori.
Okay, go ahead.
I think Ori used the red ability.
I did.
Yeah. He passively uses it all the time.
So, do we want to use the red ability? D.
Sage!
Executive and captain, would you like to use the red ability?
I will
Okay,
pay you
that-
$1,000 to say no, Ty.
Okay. Sage and Donut have said yes. Ty, would you like to use the red ability?
I will not.
Okay. The red ability is not used. Continue discussion.
For the record, for everyone
Oh
on stream,
gosh, dang
I was
it.
the one
Jay.
I was the one who originally threw out the idea casually, then threw it on the agenda for official talks. Ori.
For
I
what?
was-
Sorry.
That
Moving
what
the
I
meeting day to Saturday instead of Friday.
Thank you for the lurk.
Okay.
from what I
Well, do you have
understand
anything to
is
say about it? Because like right now it's like, yeah, I guess, but like there's no incentive unless you know present an incentive.
I know that I don't know if this is the case for everybody, but I know that actually getting the evening time the time slot available on a Friday is harder than it is going to be on a Saturday. I don't know for how many people that's true for though. Which is why I threw it out originally and didn't get much reception.
I honestly don't
Yeah.
care.
It's fine either way for me. I don't have a preference.
Good to know.
Sage said, honestly, it doesn't really impact me, cause 5 a.m. is 5 a.m. Doesn't
Yeah.
really matter if it's Saturday morning or Sunday
Yeah.
morning. As long as
Yeah.
you don't make it on Sunday, then it's fine.
Oh, I would never do that. Sundays are the absolute worst day.
Is there a
I mean,
better
I
day for
can
stream and
see-
such? Not really, in my opinion. When it comes to stream, Friday and Saturday are relatively interchangeable. I would say there's almost the most marginal preference on Saturday.
There is the point to be made is if it gets moved to Saturday, will the break and start and end times also be moved to Saturday?
I would
No.
assume so.
No.
No.
So that means that you would actually miss a faction meeting every 3 weeks. You would miss one.
Yeah.
Ah, that's what you meant
And-
when you said that.
which
Mhm.
yeah, I was trying to say that.
In fact,
Yeah.
more than likely what would happen is that instead of it being 15 days, 6 days off, it would probably go back to what it was meant to be, which was 14 days on, 7 days off. Because the faction meeting is the only thing that's held on that last Friday stream for the sake of the faction meeting.
Yes.
Honestly, I think it would like a straight 2 weeks on, 1 off.
Is that not what it is already?
No,
No,
it's
that is
15
what-
days off. It's 15 days on, 6 days off.
Oh, that's
Minus
because of the
Thursdays.
faction meeting.
Yep.
because of the faction meeting. And if we moved it, it would be straight 2 weeks
Sage
on, 2
said,
weeks off.
then I would
1
like
week
it on
off, yeah.
Fridays.
Yeah, or it doesn't like us, but we still pay him, so he has to keep some amount of time off.
I am fine with moving it to a Saturday if Ori gets an extra break day from it.
Wait, we get paid?
No, but
Free
Ori
gets
does.
paid. He does.
I get paid.
Sam does get paid to be here. Congratulations. You're the one winning in this scenario.
Well, if you moved it, I'd get less pay.
Why
it's
so?
kind of funny when the assistant is the only member of the
Bam
political
is the
parties
smartest one
that
here.
is getting paid.
Getting paid for this.
I know.
Yeah,
It
you
is
know,
very
Prox-
funny.
proxies
The
do not
assistant
get
is
paid,
the one
I
getting
think.
paid.
Correct.
No,
you get
not
paid
currently.
equal to power tie.
I'm also the only one here without a coffer.
You
Sam
could.
is truly winning. I should have just been a scribe, guys.
Damn.
Go make
no.
a coffer so you can be a
No,
juror.
you're the main character. You would have been forced into a faction meeting position anyway.
We would make you take
You
Ori's place
sure,
instead.
Forager? You sure about
Yep.
that?
Entirely.
Ooh.
I mean,
Honestly, if I get pushed out of my seat one way or another, I probably won't make an active effort to come back just to see what would happen.
I guess now it's time for the vote.
We're gonna
Yeah,
force
like,
you
I
back.
honestly don't see a reason to not, but I don't see a reason to do. It would give Ori more days, and we would have one less faction meeting, which could be nice.
On the
It's
days that we
trade-off.
would not have a faction meeting,
Since
then
we are
what
off
about-
topic
what
at
would have
this
to do
point.
with tokens?
I think we should do an anonymous vote, and then just whichever one wins.
Yeah, which
That
color
kinda
was the
seems-
anonymous? It was the purple, right?
Anonymous is orange.
Ah.
Do we have all 3 oranges here? I'm 1.
Yep.
I think Chief is 1.
And Sage.
I
During the
agree
days-
to use the
Before
ability.
we vote,
during-
I would like to say that How will this affect BT distribution?
That is what I'm trying to say.
More than likely, realistically, it would be that blood tokens are either
I wanna
doubled on
know
the
how
second
it
week,
works,
or
so
there's
this is a
no
good
blood
use of it.
tokens on the third week.
I think we should
I think
So we
doubled
just
on the
get
second.
blood tokens?
double them the second.
No, I think default to none.
Or we
If
could
we
or
remove-
we can separate blood token distribution from faction meetings as a whole, so that they happen once weekly.
Well,
That would have the same. That would have the same effect as doubling on the second week because you can only modify your coffer during a
Can I
faction
bring
meeting.
up a suggestion?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
If we remove a week of blood tokens, can the amount of blood tokens given per week increase?
Yeah, I was gonna say that too.
I was gonna say, yeah.
I propose this. So, well, no, let's wait with the blood tokens till we. Well, I guess they are kind of important to decide if we're gonna move. I don't know.
I feel like we should do that ahead of time before we put this into law, or consider
Yes.
putting it into law.
So
Know
what I'm
all the
thinking
implications.
is, as Ty said, like if we just give out more blood tokens, but every time we miss a meeting, we just don't get a blood tokens because there was no meeting, there was nothing to actually give tokens. And then we don't have to have all this, oh, should we give double? And it's like, oh, but what if someone throws stuff in and then they get like a shit ton more blood tokens? Or like people don't get blood tokens as they were supposed to, back and forth. And then we just have like, what is it now? It's based upon how many coffers there is, right?
Mm-hmm. No,
Yeah,
not
so
quite.
what-
So there's 13 rewards no matter what, and it goes from 15 descending.
Yeah.
And
So why don't
the
we just
amount
double
descended
that
would be
and
increased.
then
Yeah.
only give it out 2 times instead of 4
Double
times a
take.
month, essentially.
It's directly doubling it seems a bit high. Since we're just getting one less, I think.
So,
It-
from my
think it should be
understanding,
multiplied by 1.5.
Yeah. Multiply by 1.5 works as well. But like the whole point is to just like we reduce the amount of times you get it, but we gain a little bit more every time we get it instead.
basically, if we reduce the amount of times we get it and just straight double it, it changes nothing at all.
It changes a little bit, I would argue, in the sense that the first week of faction meeting, the second week of faction meeting have very dynamic power, right?
Yeah.
In the sense that, I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but that's just something to keep in mind, right? Is that there's more leverage on the second week.
Zin said, well then would the blood token shop need to be restocked the same amount of times? Or
I
would
was
it
actually
be
gonna
double
bring-
stocked?
If it's possible, I think it should be either kept the same and restocked weekly still, or maybe even reduce the stock a little bit more because right now there's still a bunch of stock that just doesn't get sold anyways.
Yeah.
So I think introducing a little bit more scarcity and then still having it refresh once a week would be a good idea.
Could be.
That way,
Yeah.
even if there's not a faction leader in faction meeting, if you still have blood tokens, you still have to go risk going into the arena.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
Yeah, I
that
mean,
seems
there's
fair.
not really any risk. Well, yeah, you have to risk it by going in quickly so other people don't get it, but that's the
Right,
only
you
risk.
just gotta
you
go
do.
quickly.
Well, it's the arena. There's
It's the arena, you
technically
can die.
always the possibility of losing everything, but at this point, I think everybody just takes off everything they own when they enter the arena, so it's not that big of a threat.
Or,
Which
you
is
know,
That makes
just not go in when there's lots of people online. Every time I go in there, it's basically me and Donut
Yeah,
online.
that's the other reason
Yeah.
for scarcity because of how much there is. There's even if
Because
you
then
go
you
in
have to
later,
rush
you
to
still
get there
basically
to get-
have
Yeah.
there's still stuff you can buy,
Which is what I was
That's fair.
saying is the
which
problem.
kind of defeats the purpose.
Mhm.
Well, so we're saying restock every week is normal?
Yes, but reduce the stock as well.
Okay.
For the arena, but not the blood tokens, I believe was what we were saying.
Yeah.
Unless
That
if it's
was
easier to just
Monday.
keep everything the same.
I'm still not sure why blood tokens are tied to faction meetings specifically, though.
I do not know.
It's just because it's a regular occurrence where admins are always 100% of the time available, and it prevents people from being able to modify their coffer with too much agility, essentially. So, like, for instance, like, if someone's going to send you to war, it prevents you from just pulling everything out of your coffer until blood tokens happen. Then you put everything back in the coffer, wait for the blood tokens, then pull it all out.
I think it also makes sense because it's based upon politics. You sacrifice your safety from politics, and the faction meetings is like the big thing about the politics. Like it's the big, yeah, it's the happenings of the politics. So it makes sense.
I believe, if I'm summarizing this correctly, that should we move faction meetings to a Saturday, the new rules would be the current amount of blood tokens given out per week is multiplied by 1.5, and that the arena shop has a reduced stock, but still is restocked once per week. Is that correct?
Yes. Just to throw numbers out there, from 15 to probably 10 would be the stock, and 15 times 1.5 is 22.5, so it'll have to be either 22 or 23.
I think in rounding up or rounding down, I don't really care. Obviously, I prefer more, but I'm also the one who suggested 1.5 instead of just straight doubling it, so...
Zin said, but the 1.5 would give an extra 0.5 of blood tokens each month.
I would say probably 22 would be the safe bet.
Okay.
Ty is fighting between being a good faction leader and being for his own benefit.
In cases where you need to round it, default to rounding down.
Generally, yes.
That is more in line with what you've already done for when is a tie, in which case the amount given to each person is rounded down.
Yep.
So I believe that makes sense.
Can't we just figure out like what the current amount of like the total amount of blood tokens given is, and then multiply that by 1.5, and then see what level, like how much our starting amount would have to be to have it equal to 1.5, the original?
That is kind of what happened, though London does have a point that multiplying the highest value by 1.5 does mean that the total amount of blood tokens going out has increased substantially. Because it still scales down linearly, if that makes sense. So, for instance, 3 times 1.5 is 4.5. However, the last place now gets 10.
Is way too high.
I mean, it's actually pretty easy to do the math on it.
Well, I mean, it isn't too high if we also reduce the stock, because then most people are not going to be able to actually buy the things they want.
But like having
also help keep
having too many blood tokens is a lot. Sorry, I didn't realize Ty was talking. Having too many blood tokens is not the is a lot worse of a problem than having too much stock.
I think that probably 20 is a safer bet, in my opinion. It still means that last place is getting 8, and you're still giving out more blood tokens total. But it's also still just happy numbers.
How much is the current total of blood tokens giving out per week compared to what this situation would be giving out?
I really don't see the issue with having extra stock.
It is currently 117. It would become... There's 13 people. It would become 182. But twice a week. Twice every 3 weeks, apologies.
And just directly...
4 tokens less times it's sticked out.
So that's giving us like 7 extra blood tokens total, I believe, then, if I'm doing this right.
13.
Yes, that is not... You said 180... What?
180. Let me make sure. Yeah, 182.
Just a sec, guys.
Okay. So 117 times 3 is 351, and 182 times 2 is 364. So there'd be a total of
Sage
7 more
said,
blood tokens a
guys,
week.
is it worth it at this point?
That's 13.
We can just keep it on Fridays at this point.
Well,
Zin said, yeah.
117 times 1.5 is 175. So plus 7
I think that
is
as like
182.
since summer's starting, it's gonna be much easier for people to be playing a lot. So I think Fridays is actually gonna be pretty easy to get people on. Like, yes, Saturdays are easier, but
The main
Yeah.
draw to moving it to Saturdays was
The reason
to give
I-
Ori an extra break day, I believe.
There was also that, yes. The reason I personally suggested it is because there is a significant difference between the 2 days for myself.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, for me, Saturday means I would lose out on a lot more of my Utopia games, which would be sad, because that's the most prevalent time for me to play and host. But which is why I'm not like, oh yes, let's do it. That's the because it just I have made a schedule around it being on Fridays. Changing.
Right.
I just think that like with the way that it is, switching it to Saturday or Friday, like that might be better for now, but it's gonna later be worse, and I don't think that it really like
Either
I think that there's enough like they're close enough together, like how like the pros and cons are close enough together that it varies like quite a bit. So I don't think that it's worth it to switch.
either way, I think
The differences are too small to be worthwhile to switch. I think that's fair.
Hi, Jenny. Welcome in.
either way, I think
Sage
the
said,
stock of the
yeah,
shop should still be
I
reduced.
think keeping the status quo in this situation is the best idea since everyone already adapted to it already.
Yeah.
Then we can discuss this topic without a vote.
Good
then?
job, London, of being proactive.
We can just
See?
pass the vote and see if it fails.
I just got here.
Captain, 0-0. This is with the assumption of blood tokens being 20 descending, the stock being reduced to 10, and faction meetings being moved to Saturday, two every 3 weeks. 0-0.
Forager said, it's because we all hate you, Sky.
If this fails, I would still like to bring up the option of reducing the stock anyways, but I will pass for now.
All right. Executive, 0-0. Adds up, chat. Adds up. Is Donut available?
Sky said, of course you do, because guess what? I'm not the main character.
Nah, you
Like
are,
gasp.
Sky.
Okay.
You're just gonna have
Sage
something
said,
to go against.
no, you are.
And what
Voting
makes
for
it-
meetings on Saturday.
Forager said, no, I just hate you because you refuse to read my story. Sage
You vote
said,
Friday? Okay.
Sky,
Sage.
you know the story is like maybe 2 pages long? Why don't
Mastermind,
you read
0-1.
it? Sky said, you have your personal reasons, Forager, but everyone
Okay.
else hates me for other reasons because
Performer,
I'm not important
0-2.
enough to be liked. Sage
I
said,
vote no
Friday,
for
please.
All right. Conductor, 0-3.
I say no.
Maestro, 0-4.
I'm gonna pass.
Okay.
Also,
Lover,
I'm back.
0-4. Welcome back.
Zin said, no.
The vote has passed.
Wait, is everyone? Wait, you mean failed?
It.
You mean a vote
Sorry.
failed?
The vote failed. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, huh?
Do we have everyone present, by the way?
Everyone is present. Yes.
Okay.
One proxy,
Sage said,
but
okay,
One proxy,
good.
but everyone. Good track record for us, honestly.
all right. Okay.
As mentioned, can I bring up the possibility of still reducing the stock anyway?
Sure.
we want to do that
Now
now?
it's game dev time.
Yes, for all the previously mentioned things that the stock is too high for even the current amount of blood tokens given per week.
I would like to hear that argument. I was somewhat absent for it.
I think
Essentially, the amount of stock basically never runs out, even with how many blood tokens are currently given. And the lack of scarcity kind of defeats the purpose of having it be, for one, in the arena in the first place, and for two, having a stock in general.
I mean, honestly, I have driven it completely out of stock twice. So, like,
what is the
I
current
don't
stock?
think it's an issue of just how many
15.
how much
15
stock
per item?
there is, and
Yeah.
just no one spending blood tokens.
I think this is what we should do. We reduce it to 16, and then
That would
make
be
it so that.
yeah.
So, wait, it's currently 18, right?
15.
No, it's 15.
15. Okay. How about this, right? We increase it to 16, but for stuff that requires higher like amounts of blood tokens, those are based on. So if like an item's 2 blood tokens, that means that the total amount of blood tokens that could be spent would be 16. So it would have 8 total things, 8 total stock. So like the stuff that costs more, there's less stock of. That way, each item can have the same amount of blood tokens as well, yeah, the same amount of blood tokens can be spent on that thing. So, like, if we have
I think that's a bit too complicated.
It's really simple, though.
My
Not that
suggestion was
complicated.
gonna be that all the stock gets reduced to 10, but there is a new item added of just general XP that has an infinite stock.
I think that if we were to reduce the stock by a very large amount, then we would have to have something that has infinite stock, because I think that for a lot of people,
a third of the stock would be removed if it's going down to 10, which I think is a significant amount.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, for stuff like for something like mana particulars, right, or shimmering slimes, those cost 4 blood tokens, and so instead of having 16 in stock, you'd have 4 in stock, which is significantly less. But this amount of it would,
with either outcome, I would just prefer less stock overall.
I mean, I think that it would be less stock
something out of
overall.
blood tokens before stock runs out from things I'd like to have.
I think I like London's idea here.
Okay.
I honestly don't.
You don't want a stock reduction at all, or just not that?
I
specific
want a
color?
reduction, but not like that. Like, I want either a global reduction or none.
Sage said, so more expensive things have less stock.
That is
Yeah,
the idea.
I mean,
Instead of a maximum number of items in stock, it's a number amount of blood tokens spendable per item in
Sounds
stock.
like real life. Good for me.
I mean, I'll give more justification for it. If you have something like if we do it like this, then it's much easier to actually control how much how much blood tokens can be used versus how much blood tokens are coming into the market. Because right now there are, I believe, I can't count, but there's 6. Another 6.
Thank you for the follow.
Let's say there are 8. Let's say there are 8 items in the Coliseum that you can get with blood tokens, right? Then you would have a total of 16 times those 8 that could be spent per week, which is much easier to manage than having different amounts of blood tokens, like different costs, and then having to calculate all that when trying to see, oh, how much can we spend versus how much stock is each, and like I just think that it makes it much easier for us to maintain.
I don't know. I do think that it should be like, because this is assuming that all of the blood tokens are being spent, when that's just straight not true, and a lot of people are saving them or not online.
A lot of people are
So, like,
stockpiling.
Yeah. So, like, it was made with the assumption that everyone's going to be spending them. And I think it should be kept that way. Because coming in, like, and missing it as they're being restocked is just a pain. And I don't want people to have to deal with that. And, like, I've seen them go out of stock multiple times because I usually go in like later into the day. Like I'm usually the one pulling them out of stock.
Yeah, I just go for like specific things, and they usually go out of stock. But I think like right now we just don't get enough blood tokens to get enough from the stock. So, but I don't want to artificially make it so we get a shit ton more items just because we get more blood tokens. But if we reduce the stock, then someone who might only want one thing, like let's say you only want mana cores or like mana particulates, you're only gonna buy that, and then you're just gonna increasingly sit with more and more blood tokens that is not being spent, and then it's like it's not circulating anyhow.
Well, it makes you a bigger target for war because everyone would then know that you have the more.
You don't know that they have that many.
No,
I
in
think
this
that it
circumstance,
should be
it would make
public.
you a smaller target for war because you can't even buy the things you want with the blood tokens anyways. So blood tokens become intrinsically less valuable.
Which is why I suggested
So
at
we-
least an infinite stock item. And
There
the first
is.
one that came to mind. Oh, there is?
Yes, tokens. Tokens are infinite stock.
I was unaware of that. Can you buy exploration tokens?
Yeah, you should be able to.
You can?
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought that was
Sage said, cough cough bloody Vanguard set.
True.
Yeah. But
But
no,
wait.
I just
How was I not aware?
because the thing is like we don't know who has blood tokens. Like yeah, you can go to war with practically everyone to gain this like, and then you say like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go to war with you for your blood token, and then they have one, and you're like, oh okay.
I
And
don't
it's like,
think that
what-
would ever happen.
Would you make blood tokens visible on the coffin?
Oh no, it's not like we have an example of two people who did that.
Yeah, I've been meaning to go to war with people for their blood tokens because I want things, but it's literally impossible for me to know. And it's like, oh, I go to war with one, they're just gonna hire like, let's say you type.
I'm
hey,
only
you all,
saying this
and-
because Ori showed it on stream, but Ori apparently has 50 of them.
I do.
Lol.
Dang.
Hey Ori, you want to go
Hey,
to war?
Donut.
I can pay you.
Are you just asking me for half my blood tokens, essentially?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be
I was
down.
like, this is a robbery.
This is a consensual robbery.
Elf is like, this is a robbery, and I'm like, square deal.
And now because this
This
was
is a
also
lot
public,
robbery,
everyone
please.
knows that you would be at least having 25. Which
Here, I'll pay you to put this money into the bag.
Yeah.
That's funny.
With that in mind, I'm going to
Chief
begin the
said,
vote for
ETHCIA robbery because of consent.
ethical robbery.
Robbery.
I'm gonna start the vote with London's initial proposal. If it fails, we will move to the secondary proposal of a flat decrease. Genius,
That was the decrease per
specific
how
to each item. Yep.
Yep.
Chief, 0-0. Or Genius, 0-0.
Realize I've been muted this whole time. I've been talking. I'm gonna say no.
Oh, okay. Inquisitor, 0-1.
I'm gonna pass.
I
Alright.
thought people were ignoring me. I was muted.
No.
Sorry.
Lover, 0-1.
no, we all heard you. We were just actually ignoring you.
Yeah, you were never muted.
Maestro, 0-1.
I'm gonna say no.
Sage said, Ori, do you
Conductor,
remember the blood
02.
token PvP armor set?
I'm gonna say
Yes, I do.
yes.
All right. Performer, 1-2.
I'm gonna pass.
Mastermind, 1-2.
Nice.
This is specifically for reducing the amount of stock
I
per
like
item
London's.
per the cost of it. So items that cost 4 blood tokens will have a stock of 4. Items that cost 2 blood tokens will have a stock of 8. And items that cost 1 blood token will be increased to a stock of 16.
I agree with London.
Executive, 2-2. All right. Captain to 3.
I shall say yes.
All right. Back to Inquisitor, 3-3.
I'll say
Yeah, Ty,
yes.
I feel like you fit the captain.
Lover, 4-3.
The only problem with
All right.
in the captain seat is that he's a genius.
Theoretically,
Really?
right now I'm
Yeah,
the
I'm
captain.
surprised by that. He seems more like a captain to me. You know, so considerate and
London, do not.
you know,
Don't do
Wait,
this.
Ty is his
very,
null.
very
No,
competitive.
Ty
this
is
is the,
sitting in his note
So
in the
this is
note in
the
his
second
note
time
seat.
I've been a captain. That just means
I
I'm
don't want
obviously-
you talking about denial in your
this is-
main character onesie over there. The main character
I-
slippers.
I do not own a onesie, London.
You own a main character onesie.
No, I
I
don't.
gave it to
Yeah,
you.
you don't have a onesie?
No, I do not own a onesie at
No,
all.
Out of
Um,
all people, I would
All
expect
cores
to
had a
own
stock of
one.
30.
Really?
Originally,
Honestly,
I'm
yeah, I
realizing
kind of would expect that
because
too.
of the last doubling, stocks double when blood tokens double.
Oh, so just everything has been set to 30 essentially. Was set to 30 kind of.
Was, yeah.
Oh, can I ask like what we voted on before I came here? Because
No, that was a joke. The things that have been voted on so far: officialized proxies, which were set into law; player plushies, which were set into law and will be given to Hanai vendors; moving faction meetings to Saturday, which failed.
Okay.
All right, blood token distribution has been. What's
Actually,
that?
I'll just look at the law myself. For the
Okay.
player proxies.
One more thing.
It's basically the same thing we've already been doing, but it's official now.
Okay.
Is there like a clause for like permanent, like a default player proxies?
There's no default proxies as of yet.
Nope.
Okay, so that's be done for every time.
I don't think there should be.
It has to be
default.
done for instance.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't think there should be.
No.
It says
It
nothing
is
about
generally fair.
scribes.
Oh, so scribes can be proxies? That's
Oh,
I think that if you are. Wait, no.
Wait, Ori, what
Yeah,
does
Speedy
it
put
that
actually
command
mean?
away.
Proxies?
What's that? Scribes can be proxies
Can scribes
currently.
be they can currently be proxies?
I would like to make you
Yes.
aware that Speedy has used the tip command.
I told him to put it away. Put that away, Speedy.
Don't you dare push that red
Yeah,
button.
you
What
already
are you
clicked
doing?
away.
There's
Didn't
one.
you just- Never mind.
There's one final thing on the agenda before the lawsuit, and I'm very happy that Ty is a proxy here because I feel like Ty has a very, very important opinion in this. This is a very, very drastic change that I want to offer to the faction leaders, and that is to open up all of the dungeons and to turn bounty tokens into a quest board reward, aka demonetizing the server.
Oh, that
I'm
is
curious,
drastic. Are
Ori,
you
why are you
sure?
suggesting?
For a handful of reasons, and this is going to get
Sage
into the
said,
conversation of development.
Ori, what would that mean for you?
I think one of the big things is that due to the number of server issues that we've come up to, from the server closing semi-regularly due to spacing issues, running out of CPU, things not getting updated on time, all of these things, to me, are not worthy of a monetized server, in my opinion. I do not feel proud enough of what happens here and my inability to fix them to monetize this server. The server will stay up. I will continue to develop it. But it would no longer have any financial progress behind it. Yo, Speedy, thank you for the $5. I should put the command away. Yeah.
Somebody is asking to be your friend on Discord, I believe.
A normal amount of money.
Unless if they were talking to somebody else in chat.
Or I would like to propose something like certain compensations for people who have spent money.
That was part of the question.
Would
You
cosmetics
have like
still
a
be monetized?
if
Because
you
I
could
know
give
we're
like
talking
everyone
about-
who has spent money like a cosmetic, like a exclusive cosmetic, that would be nice. Although some of those people might not be playing. Do you have like logs of everyone who has spent money?
I do.
Okay,
Yeah,
because we can
that's
give those
large,
people.
even.
I think that it would be fair if we make it free, to make it so that every single thing because basically we're making it so that now these things no longer have any value. We could give let's say you got you bought 5 bounty tokens, right? You would get those again. I think that you would, if you got how many.
So everything
already
you
gotten.
bought previously, just you get it again for free, is what you're suggesting?
And I know that sounds really bad because Ty has spent
sounds
hundreds of
weird,
dollars, but to be fair, Ty has spent hundreds of dollars on something that if he waited, he could have gotten for free. And I think that's still fair.
I'm okay with that
Yeah,
personally.
That would be fair.
Honestly, that does
You make a fair point.
The only thing I'm personally worried about is that just because Ori is no longer monetizing the server does not mean that the server no longer has any costs behind running it for them.
It does. It does cost money to make. However, I do not want to force somebody to. First of all, okay, there's actually a lot of things that go into this. Number one, there's been rampant talk about the pay-to-win style, which was not the intention. The intention was to have a circumnavigable, separate experience that is paid, not a better or more powerful experience. And it seems to be perceived that way more often than not. That was not my goal. I think
might have a part in how that might be perceived.
Yeah, Ty's very good at play.
I has in multiple cases seemed as the most powerful person in the server, but not always.
I will let you know.
Sage said, I mean, whenever
No,
I
I
say
know.
P2W, I mean it as a joke. These tokens are not really P2W in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm still spending a lot. When I use the tokens, I'm still spending a lot of time to use it in an effective manner. Like in the early days, I once only got 1 hour sleep in order to still hunt husks.
Yeah, and I agree with that to an extent, and I would not personally consider it a pay-to-win style. However, as the balance shifts, that can change, and a lot of it is just perceivance, right? It's just what people perceive. It's not necessarily that it's true, it's just that when you walk in, that's what it smells like.
If I may, I think there should be at least a little the original idea for cosmetics to be paid, where there's no any conceivable way where you can misconstrue that as powerful. Gaining power
I still think
should
cosmetics
still be
should be paid.
yes,
Yeah,
that is the
cosmetics.
point
Yeah.
I am trying to make.
I think enough stuff
Objectively,
like
I
non-paid
still think
cosmetics, but
cosmetics should be
still
paid after this.
paid cosmetics.
If this goes through, I think it. Yeah.
Also, I would like to say for the this is just an idea, but for the dungeons, like the paid areas, we could make them if you're gonna make them free to play. You
Also,
should make
yeah,
them purchasable through bounty tokens, which you would be able to get through the quests. I think that would be fun.
Yeah.
That
or
would be
just an
interesting.
amount of spawn cores, so like you had to do the free part of the
Do
dungeon a
dungeon.
few times, and to pay to using the money you get from the dungeon to unlock more of the dungeon.
With how grindy the spawn cores already are, I feel like
I-
it would just
I just use spawn cores because it's the most familiar thing to me. It doesn't
Sage
necessarily
said,
have to be a
Cause
spawn
currently
core.
in the doc, it is stated that unless stated, no role has the ability to legally write laws unless explicit.
It states the ability to revoke, create, or modify laws under the jurisdiction of their role.
Currently, the time it takes to get a spawn core from the
Also,
first
according
dungeon is
to-
ridiculous. So
According to London's idea, how would the purchase of a dungeon access be doubled? What would that be inferred here?
I mean, that's why I was suggesting that the cost of a dungeon would be. I mean, compensation is weird because we don't really have stuff to compensate with. But if we made it so that dungeons, like the paid areas, become purchasable through bounty tokens, then you would just get the bounty tokens that it costs will double the bounty tokens that it costs.
I would
do
also
it.
like to note that I got the
Or just give them
second
a
dungeon
single
for free,
set of the bounty tokens
so
and
that should
leave
not be
the
part of
area.
the compensation if that is what we're deciding. Just as a reminder note to Warrior.
Yeah, you're right.
That is another thing as well, and this is kind of a separate issue unto itself, is that the server, even though it has these monetizations, doesn't make enough money to pay for itself, even now. So I'd rather just not have it monetized in that case, because it has a bad perceivance on top of not actually monetizing, if that makes sense.
I have tried to.
Yeah.
No, and I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone who supported, of course. But like I said, I feel like this is just better stated as a free experience, especially including all of the bugs that came into it.
Out of curiosity, do you know exactly how many bounty tokens I have gained? If that's something easy for you to check.
I would have to go back and remap it. I could figure it out when I go back and reimburse and things like that.
Yeah, that's more trouble than something quick off the fly then.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Because
I really
halfway through, I switched to not getting them from the website and stuff. And
Yeah.
instead, as a additional reward from stream.
Those ones will not be tracked. Those ones are not tracked, unfortunately.
Okay. I mean, I believe I've only done it like 3 times, but and they're like 175 each.
Yep, that's what I was gonna say. I remember it happening. I just don't have physical record of it, minus VODs.
Well, I was gonna say you technically do have record of it, but I'm not that overly concerned about it, especially since we haven't even decided to.
Sage said, maybe define it in the doc then, because that's not really obvious.
The ones that you also donated through stream don't have to necessarily be doubled because you also got the stream time. Like the
yes, that is another point.
So you're kind of already changing the system, which Ori was okay with.
Seems to be Ty's thing.
I do find it kind of unfortunate that this never got really monetized.
Yeah.
It is unfortunate, but I think that's kind of the nature of things, right? Like this specific, and like I said, this is gonna get into a bigger conversation quickly. But this specific medium
that they would like you to do.
This is a very difficult medium to advertise, right? It's not easy to get new players, especially with such an expansive rule set that doesn't exist in vanilla. You know what I mean? So as the server got bigger and bigger, it became harder and harder for new players to have a reason to invest.
Also,
not to mention the monetization methods are not well advertised.
Also, even if you did get new players, the more players there are, it's just the more problems there would be because of the amount of increased player count.
That's why it wasn't really advertised, the server as a whole, because
exactly.
we didn't think that we could manage new players.
I was waiting for those to be fixed, but after monumental attempts over and over and over again, just trying to figure out anything that I could find, I could not figure out a safe, consistent method to keep it up, essentially.
Yeah, which is super sad, but I mean, it's just how it goes.
It's just kind of like a scuff thing now that like everybody's aware of. It's like a quirk on your car, you know what I mean? Oh, the passenger side window doesn't work, and you know the left tire makes a funny squeaky sound. Don't worry about it. Sometimes your car shuts off. Just turn it back on.
Also, I don't think you gave your opinion on keeping the cosmetics as still.
It's kind of like that, except a little bit more based on, oh yeah, the brakes just sometimes cut out. You gotta ignore it.
At a certain point, you just gotta get a season 3 of a car, you know.
Yeah.
At some point, you try to give up and let you stick the wheel in and crash.
And that's kind of the next part of it as well, is that Season 3 still has the ability to be monetized because it will allow me control that I don't have in Minecraft, right? Minecraft can only handle so much as a game. No server will fix that. No amount of dedication and development will fix that. And also my skill set is still limited when it comes to things like that, right?
Especially since you're vanilla.
Yep, and that's the big thing, right? Is that in order to keep that accessibility, we come with all these bugs, and even if we were to move to modded, all of this work is gone. You know what I mean?
Quote unquote season 3. I don't know if Ori's still going with bit that there's not going to be a season 3.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. Thank you, Ty.
Okay. Theoretically, season 3 is a new game Ori is designing from scratch, and theoretically, Ori has shown some of the process on stream before.
The process of the thing that's not going to happen ever.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yes, obviously.
Because it's-
Theoretically, if season 3 were to exist,
I want you
sorry
to
to get
know.
on topic,
Sorry
people who
to.
play season 2 get some sort of boost.
I think that if we release like season 3 on Steam, if season 3 existed, right? If we release it on Steam, I think it would make it much easier for people to like actually pay for stuff because Steam's just much more trustworthy.
Oh yeah, no, Steam is more trustworthy. It's better advertised. The Vault got like with no further advertisement, like with no advertising minus like this is back when the Discord had like 60 people in it. So that's when the Vault released. It got like 100,000 impressions just from being on Steam.
Oh,
whereas there's not even really an official way to post a Minecraft server. You know what I mean? Like you can, but there's a lot of EULA in the way. There's a lot of like advertising a website on its own does not market itself very well and things like that, yada yada, so on and so on. Steam knows how to push games, yes. I want this as an experience, and it's an experience I'm willing to foot the bill for. However, with that in mind, it will struggle to take extreme, precedent developmentally. However, it's still something that I care about and want to work on, and I would rather just be a free roam experience than be paywalled at that point.
Yep.
I see. That makes sense.
I'm still wondering about a few things. Like, would Season 2 and Season 3 be developed at the same time?
Hypothetically, yes, and that's one of the reasons why development would slow down.
I see.
Ori, I think that if we even if we don't make it free to play, I think that everyone who spent money on Season 2 should get like a special thanks in like Season 3 or something, in like the credits, whatever.
I could absolutely agree to that.
Yeah.
It's
Make
very
a plushie
possible
of everyone who spent.
I don't know about that, but we don't have everyone's skin, sadly.
And that's more to talk about when the conversation broadens, I would say. It might be a good idea to crowdfund it. Yeah, that was one of the questions is, will it be crowdfunded? Will there be a dev team? Things like that. And there's a lot of, what I want for Season 3 is an MVP or a minimum viable product, right? One of the reasons why I say it doesn't exist is because I can't even prove that it's possible yet. At least not realistically. However...
Wait.
I would like to push and try for it, at the very least. Thank you for the hydrate.
Ori, what do you know about the Steam API?
Not a ton. I mean, I have to update the Vault regularly, so I mess with it, but not a ton.
I mean, because we can do multiplayer through that, like, and it's not even that expensive.
I mean, Season 3 is already multiplayer. Like it has server setup and everything like that, and dedicated hosting, and yada yada, hooba blah.
And is that hosting less expensive than the Minecraft stuff?
Probably similar costs. It's kind of the same field, essentially. But it's not an insane cost by any means. I need to go grab more water real quick.
Okay. So we should probably get back on topic.
I mean, this was the topic about.
I mean, it kind of was. Season 3 was in no way a part of this topic.
I'm kind of curious about this, honestly.
It's part of every topic.
I still would like to hear Ori's opinion because I don't think they've said it yet on keeping. Sorry, I'm blanking on the word. Cosmetics as a feature that would need to be paid for.
Yeah, I feel like because Season 3 can't really be confirmed or anything, we don't even know if it's possible, as in Ori's words. Like, it's good to have some sort of way for it to be even possibly financially okay.
I think
even if it's not going to pay for everything in its entirety, it's still a lightening of the burden that would be required on your side.
Yes, or let us help you. Come on.
I think that rather than having something like paid cosmetics, I think I would rather have like a Ko-Fi or a Patreon or something like that where it's just like pay what you want rather than pay for a thing. Because when you pay for the things, there becomes a natural warranty and requirement of upkeep for those things. And what not requiring payment does for me on a development side is kind of pull some of that responsibility away. It's like, if you pay for the product, I am very required to keep constant upkeep on that, because you paid real dollar signs for that, you know what I mean? Whereas if it's an unpaid product, it's kind of okay to be like, it's scuffed, but it's free.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to like Minecraft, right?
Sorry, London.
In Minecraft, any item can just be destroyed.
Yeah.
Which is not really easy to sell.
Well,
or like
just
yeah.
cosmetic
have
items have a special menu and they don't count as real items and therefore can't be destroyed.
Not real item.
Even now, the cosmetics window is broken. Yeah, what's up?
Oh.
Ori, I think that there should be, like, I honestly don't care if there's cosmetics or if they're free or not, but I think that the people who did pay in Season 2 should have custom cosmetics that are that can be accessed by the general public.
So
this is totally not entirely because I want my mask.
Yeah, give everyone a Thai plushie who paid. I think the person who paid the most amount of money should get a plushie made of them in the server.
I think that would probably be Forager.
Great idea.
I was gonna say it's probably gonna be Ori.
Yeah, Ori gets a plushie made of Ori.
Well, we can get do second most then as well, probably. And faction leaders don't count because they're already getting their plushies.
Actually,
Yeah,
Sage said, let's do top 3.
Yeah, Sage, good idea. Top 3.
At that point, why not just have the credit system be whoever paid in Season 2?
Sorry, we already finished.
Okay, and then Ties is like really big writing right at the top of the credits so you can't miss him.
Yep.
The unimportant.
The more you paid, the bigger your name.
Oh yeah.
Well, most of the quote-unquote
Ties
stuff I have paid for in the Minecraft has been through Steam, not Steam, Stream, so it doesn't really count.
What would be really funny is if what if like it's like the title like a card.
Anyways,
well,
this
not title card, but like, you know where the text like a slide in Star Wars.
I would like to bring up that this is now getting into a point where it's no longer viable to be a topic for a faction meeting, as it's just a general conversation about.
But it is a topic to be discussed by faction leaders, which.
We do need to still pass a vote at the end of this, so...
Yeah, but not this specific instance of discussing credits for Season 3 and stuff like that.
Admittedly, we do not need to discuss Season 3 credits as of yet.
It is the reward and how...
Yes, I was just saying that we've been slowly drifting off topic from that. So
I just think you want to ignore the fact that you're going to get good credits here.
If we want a reward via Season 3, I will keep all of the records. If
Sage
we want a
said,
reward via
"Hey,
Season
Ty,
2, I
want
need to
use
know.
the red ability.
I don't think we have anything.
I think that we could do
definitive enough
both.
to make a
Is there
vote.
anything like wrong with doing both?
I think what we need to do is decide
think we should
on if the server stops being monetized first, at the very least.
I think
Because
we've
that was
already
the original concept of the vote. It does. We
But
still
we
have
need
to
the
make it an
competition
official.
to add to the vote, or are we doing that as a separate vote?
They can be separate.
Okay.
I think that at some point it might be worth it too. Like
If it
Season
seems
3
like
does
everyone
come
already
around-
has the decision made, so I would like to just have it be an official vote at the very least.
Sage is asking you if
it's-
you would like to use the red ability tie, so I mean there's that.
Yes, specifically on if the server stays monetized or not. I would like that to be the red ability vote for now.
You're using the red ability?
I agree.
Executive, would you like to use the red ability? Okay. The vote will begin. Captain, 0-0. Demonetize the server.
Yes.
Demonetize and...
I would say yes.
Is this including or
No,
excluding cosmetics? I assume including cosmetics?
There's
be one
no
vote.
way that you can pay money.
Okay.
Executive, 1-0. kind of rain, but there's some times where it just lands like that. Mastermind 2-0. When the bombs drop,
Yeah.
the faction leaders decide what happens. Performer 3-0.
Yeah, I'll vote yes.
Holly is the one who has to deal with this fallout, not me.
Conductor 4-0.
I'll pass.
Oh no, you're good.
I said I'll pass.
Oh, I apologize. Maestro 4-0.
I'm gonna say yes.
All right. That vote succeeded. Now the topic of compensation.
And
All
I
right,
believe
let's
the
actually
topic
have
was,
this
first off, if the compensation will only be happening in one season, so do we want it to be season 2 or 3? If my understanding is correct.
I thought it would be both. Or
I
maybe
think
I guess
both
it
would
should
be
just
fair because
That
like you
is
said,
the last thing I heard from Ori. That is why I'm asking if that my understanding is correct.
if it had to only be one, I'd say it's season 3. But I don't think that we have to choose between the two. I don't think we have to do a major thing for 2. I think that we should keep it for season 3. But that said, I don't think that we should do nothing for season 2 because season 3 just could not happen. Like it's possible.
Yeah,
I was
I
more
think-
I was more specifically asking Ori if that is what, if I heard correctly in them saying that, because I do not want my future understanding to be built on a false bias.
Both are true. It can fall through. Season 3 absolutely has the ability to fall through. However, you can do both seasons if you would like, but I cannot promise what is possible for season 3 as of right now. We can give speculation on what we would like, but I cannot promise that it will happen until we get closer to the date. And chat, just so you know, we are talking about this Minecraft server has 2 separate ways that you can pay actual real dollar monies to get effects in the game.
To something you said earlier,
Well, not anymore.
theoretical season 3.
Yeah.
There's technically never going to be a season 3.
Yes.
yes. I do think there should be season 2 compensation, and we can talk about season 3 when the time comes.
Yeah, I think
If
that
and
would
when
be
the time
good.
comes.
I think that we shouldn't really because it's going to be a new game, right? And we don't want to just the rewards in season 3 I don't think need to be proportional. I think that
I think
they should just be like a flat rewards for everyone who's given it. I think that would be fair because it's a new game and you're just saying like thanks for everyone, like it's more
Yeah,
of a
but
thing for contribute, like everyone contributed.
Again, we can talk about season 3 when we get there, but we are
But
not there.
no,
and
I'm
we
saying
need
because
get
Ori has to keep. If Ori's gonna
Sage
get rid
said,
of the records,
why in
or
the
not.
world are we talking about season 3 when it's still theoretically?
That is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No,
assume
it's because if
when
Ori's
you
gonna
look
like
at
get
records-
rid of stuff, then it would be a problem if we want to keep stuff for season 3. That's my
Ori, are you
point.
going to keep the records after this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Purple
we-
ability.
I don't feel like we need to purple ability specifically talking about season 3. I don't think that's necessary.
That
Oh,
feels
it's
very
not purple.
Got it.
Okay.
I just
so
want to.
Sorry, Bimbo.
I wanted to ask real quick. So all dungeons, either released or unreleased, will be made free. Bounty tokens will be available through the bounty board. And what happens to cosmetics?
there's not a
Cosmetics
way
all-
to purchase cosmetics at the moment.
Okay.
There was
so we
going
just
to
shelf it
be.
for now.
Purchasable cosmetics have been canceled. I mean, the idea.
Yeah,
Well-
generally this has been cancelled.
Not to say that there will never be cosmetics. It's just that there's no way to pay money for cosmetics. If cosmetics do come out, they will be through gameplay.
Yeah, that's why I said purchasable.
Yeah.
I believe,
thi-
speaking
Okay,
of
wait,
gameplay, I
did
believe
you
one of the
ever
free
see
cosmetics
Oracles
mentioned was if you
SMP
reach
dungeon?
level 100 in a skill.
Yep.
For example,
That
to
is
give
gonna
an
be
example of something.
I think that's fair, and I think it's fair even though, some people are already at level 100 because they got to that level because they knew cosmetics were going to come out.
What was I
More
gonna say? Are
free
we going to
cosmetics
put a
as
paid
yet
bonus
is
for part of the paid dungeon?
What's that?
is if
I'm asking. Are we going to put a cost, an in-game cost to entering what was originally the paid dungeon.
I think that there should be.
I think
I
there
think it
should
would
be
be
as well, but we didn't state it, so we need to figure that out.
So there are currently 2 dungeons, sorry, paid parts of dungeons, right?
Currently, yes. 2, yes.
Yeah, 2.
Okay. So I think that for the Dwarven Caverns, right?
Mhm.
What makes sense for me, because currently it's very easy to get half a spawn core. Like, you can do that without really doing any grinding. I'd say we should make it 48 spawn cores. I mean, sorry, not spawn cores, spawn hearts.
Ah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
No, sorry, yeah, spawn
What was
hearts.
about that?
But it could be a full spawn core, possibly.
64
And then
spawns.
for the Grim Wilderness, I think it makes sense for it to be 2 spawn cores, or maybe even 3. But I would say that if we don't, instead of making it based off of the currency there, we could also have it based off bounty tokens. That because of that.
I
Because those are
think
also
to
being
me,
available.
spawn cores make more sense.
If I may make a suggestion, theoretically, according to my understanding of the system, each dungeon that gets released will have, will give you more and more opportunities to more efficiently earn the spawn material. So the base cost of a thing could just be 1 spawn core, and then its generation of release. So the Dwarven Caverns would be 1, then the Grim Wilderness will be 2. The next dungeon that will be released will have a 3 spawn cores cost for this pay section, and so on and so forth.
It would probably have to double each time, because they're not going to go up linearly in the efficiency.
I would say, arguably, that if we're gonna do, doubling, we should start at half a spawn core, because getting a spawn core from the basic dungeon is kind of garbage.
Yeah, but also you're not gonna get to the paid part of the Dwarven
Well,
Caverns.
yeah, no, not the basic dungeon. The only paid one would be starting from the Dwarven Caverns, I believe, right?
Yeah, but you need to
though,
get the spawn cores from the basic dungeon.
No,
in order
because
to
we would have
unlock
the
it.
free part of the Dwarven Caverns.
Oh, that's true. That's true. No, I understand. No, you're fair.
But I will say, getting a spawn core from the free part of the Dwarven Caverns is very, very tedious. So I would say
depends
starting at
on
half
if
would
you
be
have
better.
a partner, and then you could just mass spawn things, and then it's not that
Yeah,
hard.
starting at half is fine. I think that there's also ways to get it, like,
Necessitate
if you
people
don't want to
not
be, if you don't want to grind at all, then you do have those. I think a couple of quests and stuff that like will eventually give you spawn cores, like they're cool. So I think that it actually works out pretty well.
So we
All
think
right.
half or whole.
Also, there is the option of the blood tokens also just straight out giving spawn cores, and I believe there was also talk of a bounty board specific to the dungeon as well, so that would also theoretically make earning spawn cores in the future easier.
That's true.
No 50 behemoths.
So, verdict so far. Are we wanting spawn cores to be the method?
Yeah, I believe half a spawn core,
spawn
doubling the cost each time a dungeon is released and stuff.
Okay.
Starting at half and doubling from there? Is that what we're going with?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Okay.
Multiply could potentially be even more. Like instead of 2, it could be 4. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because I feel like just one. Okay, I do feel like by the time that you get to the
Yeah, it is really
third
easy
dungeon.
to earn just a single spawn core in the Grim Wilderness, though.
Yeah, I feel like that could be instead of multiplying it by 2, we would.
Which is why I
start with 4.
suggested starting it at 1 instead of a half.
I think we can start it at a half and then go to 2, and then next would be
Jump
8.
to
And
2
then,
and double from there?
yeah, although it could get kind of crazy with the. We can't really see how much it is, so we might have to modify it later. I'd say starting at half a spawn core, then 2 spawn cores was fair, because why would you try to get the paid part of the Dwarven Caverns when you can just do that again and then have the paid part of the Grim Wilderness, which is definitely twice as efficient. Like, just the way that the 2 dungeons are now, having it be double just doesn't make sense. The Dwarven Caverns are not half.
So are you suggesting an adapted price based on how easy it is to earn a spawn core in each dungeon?
I mean, kind of. I think that has to be accounted for.
Then how will you, without access to the paid part, how, well, I guess it doesn't.
No, I
the
mean,
paid part is a non-factor.
We're focusing on the paid part more than the non-paid part.
Well, if you're focused, no, I don't think you should count the paid part and how easy it is to get a spawn core, because theoretically, if you're earning the spawn core to unlock the paid part, you want to have access to those methods to earn said spawn core. So
yeah, but if you're like trying to get back your money, right? And it's much easier to get back your money in one place than the other. I think that the price should account for it, so that getting back your money in both areas should be similar. Like, you shouldn't be able to get back your money very easily from one of the paid areas, but not from the other, because then it's much more of a.
Well, there's also the difficulty increase at that point, and if you could do one paid area easy, why would you go back and do a different one?
That's fair.
Because it's as much for exploration as it is farming the resources.
Who is this guy, the explorer? What do
You
you mean
mind
for
if I butt in
exploration?
for a second?
If you're rich enough to explore, then you're rich enough to get it.
I personally think that the cost of the dungeons should not be affected by how easy it is to get materials from the dungeons. I think it should be a flat rate.
Something that hasn't been mentioned actually is placing more importance on the player cash, and maybe just having costs like that be needing to be bought in player cash.
That's not a bad idea.
Paper money?
Because yeah, right now I think the only thing you could spend it on is the faction shop, if I'm correct.
That and the auction house, yes.
Yes,
Which-
but that's just another form of shop among players. Currently, there's no way to, other than the faction shop, really.
And teams.
Yeah, teams are
Yeah.
a lot of.
Yeah, sorry, team. I'm not. I wasn't talking about the. I didn't bring up the auction house because that's still just transferring the money per player, and so eventually people just have a ton of money. I'm just trying to think of ways that to remove money from circulation.
I
And
understand.
the first thing that came to mind was the faction shop.
Yeah.
But yes, teams are also technically a thing.
And
I'm
on a
just saying, if
smaller
we-
scale, portals.
Yeah, but also, I think just people have taken to teleporting people to places for free. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's not
not
used
even-
super often.
I mean, the reason why I disagree with that is just like, I think that money right now is spent on like very specific things. Like, one is spent on more of the vanilla than the progression part of the.
yeah, and this would therefore place more importance on player money.
I don't think I agree with it having more importance, but I just don't think it should be important for progression. I think that there are
That
enough
is
currencies
a
already.
valid point, though. It's if Ori's
I think it
original
should be
intention
a
for
choice.
paper money was that it's uninvolved in the progression of server, this would be kind of counteracting that.
Oh, if that is the
Yeah,
intention.
I mean, right now, right? If you want to have like teleports and all that stuff, then you can use money to do that, right? And that is technically progression, but it's not a mandatory thing, and it's more of a stuff like that you
It
do.
is also
It's more of a vanilla thing.
cheating
Yeah.
you out of expiration XP to do that.
hmm
Sorry.
The thing I try to be careful with money is that if you can unlock it with money, you can unlock it with a cobblestone generator. Only, purely. That's what I personally try to keep in mind.
That is a very good thing to keep in mind.
Yeah, I think that it makes sense for the dungeons to make. I mean, I think that like if you're doing dungeons a lot, right? Then having a reward to say
So
like, oh yeah, if
essentially,
you do this dungeon 10, 20 times, right? You'll unlock a new part of the dungeon. That'll make it like
get
more
more
refreshing.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in that concept personally.
Yeah, that's why I originally suggested spawn material as the cost. Just as a point to get back to later, and while it's still in my mind, the cosmetics should definitely be paper money.
Yeah.
do have to be a bit careful with it because I
paper
don't have
money.
the paid parts, so I can't really tell that much about the scaling between them. But just the way I've observed, I feel like it makes sense for the first one to be half,
So
and the second
I think
one to
we've
be
all
2.
agreed that it should be a spawn material of some sort. We just don't
Yeah.
know how much, and the scaling for each dungeon is what I believe
think-
we're stuck on.
Yeah.
That is where the discussion lies. Yes.
I mean, Ori, how much you want us to like decide on this because it is your like.
We can wait if you want.
I mean, I was just gonna say like you should have a lot of control over this progression.
Or
so.
we can also just put in a cost and change it later.
As a kind of scale, using just the free part, this is keeping in mind that I do not take damage in the dungeons, so technically, but it's still a free part exclusive. I am overestimating probably, but it's better to overestimate than underestimate.
I do think that if we put in a temporary
That I
amount,
can
then
earn
it could
up
be an
like
overestimation.
5 spawn cores an hour in the Grim Wilderness.
Yeah. I don't think most players can though.
Yeah, I don't.
Well,
think so.
the only
Only the
cost
boss
is if you can't take damage, and I think anyone with legendary armor won't take damage.
I think that it's also knowledge. It also requires knowledge to be able to do that, to find the best mechanics to do things like that.
It's just jumping off and then hitting the button to spawn more things at a time. It's not that complicated of mechanics.
No, not necessarily, but that's still knowledge that's required.
Yeah.
And it's
Also,
still pretty grindy to get to that level where you can do that. And to get to that level, you probably want to do the dungeon. But to do the dungeon, you want to get the gear, but you can't really get the gear because...
Getting the gear is completely unrelated to the dungeon.
Also, it's specifically tank armor that does that, not all legendary armors.
Yep. It is only like when I only had mage armor and I was still pretty weak in attributes, I had to be very careful around the behemoth. Even when I had,
but
like,
that was also before the bounties, basically. And if you do those a little, then you get up to 4 HP regeneration a second. So
that is fair.
Even I still have some trouble with the like dungeons, just because my stuff, like I haven't really grinded that much.
Yeah.
And I mean, I see myself as more of a casual player, especially next to like
I've been casual.
Everyone's
recently.
a casual player next to Ty.
I have been casual recently. The only thing I've been doing for the past few weeks has been exploring the Nether.
Yeah, I've only mapped out half the Nether, which resets every week or 2 weeks, whatever.
Alright, there's a difference between casual and obsessed.
I'm not obsessed though.
So, for right now, at least for the moment, we have half a spawn core for the Dwarven Mines and 2 spawn cores for the Grim Wilderness, subject to change as necessary.
I
think that's fair. I don't think that we should like extrapolate that to the other dungeons that could appear. But I think that's
I think when you're designing the third, I know it's already in design. I'm just saying before you release the third dungeon, you should have beta tester to see around how quickly you could earn a spawn core using just the free parts, and then you could bring that up to either decide by yourself or bring it up to the faction agents to decide how much it should cost by saying X amount of people have been able to get X amount of spawn cores in X amount of time, yada yada.
Yeah. No, I agree with that personally.
And I would not be exploring the Nether so much if Ori even made it slightly easier to get exploration XP. I've traveled like 40.
Just jump into the end.
That would be the same thing. It's just it's still increasing. Yeah.
It creates the same problem where you are still just flying around.
I have a like bonus of 183% or something to exploration XP, and
No, just like jump into the void. I'm saying.
Yeah, no, but you have to be flying for that to earn XP, so you're still exploring.
does it?
More yeah, just straight falling doesn't give you XP.
Okay, I did not know that.
Can you be diving down?
Otherwise, I would have been doing that.
That's
Yeah. What I have been doing is I have a teleport to like minus 80k in the end because I just can't. Because I can't.
You can have a teleporter in the end?
Yeah.
Sage said,
if
what
I
if you just fly straight down?
That works.
No, you have to fly forward. At least.
No, downward XP it does not work in a boat where you had me test this. Upwards XP does, but not downwards.
Can we return to topic? I believe we know what the prices are. We should probably run them.
Okay.
I
Genius.
just got XP.
0
I'm
0.
gonna say yes, I agree to that pricing for now.
Okay. Inquisitor 1 0.
Yes.
Lover 2 0. Maestro 2 0.
I'm gonna pass.
Conductor 2 0.
Yes.
Performer 3 0.
Yeah, I'll pass. Oh,
Mastermind.
No, sorry, I'll yes.
Okay. Mastermind 4 0.
For the first ever time in the history of the cult, I shall pass.
Executive 4 0. All right, 5 0.
Zin
That
said,
works.
Yes.
Ah, thank you, Zen. And with that, the vote has passed, and the new cost will be initiated soon. Compensation.
Yes.
Do we just want to double bounty tokens?
Sage said, no.
Okay.
Do you have a suggestion, Sage?
I think we should double the amount of bounty tokens.
Ask the people. Ask Ty.
I mean, I can go for double bounty tokens. I was thinking about purchasing bounty tokens very, very recently, but I didn't get around to it before the vote. So that's kind of sad.
Okay, I really doubt that if you ask the people who have spent money and would have the most to gain, that you would get like people saying no. If we're saying yes, I think that the only like.
I mean, ask what they want.
Yeah.
What they want. I mean.
Both me and Ty have spoken, and I have spent a bunch, not a lot, but.
I think it's very fair, like the way that it's happening, because at the end of the day, we agreed to demonetize it.
Yeah, the only other
really
suggestion I heard was a unique cosmetic, and personally, I am not that big of a cosmetic person.
Same. Like I don't like how the Minecraft cosmetic works either. Like it just.
Yeah, I just don't like cosmetics in general because I do not find the use in them.
Yeah. I mean, this is compensation. It's not like we're actually.
I'm
it's
fine
not
with
a refund.
it then. I just wanted to make sure the people affected agreed to it.
I think most people who actually have paid.
I'm just saying if it's the only two options presented so far have been unique cosmetic or double the amount of bounty tokens we have gained, I am more preferring.
Honestly, a good chunk of the people who have paid for the server are currently in this meeting.
Exactly.
I mean, my idea was made with like them in mind mostly, like what would actually help them, because we can't really like one thing like we can't do is like just give them back their money. That makes no sense.
I would like to point out, I don't know how expensive your records are, but the first portion of bounty tokens was available only on Patreon, and I do not know if you have those records or not, because I know the bounty tokens have currently moved to their own website.
Ori?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
When bounty tokens first are introduced, I was just saying I don't know how good or sensitive your records are. I'm just saying when they were first introduced, they were Patreon, and now they are their own website. I don't know if you also have records of those transactions.
I have both, yes.
Okay, I was just
Maybe
making sure.
we increase the time on the sub timer. KJ.
That would be unrelated to the server and therefore not applicable in my opinion.
Yeah, it would be a bit
Generally, yeah.
weird.
What about
Yeah?
dungeons? The ones who paid
Materials?
for the extra dungeon stuff.
Yeah, I personally would not like to receive dungeon materials.
Not
out of
specifically if you bought access to the dungeon, I think. So it'd be
Yeah.
if you got blood tokens, you would get more blood tokens. If you bought dungeon access, you would get however the dungeon material equal to the current
Maybe
price
dungeon
of the.
passes? Like making an entrance to the dungeon free for a certain amount of times.
Well, I mean, they already have that access, though.
Yeah, it's not, we're not
Yeah.
gonna get rid of their ability to go to the dungeon.
Okay, so they're gonna still keep their access if they paid
Yeah.
for
That
it.
could also just be the.
I think that should just be their
benefit.
compensation. I think.
I mean,
But
there's.
Just getting to keep the dungeon is
I
so
mean-
much less worth for the money. Like, I would much rather have grinded out the dungeon rather than paying for it with actual money. I
Yeah.
don't see.
refund them spawn cores then, the amount they would have paid to get in. If
But
they
I
had
feel
done
like
it-
the
I
price would
believe
have to
Elf,
be
that
accounting for
you
that then.
got into
Like,
the
it would have to be
second
much more
dungeon for
expensive.
free as well.
Oh,
Though.
how much was Grim Wilderness?
Grim Wilderness was $4.99.
Yeah, and
I
that's
just-
like if we translate it to my money, for example, that's pretty much a full meal, which is like, oh yeah, you get back like an hour's worth of grind of gameplay, or
Yes,
if you
I'm
get
just
a-
saying, Elf, in your specific case, I believe since you worked on it, already gave you access for free. If I'm
yeah,
recalling
but I still
correctly.
bought the dungeon
Oh,
for
did
Dwarven.
Yes, that one. That is
Yeah.
also true.
So I'm still.
I just
affected with
don't
not buying
see
the
how
dungeon.
we could give a fitting, like a
Yeah,
compensation that we like would be that everyone would be like for the dungeons. Just if
I feel like
we're
the
making it
spawn
not pay to
cores
win.
that it would have taken to access it. If not, just let them have the access still. I think that's really all we could do.
I mean, we could also keep the dungeons, purchase only, I guess. But I know
That
we just
counteracts
voted
what we've
against
already
that.
voted for one and for
Against
two.
that, there's
Yeah,
no
but
way.
we're
it's
allowed
not-
to repeal our laws. I mean, I don't know. Actually,
Yeah,
this
but
was a
also
law.
Ori just doesn't want that to be a paid feature because that is technically the most paid to win feature on the server, in my opinion.
Sage
mean-
said,
Okay.
London. Bonk.
It's
I mean,
not
what I
that
can
much.
see is that if you paid for a paid dungeon, you can get the upcoming dungeon for free. Like if you paid for one dungeon, then you get one dungeon just granted to you, even though it won't be monetized dungeon. But you know,
That is
You-
something I
you-
thought about. but
There
then-
is one problem with that though, and it's that we don't really like. That would require that we have 2 more dungeons, which is kind of hard to
I think there
promise.
are two
There's
more in
planned
progress.
more than 2 more dungeons, as far as I'm.
Okay, I think that
Yeah.
it would be fair.
Yeah, there was at least 9.
So if you
One
purchase
dungeon
both
for
the
each
dungeons, then you
archetype,
get
I
Every
believe it was.
archetype. Yeah.
I think you should
But
be able to
you
also
just- yeah.
choose which one you get, because wait, does that make a sense?
I think
or
it would
be
probably
like,
correlate 1 to 1, 2 to 2. I think it would be an AB AB. So if you got the Dwarven Cavern, you'll get Blood Tech for free, and if you got Grim Wilderness, you'll get the Jungle Temple for free.
okay, that seems fine.
Okay.
fair.
but that was what I was thinking, because then it's like you still get a free dungeon for the money you paid for, but you also get to keep what you actually paid real money for.
So
Yeah.
essentially, quote unquote, doubling the investment.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
since it now becomes technically free.
I think that's fair. I think also,
And-
actually no, further compensation is just more complicated. It's unnecessary.
Yeah, no further.
Rain has brought up that compensation for future things is rough on the dead team, though.
Yay and nay. I mean, it depends. When you work with real money, it kind of doesn't matter anymore, right? Money produces responsibility that I can't turn down.
I mean, these dungeons also were to be made to be sold as a
Yeah.
monetarily. And so it's not like they were like the devs were expecting to make these things and
I will say
be like low quality or anything like that.
No, 100%. I will say that realistically, the dungeons are the thing that kind of kept their worth more than anything else in this game, in my opinion. And there is something to say that, you know, when a video game costs $60 and then it costs $20, you're not reimbursed for that. You know what I mean? There is a intrinsic value to having it for an exclusive period of time.
Yeah,
However, I would still be willing to compensate accordingly.
I think that the difference is though when you have it like that, it's like kind of sold as early access. Well, now we're changing it midway through, which is why we're giving out compensation.
Yeah. No, and I agree
do
to
think
that.
Okay, I mean the difference is like when there's like a sale or something. That's different because the devs are still getting paid the same amount. Pretty sure. Yeah, I still think that compensation still is fair here.
Okay.
Just because of the marketing.
I think we're set for voting then.
So,
in that
if just to summarize, to make sure we are all on the same understanding based on what I think has been said, the compensation, should we choose to pass it, would be amount of blood tokens equal to what you have already paid for, and then
bounty tokens.
And then a future dungeon access equal to the amount of dungeons you have paid for. So if you have paid for one dungeon, you would get one dungeon for free, and if you paid for both of the current dungeons, you get 2 dungeons for free, and the dungeons are locked based on which one you have bought.
Yep.
Yeah. And Ori,
that's exactly what Ori was saying.
Has anyone else purchased bounty tokens through Twitch? Through Twitch, like Tided?
No, that has only been me, to my knowledge.
Okay. I'm just making sure because if we're saying that Tide doesn't get those bounty tokens doubled, I think that would be fair.
There's been one person. There's been Speedy, but Speedy didn't even actually like. Speedy said it like half jokingly because Speedy hasn't played in season 2 yet.
Okay.
So it was you'll get them when you get here thing, but Speedy hasn't been on.
I mean, we can just ask Speedy if he's gonna get on. Is he here right now? I don't know.
He's not on right now.
Hey, Speedy, put your hand up if you're not here.
I don't see a hand up. He must be here.
He must be here.
With that, I'm going to start the vote. Genius 0-0.
Yes.
Okay. Inquisitor 1-0.
Yes.
Lover 2-0.
This is the same direction as last time.
Is it? We started captain last time, I thought.
No, you started at Genius.
Apologies. Vote reset. Captain 0-0.
Or you trying to scam us all?
I am.
How dare you?
He thinks
He really does hate us.
using the green ability.
Yeah, I guess so. Yes.
Okay. Executive 1-0.
Also,
yeah, I guess we'll just get a bunch of money. You know,
I'll say that after the vote passes. Never mind.
Donut Hamster said, yes.
Mastermind 2-0.
Sage said, yes.
Performer 3-0.
Sure.
Conductor 4-0.
Yes.
Congratulations, the vote has passed.
Okay, something I just now realized, but hasn't really made the connection for. I thought the candles were originally supposed to be the way to keep track of the abilities because one, they're already colored and stuff, and you could just unlight them and relight them, and if they're lit, they're shown they're still available. But you still have the copper lamps or copper bulbs, I should say, instead.
That's smart, actually. I forgot that you can unlight them. GG.
Okay, so that is what's going to be happening from now on.
Yep.
In that case, might I ask for the copper bulbs to be removed so in order to once again line up with the rest of the floor? They would be dark prismarine.
Yep.
According to how everything else has been laid out. Why
All right.
does
How does it gonna be based off
that
of it?
seat have 2 lines dark prisming when everything else has 1?
I have no idea. Welcome back.
Because there's more space.
It's time to discuss how this trial is gonna go down.
If this
Sage
trial is going to
said,
go down more so.
Ori, I know that you don't want people without coffers to be jurors. Is this a legal thing or a personal thing? Cause technically.
Currently it is in legality.
We can fix
You
that.
can also interact with the political
Where?
aspect. Not have a,
Yeah, it doesn't say anywhere that you have to have a coffer to be in judicial sentencing.
Oh, it doesn't not. I
3
remember
jurors,
someone saying it has to
selected randomly by an administrator or individual of greater class. Each of which should have no considerable ties or influence on the active case.
Oh. Welcome back. Love you too. Hello,
Yeah, that's
Wall.
the first thing I pointed out to Sage when they said that I needed to be a juror. Was that
Oh.
anyone with a
It's
gun?
not master.
Okay. Nope, you're right.
Oh,
hey,
I thought master.
It is who I thought it was.
Who was
I
it?
think. I think I'll let them say if they want to, because this is technically against TOS.
Okay, you should say it in Twitch mod chat then.
Let's make the
It's still an
botmaster
assumption.
a juror.
In that case, I would need, well, knowing that I don't have a list applicable right now, but we could potentially generate one.
randomly from chat. That'd be funny.
Truly.
They
Ooh,
said
it's
you
chat
can say who
exclusive.
they
That's
are.
fun.
I can pick a quote-unquote random that's actually not random from the people I was
Hey,
planning on
Botmaster,
listing and
Do you
selecting.
want to be a juror?
It's,
That'll
as
be
mentioned,
random to everyone
Botmaster
but
has
you.
Yes.
said
Should put
that
all
you
of
can say
the
who I am.
potential jurors' names on a wheel and spin it 3 times.
Well,
like
there would be
this.
3 potential jurors, so I'm pretty sure I know what the results would be.
Nah.
Get the same person 3 times.
Just have it as like a Twitch. Wait, yeah, go on Twitch and like have everyone who wants to join just say something in chat, and then roll.
Which
from
is
those
the
people.
jury.
Yeah.
The entire Twitch chat is the jury.
Oh, how many people are on? There's 31 viewers right now, right?
Do you want chat to be a jury? Like, this is like
Yeah.
super not technically how this works, but it'd be funny.
It would be.
can-
Yeah.
You can make a poll
Anyone
just
that
saying
tries for
yes,
the
no,
case
or
would have to objectively like
Botmaster agreed to be
not.
named.
At least for the like less important sorry. At least for the less important ones, that would absolutely be such
Also,
a fun way to
please
do it.
turn off the follow messages.
They said say
it
who you
is-
think it is. I will not confirm nor deny.
A lot of people are.
I
oh.
think that it is Pack. The jury's due to the nature of arguments will be used in the court. No, I agree. I agree. That's what we were talking about. And now I think it's not,
leaders who can
suddenly.
access Twitch chat would have to abstain.
Well, that's part of
And
it, is that if it is a poll, then faction leaders would be capable of it.
Yeah.
Squint. Well, once Pack
so no
responded, I
rigging the
didn't
vote
think
then.
so. I mean, I still can. Oh, hasn't spoken in chat yet. Okay. Gotcha. I thought Pack said something about it and then it started. But I noticed Pack talking and then I was like, oh wait, never mind.
You've liked what's all.
How dare
Sage
you?
Pack literally just spoke in chat.
Yeah. If this is the case, we can do a less official Twitch poll. Otherwise, I can attempt to rally some jurors.
Just be like, hey, Nats are needed for something. Get on stream now.
Real.
No, Natsuno is not currently available, and I do not think they will be for a while based on what they said in general chat.
Yeah, good point. I don't think Natsuno would really want
Sage
to.
said, "Can we have the botmaster be a juror? Seems funny."
Sage, no. I'm just shutting that down immediately.
Why?
because it's impractical.
Why?
That's like giving a toddler a gun and just saying, "Oh yeah, do whatever you want."
Yeah.
Oh, that's what the bots are.
I followed the silly new channel. Let's go.
I mean, in my opinion, it's the most practical.
Oh. Chat has been changed.
I think with this new information in mind, unfortunately, this is going to be case suspended. Because there's not a way for me to protectively select randomly. Because it would just simply be whoever's available right now. And even then, I don't know exactly who I have available because of no, what's it called? Previous advance notice. Yes, VIP is. Only Orio's figure, you can see Tiny Donut.
Weren't you supposed to choose jury at the declaration?
Yes, but there was not enough with coffers, and I was originally under the pretense that you needed a coffer to be a juror. Now realizing that that's not the case, I would have had enough if I had more time.
Oh, did you switch it to VIP only?
Backfiring.
What's that?
Is it VIP only? Oh, never mind.
Oh, it gets through it because they're all different people.
Did you make it like VIP only, or?
No, I can make it. There's sub only and follower only.
I guess. So...
Honestly, like 90% of the people in the chat are sub.
It's either that or we include faction leaders because I don't have jurors available right now and ready for this.
Oh god, it's getting like, oh, crisis already off for work.
I mean, I have previously stated that I have absolutely no ties to either side.
Yeah, I just simply don't have enough people, so... Pack, there would have to be faction leaders included if that was the
Sage
case.
said, I have a list of people. Botmaster, Rain, Tai, Moonchi, Rixit.
Moonchi is not available. Rain...
Maybe
Whoever's
Forager.
doing the bots is...
I don't think we should include the bots because the bots...
Oh, right. No Moonchi.
Please no Botmaster. We can confirm who that is, definitively.
I mean, we're not trying to guess who the botmaster is. We're saying who's available for the jury.
Okay, we have 3.
I do think you should put it to, not followers only, but, subs only right now, just because bots.
So I just suffer.
Yeah.
Fine.
I mean, you're talking, so like, I don't think that's an issue for you.
Yeah, all the faction leaders are here. It's not like ideal, but you have to.
I think it's ignorable for right now.
Or you'd have to at least turn off the follow things. You follow like replies.
Let me see.
By the way, that's on stream right now. What you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
Sage
you.
said, we also have online.
I wish there was a way to like make it so new, like no new people or something.
And Dino?
Okay, there we go.
I have seen some streams that have like a limited watch time before you can talk, but I'm not sure if that's a thing where you can do.
Oh, here we go.
So Rain, Kai, Rixit, Online, Dino.
We have 3 as long as Ty is willing to be a juror.
If I have to be.
Okay. Keiki, do you have a are you able to join Discord VC even if using TTS?
Pack says report the bot raid.
Mm-hmm. Rain and Ty. You will be the remaining jury.
No, cool. 31 exploration.
Right.
Hello, hello. Let me know if you need TTS. We would have to move to another VC if you need TTS.
I do not need TTS, no. Thank you.
Beautiful. Alrighty.
I mean, TTS is currently present.
Yes, please join VC, Rain. If you're not a faction leader, you can't access the VCC.
Yeah, Chief, they don't have access to the chat,
Sage
though.
said, Ori be forgetting my existence.
What do you mean?
Alrighty. Muahaha.
Do we have a message of the initial... I can't look it up because I'm in stream mode, but can I get a forward message of any variety to the initial lawsuit
somewhere.
case?
Heck it, I can try to find it.
This is a lawsuit.
Where do you want it?
Zin, are you here?
Lawsuit. Okay.
Okay, perfect. So, for the jurors who are currently applicable right now, which is Keiki, Ty, and Rain, just a heads up, you are going to decide whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. You will be given a current case and punishment.
Did you turn off adding time for following, by the way? I wasn't paying attention to Twitch chat, and I just saw a bunch of them followed.
No,
Yeah,
and I
so
don't
that
know if it added to the time. It probably missed a lot of it. Okay, yeah.
Nothing got added. You're good.
There were.
Thank you.
That's good.
But hey, you hit your follower goal.
Let's go. I'm so glad.
They are following still, though.
Yes. I don't think there's really much I can do about it at this moment.
It does not look like it's adding time.
Ugh.
Which is...
Yeah, they were like.
I should have
even
the
more
lawsuit
now.
message in a minute. I'm still
37
scrolling up
before
to try to find
now.
it. Not even it. Okay.
Yes.
You should probably
they are
just turn off
bots.
the because it's you're doing the message for the followers, so.
Oh, you're
Okay,
right.
where do you want me to forward it? I have it.
Can you forward it to DMs for me?
Yeah, I can forward it to DMs.
Ori being smart? Oh my god.
This is unheard of. All right.
There
So,
you go.
the initial case with assailant Pack and defendant Zin, I, Pack, the plaintiff, am evoking Law 6 judicial sentencing against Point Sage, or Zin. The faction leader holding the lover's seat, the defendant. Under Law 900.1.3, I am evoking this process in order to have the Point Sage forcibly step down from me, Pack, to take his place, which is the one and only consequence should the plaintiff side win. Should the defendant side win, I, Pack, vow to be the purple, have the display color roll of purple in the Oriverse Discord server for the duration of at least 14 days from when the winning side is declared. Throughout the process, I appoint Sage as my proxy. The judge for the judicial sentencing shall be myself, who shall be responsible for randomly selecting the 3 jurors. And of course, the payment was made by Sage, I do believe. And with that in
Sage
mind,
said, yes, it was.
Do the faction leaders actually have anything to do with the trial?
not necessarily.
That was why
So
we
wait.
said it would be at the end, not
Okay,
before.
okay.
Goodbye, all.
That makes sense.
Quite confused, I'm going to be real with you.
So Pac is suing Zin to remove them from their seat. Upon their loss clause that they inserted is that if they lose, they have to be changed to the color purple in Discord for 14 days.
I see. Okay.
Why would they agree to
A
that?
minimum of 14 days, which could imply a longer sentencing.
Yes. Jurors,
Wait, will Pac get the seat?
if Pac wins.
I'm surprised I got signed by
Okay,
an admin.
making
'cause,
sure.
And it's for lovers'
you
seat,
can't
you
really.
said?
Correct, it is for the
People in
lover's
chat
seat.
are suggesting for me.
With that in mind,
That was only one person.
with that in mind, plaintiff,
There
your
is
accusation.
no punishment that can apply to Pac. They have nothing to lose.
That is. What do you mean?
That is kind of...
Nothing in coffer.
Oh.
Oh, wait! Oh, but Pac has a coffer, right?
I don't even know if
Yes.
Pac has been on the server.
They have.
What for the lover
They have a
seat?
coffer. Pretty sure.
Blue and yellow. So.
They have coffer.
Okay,
There
yeah.
is nothing in it with value.
Yes.
But there is something in it anyways.
Judicial sentencing does not take coffer loot.
But it doesn't require a coffer value to judicial sentence another person.
It does not
Like
require a
anymore?
coffer value, it just requires that you have a coffer, if I recognize correctly.
Okay.
That's why the punishment is like, since there is nothing they can lose. No money, no coffer loot, no BT, no nothing.
Yep.
Sky
I mean,
said,
normally
it
with
requires a
court, if
coffer.
you want.
Zin said, I don't understand how Pac, who has been on the server for a total of what? 3 to 4 hours, is going to take on a seat.
Plaintiff? Response?
Sage said, stares a sky asterisk.
Okay.
Sky said, why are you staring at me? Asterisk.
Can I clarify? Sage paid for the lawsuit
Sage
in
said,
order...
because how long have
Yes.
you played on this server?
Sage paid for the lawsuit that's trying to kick him out of his seat.
No, Zin
No,
seat.
Zin.
Oh.
The lover seat. There was no accusation made in the initial document, so as of currently, there is no accusation other than just to take the seat.
Has Zen done anything unwarranted to no longer deserve a faction seat?
Plaintiff?
Question. What has Zin done?
That is the question
That is
currently.
what I just asked.
I mean, as a faction leader,
That is what I
the
asked.
opposite, like, if Sin hasn't done anything, like, what has he done proactively to do things?
Zin? Defense? Response?
That can be kind of applicable to. I mean, the only thing faction leaders can really do is pass or deny a vote, to my understanding. So
They
there's
can
not much for them to do
they can
directly.
they can offer or substantiate a law, but there are several faction leaders who have not done that yet.
Yep.
Exactly. So it's not like they're out of line and they're non-action, so to speak. So what specifically is the clause against Point Sage that is putting them up for removing their faction seat?
Sage said, "Give me second. Lots of typing."
Lots of typing. I just love how TTS says that.
Sky said, "Opening statements, folks."
Or for the duration of this sentencing,
Zin said, "That is a good question.
may I have
The main thing is that the two main things I wanted to do were done by other people."
May I have access to the text channel so I may read over the messages at my own
Yes.
pleading?
Do you not?
No, I don't.
Oh, I thought mods would. Cry.
No, I don't even have access to this channel normally, which is why I had to be dragged in.
Ah.
Yeah. Mods don't really
There
get
you
a
go.
lot of stuff.
That's also why I suggested for at least the Minecraft module to allow us to interact with the said channel.
There you go.
Sage
Thank you.
said, "What were you trying to do, Zin?"
Zin does have a very strong attendance.
Yes, they have done what they're supposed to do and shown that. So there's been no scandal or anything like that would necessitate. I don't think I'm pronouncing that word right. That Zen should be removed from the seat, to my knowledge, which is why I'm asking if I am mistaken my knowledge and if there has been something that they have done that deserves the removal from the seat.
There's people typing right now, chat. I apologize for the wait, but there's people typing right now because they're using TTS, so we're just waiting for the typing to finish through. Necessitate.
Zin said, "Create a better version of the auction house, and create a better version of the shop."
Understandable. Chat, for anyone who doesn't know, we have somebody who is suing a faction leader to try to remove them from their seat. The person who is the plaintiff, or the person who is accusing here, is Pac, but they are being proxied by Sage. So Sage is speaking on Pac's defense right now.
Sage said, "What was your 2 cents that you add to the discussion?"
I'm just gonna keep talking for now.
Added asterisk.
The
I
Point
personally-
Stage had. Sorry, go ahead, Rick.
I personally feel like this shouldn't be a conversation of like what has, Point Sage done, because they haven't done anything wrong. If there's going to be a change here, it needs to be because Pac would do something better. In my opinion, I feel like if you need to convince me, that's what you need to convince me of.
And in that line of thought, the Point Sage has made a point of at least being fairly active on the server. Meanwhile, Pac, to my knowledge, while has been on the server, is not that active, as I haven't seen them before.
This bit was funny the first time. It does, however, impact his channel, guys. We should probably not do this.
And that was in reference to the bot
Yes.
thing.
Hey, what's up, Forger? Hi, Tsuno!
Welcome back, Mitsuno.
Are you still typing, Sage?
Sage said, "Yes."
Okay. Any other further discussion from the jurors?
Until more things have been said, I believe the main points have already been spoken.
Okay.
Yeah, for the most part, I just want something of convincing. You know, it's a big thing to be to take someone's seat for seemingly no reason. I feel like there either needs to be strong evidence against Point Sage, or there needs to be strong evidence for Pack. One or the other. You can't just be like, "Ha, I'm gonna take this seat because I want to," especially because no malice, but Sage is known for running a cult, and the fact that he's sponsoring this is very worrisome, so I need to be very heavily convinced. I know what
now.
this man gets up to.
Sage's Rain, Sage in general is just cult and lawyers.
Yes.
That's bias.
Jurors can be biased.
It's bias based on what I've seen you do before, my guy. If you don't want me to have a bias against
that
you,
is
don't
relevant
do sus
bias.
things.
Yeah, that is bias specifically because if Pack is expected to be a faction seat, how come they can't make the time to be here representing themselves?
I mean, they were
If this
here
is
before.
yeah, but
Here.
yeah, but if they're gonna be in a faction seat, they should be here, available at this time, to talk for themselves.
They are here.
Exactly. So why are you the one representing them?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too, because I know Pac would be able to express this a lot better, because I've heard everything. I mean, I could probably answer all your questions.
Faction leaders are free to speak.
You want Pac here,
as long
then?
as long as the defendant is not. Defendant
It
or
kind of just
plaintiff.
looks like a plant to me, personally.
Access
it looks like
to-
someone's trying to get a pocket faction leader.
Pack has stated to pull them in. So,
Yes.
However, they would need access to TTS.
Okay.
It's just
Honestly,
not-
if Rain
join
thinks that it's
NAVC.
there's a chance of getting a pocket faction leader, I'm gonna believe them. Also, previous bias.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Bias and all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm
I
not.
have no idea why
I'm
you
not
would think this
going
of
to
me.
go ahead and side with the cult leader.
I was doing
I'll be
proxy
real.
cause lawyer asterisk.
Well, your reputation amongst other people, it seems, does not serve your cause well.
Yes, Sage, you can't really be a cult leader and
Yeah.
a lawyer.
I mean, you can.
I
but
mean, I
it-
can.
Welcome, Pack.
Hi, Pac.
Sorry. Sorry, there's something funny going on.
Sky said, Pac needs access to the chat for TTS.
They have it.
Zin said, hello, asterisk.
Oh, yeah.
Pac the server's woof said, here I am. Sage said, my reputation seemed to blow up in my face, and here I thought it might help me.
Can someone do / set Nick on Pac?
Just
yeah,
did.
that's what I was trying to do. It seems like
Oh,
Orange is not to do it first.
Yeah. Sage realizing that being a semi-corrupt cult isn't always the best idea if you wanna be trusted for different reasons.
Pac said, okay, so first of first. Sage is assisting me as a proxy, not as the leader of the cult, but as a friend.
That does
Sage
introduce
said,
a question.
Hey, I'm not corrupt.
If Pac is now here, Pac no longer has a proxy.
Yeah.
So Sage does not speak for Pac anymore. Sage may speak as a faction leader, but Sage
I
is
am not
no
needed.
longer a proxy.
Yep.
Okay.
Pac, you now speak as the defendant. I don't know, man. I feel like just being called the cult usually doesn't have strong connotations on its own.
Pack said, okay, so the only reason we are here now at this trial is not only for actions of Zin, but faction leaders as a whole.
Interesting.
Zin said, what actions?
That is quite a bold claim.
It's the lack of actions rather than actions. Mostly.
So, from what I'm understanding here, we are stating that there's not enough taking place.
Pack said, however, I prefer not suing the entire city and potentially removing 4 out of 9 seats for nothing.
If you did that, they would just be granted to the same person because there's not an applicable target to give them to, since there's only one suing party.
Mm-hmm.
From my understanding, my very limited understanding of Hanai law, that I have not read through.
How it would go. There's no way you can just remove 4 seats that way without actually having things.
Wouldn't it only be removing 3 because only 3 of them are
Zin said,
by
well, actually,
lawyering?
according to a past conversation from you two, this is what you asterisk said when I asked why me. 1 being that you are a seat without war. 2 being a faction leader with not many connections. 3 being a computational seat, allowing us to prove to the council of the uselessness of the current court system. Pack said, now the general consensus among the faction leaders seems to be that they are essentially law-making and voting factories.
Oh god, okay, so...
That is a strong
Zin
fight.
said, not of any actions asterisk 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 I asterisk asterisk have done.
Can we not use the asterisk
Yeah,
stuff?
it's not like chat can see it, so there's no point in emphasizing certain words. It just clogs up TTS.
I think that in nature of how the faction leaders work, is an interesting standpoint to take. But, I mean, I'm not going to discount it necessarily, but it is quite the bold claim. Because it just made your asterisks bold and italic. And it removed 6 of them.
Sky said, I am curious as to your opinions, Ori, but that's for another time.
Sure, I'm down. The faction leader role is relatively responsive in nature. It can be proactive. However, it is by nature responsive.
Yep, that's what I've been trying to say.
At least in its...
It's very hard to be reactive as one.
Pack said, but faction leaders are more than just that. Leaders are there to represent the people. To be the intermediary between Ori and the players. Saying that all you need to do is be on meetings. Vote on laws, and push agendas.
I will say, as myself, prior to everything up to the last sentence, not including the last sentence, I can confirm is true. It is true that you are designed to represent the people and be the intermediary between development and player base. Have a good lurk, Moonch. It still does often take shape in the form of a reactive position.
I'm gonna jump in here for a second. I do believe
Pack
Ori has
said,
actively stated.
Oracles doesn't have a support system. The leaders are the support system.
I do believe Ori's actively stated that it is like almost better for it to take a reactive position rather than a proactive one, because reactive is a lot easier to close gaps than it is to think of all of them ahead of time and build it that way.
Zin
I would
said,
say-
why do you speak of working for the people, when half of the actual players are in the council?
There was a point Ori did say about being too proactive is going to leave gaps that get exploited.
Yeah.
Rather than solving problems when they arise.
That is my opinion about it. Yes, you can keep adding laws, but with every law added is another cog in the machine, and every cog is a failure point.
The simpler the machine is, the less exploitable
Pack
it's going
said,
to be.
Zin, things you all vote on impact more than just coffer owners.
Yeah. A car is a lot
Chief
more likely
said,
to break down
I would
than
like to jump in.
a wheel.
Go for it, Chief.
Pack said, they are mapped all players current and future. Sage said, so the difference between making new cogs or slapping duct tape on the gears.
That's under the assumption that the gears are broken.
I would like to point out.
We're adding new gears as they are needed.
Yeah.
And repairing some as necessary.
I am interested in hearing what Chief has to say.
Yes.
I would like to point out.
I'm interested in what he has to say.
I would like to point out that I have not really seen people asking us to represent them.
Yep. That's the big problem.
I have no problem with doing so, but no one has ever stepped up and said anything to us.
Yep.
Those who want to be involved in politics very much are, as far as I am aware. If someone who wants to be involved in politics and isn't, is welcome to contact myself, and I'm sure a lot of other faction leaders would agree.
I mean,
yeah,
really contact me at any time, and I will most likely answer it. If I see it, I'm going to answer it.
Same
I also do not let DMs slip by, much to my own pain because of the number of ones I get that are asking for commissions. But I don't let them slip by. I will respond.
There's also
don't send a friend request to me. Just DM me. I'll see your message.
Yeah.
I'll look at it.
I'd like to bring up the fact that so far PAC has made a lot of accusations against what a faction leader should be and what is currently done wrong. They have not stated what they would do to be different should they
Zin
become a
said,
faction leader.
also, as a player, how would you be able to converse with the people if you aren't on 9/10 of the time?
I think that if you do have an issue with the amount of player base, that's still the faction leader's problem to deal with, right? Like, nobody has the control over the number of people in the player base, right? If you feel like there's not enough or you feel like the world is small, that's still a problem that the faction leaders have to deal with. They still manipulate everything that goes on, right? For better or for worse is subjective, right? That's their opinion, and that's their ability to modify those things. Anything from prices, new items, things like that. But as stated, if there's no request for it, then what is broken?
Yeah, we're government officials. We're not psychics. If you have a problem, then tell us.
Yes, please tell us. There's
In
a
fact,
role you can paint.
That might be worth a campaign. Oh, didn't read that one out for some reason.
It was too long.
Pac says, okay, then why the general consensus with a topic introduces in Oracles SMP in Discord? The general consensus is to just let Ori handle it, raising hands stating not in our power. It is your duty to forward it to Ori and make sure it gets heard.
How do you know that is not being
Ori
done?
frequently checks the chat.
Oh, so how do you know that is not being done? To my knowledge, there is a private chat that only faction leaders can see, and perhaps they're forwarding it to them there and notifying Ori about it.
I can't say every problem, but I can say that I have been made aware of several problems.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we made Ori aware of pretty much every problem that we know we can realistically try and solve.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it doesn't get solved because it was not able to do so.
Yeah,
But I think
if there's
we
a chance
still
it can be
need-
solved, we
I
usually
still
do.
we think need
Start
better
off.
representation. Like we need a proposals chat, for example, because that would make it so we can just look at it and it's like, hey, what should we do about this that someone requested, proposed, rather than, oh, hey, I have an idea and it disappears in general chat.
Yeah, Gen
Yeah.
Chat's just really hard to keep up with, and I don't think it's a reasonable expectation for every single leader to be and read.
Yes.
I only heard about every other word there, but I agree.
So to translate what Sky said, it's unreasonable for
Pack
every
said,
leader to be able
then why
to
do you
read
have
everything.
that expectation of Ori?
Because that is the innate expectation for Ori first off, because they are
Because
the
Ori
server
is
owner
supposed to be better than us.
and admin.
And
Admittedly,
Ori is
set
actively,
that expectation on himself.
yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Like, if he hadn't asked for it, I wouldn't have given it to him.
Like, I wouldn't.
Like, Ori has
would
stated
like to
that he
see-
has
oh, sorry.
notifications on for 100% of this server. He is
Which
reading.
is a testament to his dedication.
Yeah. He is reading as many of these as he can, and we will actively add him with important things that slip through the cracks. And some unimportant things too, because it's fun.
Yes.
Also, just to once again clarify, so far your problem isn't with Point Sage specifically; it's with the faction leaders as a whole. But you just chose Point Sage because they do, from what they have stated, that you have told them, they do not have connections. They do not. They're an Art of War seat, and they are a viable target for this actions. And you also
Sage
have not.
said, I feel like these trials favor the status quo.
And you also have not stated anything that you personally would do differently should you be accepted as a faction leader in place of Point Sage.
Yeah. Pac, I would like to hear what kinds of changes you would make as a leader to rectify the issues that you have already stated, or the perceived issues.
I am also interested in hearing what the other jurors have to say because I feel like so far I've been the only juror speaking.
Rain or Keiki, do you have anything you would like to introduce? Or any questions?
Not particularly, honestly. I'm still like slightly confused, but it's alright because this is my first time even remotely like engaging in the server's politics, so it's alright. I think that's just, how it be for the first time.
Yeah.
Pack
I'm
said,
curious.
well, I do tend to be terminally online on Discord. So I can and will forward any problems to Ori or whatever internal chat you'll use. And I will even fight Ori if needed.
So what you
Sky
just said
said,
essentially.
welcome to Politics, Keiki.
So what you
Thank
just
you,
said
thank
essentially
you.
is you'll just be doing the same as what is already being done, as
I
discussed.
guess what I'm the
Yeah,
most curious about
I'll be
is
real.
these are all hypothetical
Sage
issues.
said, hey Lelos, can we use the Lelo ability to invite Okiforn?
There's no vote.
These are all potential issues that have been discussed, and I think that under the right circumstances, they definitely could be issues. If the faction leaders were, going and doing things regularly that the people were, like, clearly not hoping for, that would be a problem. That's just not that's not something that I've seen personally. Issues that people have brought up have been discussed, and it doesn't always necessarily mean that the exact outcome that people were hoping for is the final outcome, but I feel like generally people tend to have the servers and people's best interests in mind as they're doing it. And I'm curious, like, do you have examples of times where you feel like the faction leaders have, like, left, like, the people's desires on the back burner? Because that's not something I've personally, like, noticed being an issue.
And I feel like Rain probably has one of the better insights on if faction leaders are getting out of hands based on past examples.
Yeah, the fact that the
Also-
person who actively rebelled against it for like months is praising it is probably a good thing.
They would
Also-
know of anybody.
From my knowledge, what happened was Rain's plan from the start of the server.
Yeah.
And I mean, there could be corruption that I'm unaware of for sure, but It seems
Nice,
like a
Mohaha,
fairly
I have been
stable
evil this whole
government
time.
right now. I'm not
Trust me,
sure.
Rain. If I was aware of corruption, I would have told you about it.
And that's kind of, I feel like there's, at the very least, a few people in the government that I really trust to be trying to find that sort of stuff. If it's there.
Yeah. Honestly though, so far the best, like, you know, argument that we've heard so far is them saying I will maintain the status quo. Which makes me feel like I should
Hack
just, you
said, keep in mind that any topic that dies in internal chats and never sees the light of day doesn't exactly give the most being heard vibes. Sky said, Pack, I would like to raise you a question. How much conversational contribution would you make during faction meetings?
I guess it's just anything that I've seen people kind of like ping a faction leader and be like, hey, this is a problem that I've noticed has been brought up. And there's possible that there are plenty of things that I've missed. I've just never seen it being an issue. And if it's one person has a problem and they bring it up and you know, it doesn't gain any traction, then that's not really a majority issue. That's one person has an issue, which in that case, I mean, seems fair enough that it doesn't make it all the way up to the top if only one or two people are concerned about it or view it as a problem.
I literally have faction leader, like my title, my seat, in my Discord tag, and I have not once gotten someone going, hey, this needs fixed. Can you help with that? It might be because I'm a maestro. I don't know. But, like...
On a similar note, I'd like to remind people that faction leader is a pingable role, and as far as I can remember, I have never seen anyone in the Oracle's general chat use that ability. Unless it's exclusive as to who can ping it, I don't know. But as far as I can tell, it isn't.
No, if you can, anybody can.
Yeah, anybody can ping the faction leader role. I can't remember a single time anyone had in the general chat.
That isn't like hack or faction leaders, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen faction leaders using it more often than I have
I
players.
tend to go quite on a rant when there is a conversation I can partake in. As for pings pinging, the entire role is fucking scary.
There's
So
9
that
of
is
us.
a
Chief said,
user
but
issue,
it
not
is
a faction
necessary.
leader
I agree
issue.
that it's scary, but it's also not the faction leader's fault for not seeing something or being aware of it if the proper steps to make them aware of it are not being done. Like,
Yeah,
at
that is
best, what I can
user
see
error,
here-
not host error. If you do not make them if you do not use the method to make them aware of things, you cannot blame them for not being aware of it.
I guess
It would be different if there was someone going around going, don't you dare ping the faction leader role, or I will end you. But I don't think anyone's been doing that. And if they have,
I have.
you're
Said,
creepy, dude.
There is 9 of y'all. Hell, you participate in convos sometimes on topics that seemingly die.
Well, that's because we've discussed them and we've deemed that no action was necessary most of the time.
Yeah.
Sometimes things happen behind closed doors. That's
So
just
far,
how things
the
work.
only complaint I have heard so far is that you would like more feedback on results, conversations that happen behind said closed doors.
Which, honestly, just like a chat that is like people set up and ask for things, ask for questions, or
that was
for
just
things.
made. It's the proposals channel.
The proposals channel
Yeah.
now exists.
Yeah, so that will instantly fix that because you'll get a straight like, oh yeah, this isn't gonna happen, because the conversations will be happening, sort of in there or brought up, like by basics
Anyway.
they'll be happening in there, and then brought up to more important people.
Anyways, so far,
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
I do feel like that government transparency is always a good thing to have. But they're transparent enough with most of these things, for me at least.
Yeah, I think that like there might be something to be said about like, hey, maybe make the faction leader only chat like public to everyone to see, but only faction leaders can talk in it if we feel like, you know,
But
there
then
needs to be.
That's just
That's literally just the faction leader chat again.
Already the faction hall. That would
Oh,
destroy the
I
point
didn't
of
realize there was a
having the
difference.
other channel in the first place.
I also believe I heard Chief trying to say something. If they still
Oh,
have
Chief,
that.
did you want to say something?
Yeah, it's like you're trying to set an unattainable expectation of all the faction leaders to see everything that happens in the Oracle SMP channel without pinging us.
Okay.
Now we're
so
just
far,
saying the same things again and again.
yes. So far, your main argument has been against faction leaders as a whole, but the point of this lawsuit is that you are targeting Point Sage to take their seat, and so far you still have not given a reason why you should be the faction lever seat over them.
Yep.
Yeah, why not like try and take the Maestro seat or something? I would love to see you try. You're not gonna succeed.
I think this is realistically a really good way to get the faction leaders like attention and to like raise some of these issues, and personally I am curious to see like how they will handle some of that.
In
but
my opinion,
I also think that I struggle to be like, yes, Point Sage, you must take the fall for like the failings of the faction leaders as a whole.
okay. Yeah, in my opinion, essentially everything that's been said so far is spawning from your lack of wanting to pin the faction leader role with your perceived issues, and therefore have instead conjured up this lawsuit in order to bring up your points. Is how I'm saying things so far. If the other jurors are matching what I have felt is being portrayed so far.
Pack said, okay, second thing. Write proposals for laws. And read them. We are talking laws, you don't YOLO that verbally. Sage screwed up his own DAR proposals by not reading what he wrote. I am pointing some things that I find problematic. If I am pointing them out, there are things that I either want to correct or want corrected. Sky said, so Pack, what is your accusation against Zin specifically?
Yeah, like Sky said, that again seems like something that would just be a faction leader thing. This is against Zen specifically, and so far you have not said anything against them specifically.
Exactly.
I personally feel like, and this is just like, this is like a government, but also like we're allowed to have fun here, in my opinion. I have noticed that like the lawmaking has become a lot more like serious with people writing out like things that they want, and I think that's really good. But I think making it like more strict in that nature, where it's like, you have to have a whole proposal written out, and you can't just kind of like fuck around a little bit, kind of takes the whole fun out of this. Like this is supposed to be a government, but it's also supposed to be fun. I think that YOLO
at the end of the game,
a little bit here and there, I don't see that being an issue.
At the end of the day, this is still just a game.
Yeah, like if there's a reason why that's an issue, then that's fine. But I feel like for the most part, if something does get messed up in a proposal, like it gets figured out as well.
Like, we have London for a reason.
If the laws were all like written super weird because of it, then it would be an issue. But they always get refined.
That's like 80% of what Ori does.
Yeah. And we shut down laws based on wording alone.
Yeah.
It's not like we don't care about that kind of thing. It's just a lot of that happens in spoken word. Because it's easier for everybody.
Yep.
Pack said, now my lawyer is telling me I should call upon on Elf and the questionnaire he answered.
Okay, why are we bringing up Elf again if this is a lawsuit against Zen specifically? I am in the notion that
no, Elf filled in a questionnaire specifically for this, I believe.
Okay, I was just gonna say on the notion that if you don't start saying things relevant against Zen soon, I am going to vote against you taking over the seat.
I'm gonna give the jurors the ability to vote whenever they would
Sage
like.
mind forwarding it.
Assuming at that case, if anybody before allowing that, if the defendant or the plaintiff would like to give a final response before allowing the jurors to vote, you may. However, the jurors not voting will continue the jurisdiction as normal. So the judicial sentencing will continue until all jurors have voted. But after final say, all jurors will have the ability. Zin, do you have any final statements or pseudo final statements?
I wasn't voting right now. I'm just saying if you do not start saying things specifically pointed against Sage, which is the target of your lawsuit, I will be doing that.
But I think it's good to speed up the process.
Yeah. And I don't think my questionnaire answers are relevant to the whole thing either, because it is mostly what already been discussed, and it's just personal observing. But that could be said for so many others, so the questionnaire isn't really going to prove a point.
Pack said, fair enough.
I'm personally
Zin
intrigued
said,
by this
not
questionnaire.
really, but if Pack has anything against me specifically, I would like to know.
That is what I've been asking since basically the start.
I will take your next message as your final statement before jurors are allowed to begin voting process if they wish.
Pack said, I mean, do you want me to take 10 minutes to write a single message?
Okay, that has been Pack's final message.
Yeah, I was about to say that's a really terrible final concluding sentence.
Jurors are free to vote if they wish. If you would like to take 10 minutes to take a message, you absolutely can.
I am willing to give Pack the chance to say their words if they have any to say.
I will say,
Wow.
I'm not necessarily of the opinion that Zin had to do something wrong here. If
Like,
Pac
as
thinks
far as
that
I am
they can do
concerned,
better-
I have been trying to make a statement the past 20 minutes in parts so TTS can speak.
Sorry, go ahead.
I would personally advise that when you come to a judicial sentencing that you have your statements prepared.
Yes.
That is generally the idea behind the thing.
Isn't that exactly what you were arguing for? Is that people have statements prepared and ready to go?
Yes, so far, all of our complaints basically have been, you do not have anything paired against.
Well, yeah, I do have
Then
them.
say them, is what we're saying.
Then dump them. Doesn't
I
matter
mean,
how long it takes.
To,
We've got time.
to be on their side a little
But
bit,
I mean-
they were expecting Sage to be giving a lot of this for them, so understandable on their part.
Yes, that is
Yeah,
understandable.
that's fair.
Yeah.
I
But
also
they
will
sh-
say, I'm not super against the idea of them having to have something that Zin has done wrong if they think that they are just better for the position.
Yeah, except for so far the only argument they have given with that they would keep the status quo.
Yeah, no, 100%. I'm not saying that I think that they are better for the position. I just think that saying, like, forcing them to try and say, like, what do you
Yeah,
have
I think
against
that's
Zin
right.
is kind of,
anyways,
if they
Pac,
don't, that's fine. As long as they have something.
As we discuss, I think you should just take however much time you need to say everything you want to say and not try to break it up into separate messages.
Someone
think that's
else
what
can
Pac is
always
doing.
read the message instead of TTS.
I'm
Yes, that-
Honestly, I figured that's what Sage was going to be lawyering as. It's
But
just like
Sage was
reading out
also-
the messages and
Sage
giving
was
the
also just
exact words.
TTS,
Yeah.
so in
Yeah.
fact they were just trying to do it themselves on behalf of Pac. Whereas I think for something like becoming a faction leader, you are best to stand up for yourself, especially if you are having a
different faction leaders do it for you, and that just gives negative connotations. I know that they stated that they were doing it as a friend, but that does not change the fact that they are still a faction leader, and that has responsibilities and connotations behind it that we as jurors just can't ignore it.
Yeah, that, and if I paid Ty $50, he'd say it was my friend, no problem.
I charge at least Ori 5K, so.
I feel like Ty would do just about anything for 50 real life dollars.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, for real life.
Want to see how far we can push that limit?
I think for the time being, just for the process of speeding this up a little bit, I'm gonna vote against this for now.
I'm gonna hold my vote until Pack is currently typing in the DTS, so I'm gonna hold it until we can get the opportunity to say what they want to say. I think that's only fair.
Yeah, give Pack the chance, I would say.
Yeah,
we
because
have.
If you're just gonna say yeah for now, then there's not really any point for Pack to continue.
I would like to state something, at least a little bit on the record, since we have the time. Specifically relating to Pack. There are various private conversations that occur, as many are probably many in this chat are probably aware that a lot of private conversations happen in Oriverse general, even in the Minecraft politics. The entire conspiracy was planned in a group chat, if you weren't aware of that. And there have been further group chats created since the new government, and that Pack has been involved in some of those group chats and private conversations that have happened. It's not like Pack isn't involved. They are. And they suggest stuff and are actively influencing politics as they happen.
Since I still technically have am an acting faction leader because I am a proxy, I would like to say that I think in lawsuits you should only represent yourself. You should only be forced to represent yourself if you're doing it to gain a faction seat.
A seat challenge should represent both parties directly. I think that's really fair.
The reason that proxy was introduced was for the sake of scheduling.
Yes, but if you can't make the scheduling to be during the if you can't make the scheduling to be at the court during the time frame of a faction meeting, that just means in general you will not be able to act as a faction leader.
Yeah. If you can't attend one faction meeting, you can't really be much of a faction leader.
I mean,
this is specifically for seat challenges.
What was that, Rain?
Proxies, in my opinion, were a way for someone to be a faction leader without being able to attend faction meetings because of time zones and things like that. If they have a friend that they can say, like, especially because there is, like, schedules now. They can have a friend that's not really involved in politics, and they can say, this is what we're planning on voting today, this is what I want you to vote for those. That gives the ability for people to be faction leaders without being in that time zone. So I feel like it's very possible for a faction leader to not be able, like, regularly not be able to attend faction meetings, and that this feels like it kind of takes away that ability to do that, and I guess just something to consider.
That is fair.
But so far, the president has so far been that outside of special circumstances, every faction leader has at least shown up to represent themselves as said faction leader.
I'm just gonna say it like this. Pack has stated several times that they will make the time to come to these meetings, even though it is 2:30 a.m. for us when it starts.
Yeah, I'm not saying it against Pack specifically. I was saying it just for future cases because Chief said specific in the faction hall specifically that all law cases have to be represented by only themselves, and the only reason I had said that was specifically in the cases for lawsuits regarding faction chairs, not just in general.
Yeah, no, just for faction leader chairs. I think there's something you lose if you don't have that person there and actively conversating.
Yeah.
to be honest, so far, even though I've only proxied twice, and so far they've been for the same person. My deal for proxy is I don't care what you would want. If you want me to be your proxy, I'm going to vote for what I would believe in. I want the political
Which is
power in
normally
exchange.
just a truce anyway.
Yes,
It's
but I'm just saying,
okay,
I
yeah,
get
that's fair.
all the political power of that chair if I am proxying for you.
Which is the nature of a proxy. That's not really something that you can negotiate out of in any legal capacity.
Exactly, but I'm just saying, so by virtue of a proxy, if you have just a constant proxy that you are having in your stead because you cannot make the faction leader due to time zones, then you should probably just not be a faction leader because they should be the faction leader.
They should be the faction leader, not you.
Yeah, especially if they're not saying
background and stuff like Pac has literally been doing a while now.
I mean, I get that, but they might not vote for what you vote for, and
No,
etc.
that's very
And if you just
possible,
want,
but-
and if you do want them to vote what you want, that would just be talking amongst yourselves. In that case, if you're doing it because you're friends, you could still just talk to them about it.
Even if you weren't the one with the power in the situation.
That being said, Pac has said their message, so I think we should give that Ori the moment to read it out.
Yes, I'm going to read Pac's statement. Will not exactly keep it. To answer to Rain, yes, this is a game, but when you make decisions that impact all current and future players, there's an expectation of seriousness and responsibility. Now, I am a red. I can be really argumentative and can push for what I find to be right, and I will fight, be it Ori or any other faction leader. Now, should transparency and some seriousness, especially on topics of laws that impact every player, current or future, and if that is achieved, be it one way or another, I am happy. If I were to win, I would fight with all of my red juices that I possess to make the government operate smoothly and fairly, without royal fuck-ups that have been seen several times over the last few weeks. I'd also be there to the point of annoying Ori and the other leaders with forwarding and having every problem heard and publicly discussed, and not lost in private channels without any communication back, which is apparently what keeps happening. Now, on the point of proxy, Sage was supposed to be here to speak for me and have me there to communicate with if needed.
I have one follow-up question, because you keep saying all of these major fuck-ups, but I've yet to hear an example of one of them, and it's hard to, like, gauge if this is actually an issue without having any evidence pointed at it and just vague gestures towards them. So if you have an example, I'd be much more inclined.
Preferably one that's not just, these people didn't see my message before it got drowned.
I want to say the only mess up I've seen recently is freaking, I guess, just Oracles being offline for like what was it?
And that was outside of faction control.
Not
That was
in
in
faction
zone.
leader control. We attempted. I know various people attempted
Yep.
to contact Ori about it times.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah,
my
it
fault,
wasn't-
and it was attempted to be relayed to me. That is correct.
Yeah, like 10 minutes after stream ended, I, as a moderator, attempted to contact Ori about it, and they were already unavailable at that time. So there was nothing the faction leaders could realistically do about that.
Yeah,
even
that's
if
the
they
only
decided
mess
to
up I can think of though, for like recently. Unless
Yeah.
other people have like ideas of that, but like that wasn't in faction control, so being in the government wouldn't really fix that.
Yeah.
Especially like
I
Like, you
have
know-
not seen any, like, at all that were A, our fault, and B, could have been prevented in the moment and weren't.
I see only one, and I was the main cause of that, and that was when I declared war on the former captain's chair.
Pac said, well, lest see Sage Court got infinitely stalled until me and Sage went over and abused every part that wasn't uber scummy to show it. Instead of a doc being read and discussed. Sage screwed up the DAR proposal and it got thrown cause he didn't read it. Faction
that
leader
also-
step down had to be implemented over 2 meetings due to not reading the proposal.
But why aren't you suing Sage?
Yeah.
That's a Sage.
yeah, like
The general
that is
sentiment,
not a Zone
honestly.
problem.
Why
Yeah.
did you not see Sage?
Yeah, so far the only
Probably because you
specific
like
faction,
him. But
the-
this would have been a much better argument if against Sage.
the only
arguments you have stated against any one specific faction leaders has been against Sage so far, and it has been with that example.
And Sage was your lawyer, so how does that speak?
For most of the meetings where we were going over it, so you can't blame us because Sage was not present.
Yeah, and also since they are friends as well.
Pack said, none of y'all read proposals.
We did read it, and we decided that it wasn't good enough without Sage, because Sage
it was too wordy.
is more capable of explaining it than a piece of paper.
Portions of it were implemented.
Yes, portions of it were
I
implemented.
do believe so, yes.
Yep.
The thing about the faction meetings and implementation, it's very, very, and it's very difficult to change that. If you can't explain it in words, the odds it's gonna come out the way you intend is,
Also,
at least from what I can tell.
to go back to a previous point, I am obviously have been kept myself as a very neutral person in regards to almost everything. That being said, if there is something that even I, in my neutrality, feel like is wrong or needs to change, I have publicly stated that I will, one way or another, make the faction leaders aware of it, even if that involves, if I feel like I'm not being heard or I need to make the change myself, going to war and taking over a seat temporarily. So there are people, like, I have made a career basically out of, if you feel the faction leaders are ignoring you, come to me and I will make them aware of you. That being said, you still haven't really made anything a case at why you should be the faction leader over Sage. Point Sage, I need to clarify that because there are two Sages, and I keep forgetting that. So, unless you have anything to add, further to add, I am in favor of voting a no.
Yeah, I am probably going to vote a no too. Mainly due to the fact that if you really wanted a spot, you should have just sued Sage.
Yeah.
You would
Solid agree.
Yeah.
Would
like
Sage
solid
filter
effort,
would have
wrong
gone
target.
so much better.
Would
solid effort, wrong target.
Would any juror like to confirm their vote of innocence towards Zin?
I am willing to let Tack, if they have a yes or no answer to this, do you have anything further to state that you haven't already said?
Any other jurors?
That is specifically against him.
I think I'm gonna vote in favor of Zin.
Okay.
Right now, I think
Pack
that
said,
has made
well,
some
you'll
decent
want me to
points.
specifically target Zin, and I will refuse on that.
Because this is a lawsuit against Zin, and so far your complaints have been against faction leaders as a whole. And since you have said that, I will now vote in favor of Zin.
That is 2 votes.
I will now vote in favor of Zin.
That is unanimous voting. And with that, this case has ended.
May I add a clarifying?
Zin said, thank you.
Sure.
For mine, I do think that there are some reasonable points that have been brought up. The main reason that I voted the way I did is because I feel like if we feel like the faction leaders as a whole are doing something wrong, that should be brought up to the faction leaders as a whole. And I feel like you've done a good job of that. This has absolutely done that. And then based on that, we can see who is taking this to heart and who is trying to implement these things to the best of their ability. And if people are not doing that, at that point, I would want to throw someone out. I think that Pac would be a good faction leader, genuinely. Like, they clearly care. I just don't think that it's fair, in my mind, to take out Zin when there was no chance or really reason to go against them in the first place. And I would rather you go against Sage, or just kind of wait to see who falters the most, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
had the-
despite how much
I've
Sage has
really
been the butt of
enjoyed
the
having
joke here,
non-faction
they
leaders
are a
in the
decent
chat to
faction.
discuss. I would love for this to happen outside of a court context.
Yeah, you had the right thoughts, but you went about it in the wrong method. The going through it by a lawsuit, and not having anything prepared against that specific person, you were not going to win, in my opinion. As you said, I don't know, since you said it silently, I do not know if you want us to read out that message or not, so I will not. But yeah, just for in future reference, for if people have the same thought, if you have a complaint against the faction leaders as a general against one specific person, you should not be setting up a lawsuit against one specific person in order to target all the faction leaders.
You should be able to target like faction leader as a role, though. I don't think there is anything against it.
Yeah, or that. I mean, I don't know. Don't know the laws, but you set this up as the basis of taking out Zen specifically, and then went most of your time to go against, just say, relevant complaints against all the faction leaders.
Yep.
If the goal was
Which
to
is-
broadcast, I would argue that the goal was met well.
Yes, it's just saying for future reference in lawsuits, that is not how you win a lawsuit.
Yeah. I think we should probably
Pack said,
probably
"Here is the
have
tying
things
tie.
due to
I may have
relevancy.
lost, but in a
where
way,
if
I
it-
done what I needed."
Sorry.
And all of your complaints so far seems to have been resolved, in my opinion, through the generation of the proposal thing.
Yeah.
Channel.
I think there should be relevancy complaints for future suing and lawsuits, where if they don't get to the point and like get to the topic they're bringing up for this lawsuit, then it just gets thrown out automatically.
Well,
due
except
to
transparency, which I hope to see more of.
Anyways, with that, I believe that can call this lawsuit to a close, if I am understanding correctly.
That would be correct.
But yes, if you feel like the faction leaders are ignoring you, I have a decent track record of making the faction leaders aware of you, and my
Yeah, Ty,
references,
we're gonna listen to Ty.
my references so far include getting half the required crowns for Rain in for the 2 project that they did.
With that,
Honestly, we're gonna listen to you whether you pay Ty off or not. So feel
Exactly.
free to do it or not. I'm not gonna stop you from paying a mercenary, but like it's not necessary. It is also going to come off a lot more threatening if you do so. So keep that in mind.
I prefer not being coerced. Thank you very much.
I also have a suggestion. A lot of things I see people complain about, they present a complaint and they go and they're like mad and they're like, this is bad. But then it's like, okay, but what would you like to do about it? And then there is nothing. Which means that the faction leader that then is going to try and fix this have nothing to do with it. Like, it's like,
I
here,
mean, to
have
be
this.
fair,
It's
that's
like, oh,
kind of the faction leader's job, in my opinion. It's not the people's
It's
job to
hard.
come up with the solution, it's the faction leader's job to come up with the solution.
Yes, but if you do not give a basis of an idea, how will you know if it's satisfactory to the people?
And honestly, if you don't be like, this is what I would do to fix it, people can't go, oh yeah, we tried that. This happened. This failed. We can't do that.
yeah. But what
Also-
I mean, it isn't about how, like, oh yes, you can do like this very specific thing. You don't have to come up with a solution itself. It's about how you present
Sage
it.
said,
Like, hey,
"How's it
I'd
going?"
like to change this thing. Can you please do something about this? And this is why. But if you just say, I hate
Chief
this
said,
thing, I don't
"Pack
like
has
it,"
lost."
and then it's like, okay, how, like, what do you want me to do with it? Like, you know, constructive criticism exists. And if you give a leader that,
Sage
example,
said,
me,
"Okay."
I will slam that shit in the agenda so hard, just like I did back when Quincy wanted bulk purchases like we have now, you know, like it just makes things easier for us to
Also,
actually
by not providing any ideas, that just leaves the opportunity open for you to complain whatever fix they do make an attempt that to solve the issue you presented. In that case, you don't really have a basis for complaint because you did nothing to present an idea to the solution in a manner that you would have preferred.
Have a good one, Donut. And with that, the faction meeting is adjourned. I do appreciate you guys being
Hack
here.
said,
I am going to
"Hi,
be...
what was accomplished here? We have y'all on record saying we can call upon y'all to get stuff done.
That's
It
always
was
been the
pointed
case.
out that people
Do
want
it, please.
transparency. Proposals are now a thing. And hopefully laws will be taken more seriously as they should be due to the impact they have. So as far as I am concerned, it's a win in my book."
And I'm speaking as a juror, not a person involved with the faction meetings, so there's no need to call me out specifically for that.
I'm gonna
It
go
was
ahead
nice
and
being
bounce.
my first brew, dude.
Thank you
And
guys so
I
much for
will
being
see you
here.
guys later.
Have a wonderful rest of your night. I appreciate it. I'm going to be jumping out of this VC and moving into just chatting since the meeting is adjourned. I appreciate you guys a ton. Thank you for being here.
Sage said, I mean,
I'll see you guys in
that's exactly
chat.
what you wanted to do as a faction leader pack.
Woo! Alrighty. Chat! This is mental health break. That means go grab a drink, go grab a snack, go do your homework, go brush your teeth, whatever you gotta do to be healthy. We're gonna be in the just chatting screen for 10 to 15 minutes or longer, depending. We'll see how it goes. I would say that was arguably a, if nothing else, a very insightful faction meeting. There's a handful of things that definitely needs to be done. What's next? Plan's kind of in the air right now. But I think one thing I would like to talk about is the hypothetical season 3. You have opinions. Hit me with them, dog. Hollow Knight? I'm not sure about Hollow Knight. We'll talk about that in a second. But I would like to go over season 3, especially if I have the faction leaders, even in chat, just to talk about for a little bit. But I already got a snack. Do I have to get another? Yes. Yes, you do. Can I get an IP update? Your link isn't working? That should be the correct... Yeah, no, that is the correct link. Just noticing how the faction leaders responded to criticism. Interesting. And what's your thoughts on that? More pie? More pie! Don't tell me the nether filled the storage again. No. Faction meetings for some reason have a ridiculous lag spike. I don't know if that's just because of the timing for the servers or if it's because of the number of players, but I kind of think it's because of timing of servers. Because you can have that many players without a problem outside of a faction meeting, at least in my experience. So I don't interface with politics. It makes it the same. Makes my brain hurt in a way that made me want to get further into it, and boom, endless spiral. Your site is listed as virus ridden. Well, that's because you're not supposed to click on it. You're supposed to copy it into MC. Or what I think is the problem is spawn itself is laggy. Well, I mean, outside of faction meetings, the problem doesn't persist. And it also didn't happen until the Navi Kula were introduced. Well, I mean, it happened on server swap. It happened on host swap. Little attempt to understand response helpfulness was interesting. I think I need to head out again, so I have fun to treat my child well. I appreciate you online. Thank you for being here. You have to stop uploading Trojans onto our computers, please and thanksies. No, I won't stop. Actually, there's a lag spike when people join and load spawn. I haven't witnessed any of those, and I haven't heard anybody tell me about those yet. I would be interested in seeing them. In Quadribadar. Chief did? Okay. I'll have to do a little bit more testing on that and see what's happening. If spawn is laggy, then I'm gonna have to figure out exactly why. Inquisitor lights. Blap, blap. Inquisitor! I don't know how many people are still here to talk about some of the things that were mentioned about Season 3. But if I have any faction leaders still here, I would be interested in having that conversation. Inquisitor lights. And just about like what the game plan is, because there's a couple of things that I wanted to mention about it. I'm not here, sorry. Dang it. We tacked in the GC about when fish were disabled and a player joined and spawned and his ping jumped to like 500. Interesting. I would be intrigued by that, especially after fish were disabled. I don't know what would make those two things work together. Inquisitor! Go from 120 FPS to 30. I think it's the NPCs, but it could be my mods. That's kind of what I was wondering. The NPCs was actually one of the things. It's like one of the first things I turned to. But those NPCs have been there forever. We've had 25 players on the server with that many NPCs. Given it was on an old host, but an old host with even less CPU. You read chat? No. What's up, Victor? Welcome in. How's it going? Pack, that was a good fight. Nice try. Possibly all the command blocks. There's not a lot of command blocks. I mean, I can go find the existing command blocks, but I recently broke the command, not recently, like a month ago or 2 months ago, broke all the command blocks in Spawn that I'm aware of. At least the tick ones. Mount Twin. Yeah, solid Leslie Pack. Great fucking shot. Honestly, I think it was solid. What chat am I in? Huh? My pronouns? Any. My pronouns are any. How did I style my hair like that? I actually just got a haircut today. This is just how my hair falls. Also, welcome in, Chicken Jockey. What's up? Dope. Appreciate you for being here. Thank you for letting us know. Doing starting in case I do when I have a seat. I can keep for more than a week before I warmonger nukes me. Lover seat cannot be subject to war. Penny is a non-pronoun. What's that? There's not a proto lava cast somewhere. Welcome in, welcome in. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for the pronouns. I appreciate it. Why in the world did my brain hear that as my pronouns are any? Jesus Christ. Dope. Hair's fucking awesome. I appreciate you, dog. Thank you so much. Season 3. I do want to kind of have that conversation a little bit because there are some there's like a whole bunch of like nuance that has popped up already when it comes to things like that and things of that nature. Don't be here, they're not gonna lie. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. I want to diet. I want to diet so bad. The hair is herring. One of the things that we talked about when it comes to season 3, and for anyone who doesn't know, we're talking about the Oracles SMP, which is a Minecraft server that I develop and run. Where basically 9 actual players act as the faction leaders, which is the voice between the player base and the developers, right? So you have 9 faction leaders that run a literal government with like laws and, you know, written statements of how things have to be, the way that things are, so on and so on. And we just finished up a faction meeting actually as of right now. What we're talking about is a follow-up to that, which is an actual survival game that's being developed in Unreal Engine. Thank you for the follow, Chicken Jockey. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Make yourself at home. And kind of the nuance that comes with some of the stuff like that. 6'7" fucking Goliath. Thank you as well for the follow. I really appreciate you. So the goal in mind here, right, is to make an actual genuine survival game that has a similar progression style and still holds on to the 9 faction leader seats and still holds on to that concept that real players act as the governing body and the voice between the player base and the development team, if that makes sense. That's awesome, Victor. Congratulations. With that in mind, there's a couple of little things that have popped up here and there, and this is not like setting up for votes or anything like that. This is just kind of getting opinions on those things, but it's not Minecraft, so like, you know, there's not like a voxel world for you to take hold of, right? So the survival mechanics kind of become a little bit more interesting in that sense, like what you do, what you can do, what the world looks like. Is it procedural or is it automatically generated, you know? What is like the mainstay mechanics of the game? Because normally in MC, you know, you go out, you develop your own Minecraft world, you build your base and things like that. But this doesn't necessarily have all of those qualifications, if that makes sense, unless they're developed to be like that. And if so, how much of the world is developed? If there's going to be building, do those buildings show for everyone? AKA meaning that you can at some point run out of space? How does all of that work, if that makes sense? Not going to join Oracles until my archetype is represented. Which archetype is not represented? Can't make an archive. There will be building. There will, of course, be building and structures and things like that. The current idea The current idea is that, thanks so much for the PH redeem, is that you will have a designated area, or each player will have a designated area where they can build, and it's kind of like a pocket dimension in that sense. Like everyone has their own little like teleport home ability, and in that home you can build whatever you want. Public enemy, which doesn't have a seat. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. Hypixel style? Is that how Hypixel does that? They all have their seats. I don't remember else. Your claims are gone? That is unfortunate. Claims do go away after lack of activity, if you go offline for too long. Hypixel mentioned? I was asking how Hypixel does their building. Gives you a pocket dimension? Gotcha. That was kind of the mentality behind it, right? Is that you kind of get your own little pocket dimension, and that's where you're able to build things, as to prevent people from actually building on top of the entire world and taking up the space and things like that. I'd like a pocket dimension. That was kind of the idea. Yeah, that was kind of the mentality behind it. So the dimensions or different servers chained together. Yep, exactly. Oh, hey, it's me. Hello, you. Welcome in. Skyblock, for example, every lobby and player island is its own mini server. Yeah, and that was kind of the thought process. Now, I don't know necessarily developmentally if it's going to be actually like separate servers and things like that, but that's kind of part of the idea. At least that's the current thought process. As well, there's a couple of other, and I mean a million other, but as of right now, a couple of other nuances that may exist that I'm curious about. One of the things that I was thinking about is potentially a more diverse equipment system, and that was something that I wanted to actually end up talking about. For some reason, my name isn't listed in the text chat for patrons, but it only shows up in the display. That's probably my fault. Can I do it because they rent an actual server machine in data center? Yeah, that makes sense. More lore? God Season 3 is too much depth to do, Lamau. Got 5k blocks. Wild. One of the concepts that I had as a potential idea was having so the way that it would work is that equipment is basically broken up into 3 fighting styles, which is the ones that you guys know, right? Which is Wayfinder, or Rogue/Marksman, Arcane, which is Mage, and Tank, which is Tank, right? And this would be green, yellow, red, respectively. On the flip side of that, items have a number of modification slots. So you guys, as a lot of people play the game, already know about how gem slots work. This would be kind of replacing that mechanic. So there are modification slots that every piece of armor has to produce kind of the customizability of the armor, right? However, there's 3 types of modifications that can take up those slots. You can only use one type of modification at a time. So the way that would work is that there's marks, which are blue. No matter what piece of armor you put it on, you can only put one mark. And the marks generally have a more verbose and high value ability, but it's only one very specific ability, if that makes sense. So like, let's say that you choose a speed boost mark. You can only put one speed boost mark, and it takes up all of your mod slots. However, it's higher value for the lack of versatility, and it's boosted based on the number of slots it ate up. The next one is enchantments. Enchantments take up a variable number of slots. So they might take up 1, they might take up 2, they might take up 5. However, enchantments are a little bit more heavier on the negative effects. So it's a high positive and a slight negative as well. So enchantments have this give and take fashion tied to them. And then there are tinkers. Tinkers always take up 1 mod slot, are very small, but you can get a ton of them based on the amount of modification slots that you have. We're gonna get it closer to the vanilla Utopia system, maybe a little bit, probably not exactly. Thank you so much for the nice snack. I am going to go grab that. Welcome back. Oh yeah. Chatbot, come back. Chatbot, come back to us. Darcy blows. Chatbot sleeping on the job. We need to do an animation for Chatbot being off, them asleep, curled up like a cat. That'd be actually really cute. Fuck me, it's cold. I like winter, but this is ridiculous. Honestly, that's so real. There's a really neat game coming out eventually called Light No Fire, which has every player on a single planet, but it's it's as big as a planet, which means there should be space for everyone. Kind of relevant to what you mentioned earlier about sharing maps or whatever. No, that's actually a really good point, honestly. That's funny.
At Diamond Padino Plushie, it's May.
What hemisphere are you in, Diamond? Hi, chatbot. Yep, there it is.
I imagine Chatbot sleeping like a plank and face down.
That's so funny, actually. Wait, I kind of love that. But that's kind of the current idea at the very least. Another thing that I kind of would like to have, if possible, like honestly, one of the big things that I was considering, and this is like a developmental nightmare, right? So like take it with a grain of salt. But like in a perfect world, I would love the ability to blueprint and design like structural pieces, right? So like foundations, walls, windows, shit like that, where you can like modularize them and customize them and then slap them into your inventory and then place them, if that makes sense. So you build a certain number for, like, for instance, if you want to build walls, you craft a number of walls and then place the walls as an item, which is also similar to how Minecraft works in comparison to most survival games, instead of just having a build menu. Chatbot will plank anywhere, anytime. It'd be nice. It'd be nice. New structure system, 100%. I don't know. I have a lot of ideas in my head about how structure systems work, but like all of these are like really, really heavy mechanics. Welcome back, Moonch. Right now, we're just shooting the shit. We may end up playing a game. We're just gonna be kind of gauging things for right now. Steal it. Exactly, Rix. Well, now you do. You can do a chat vote. I was thinking about it. I'm gonna consider for a second. I'm still kind of like trying to keep track of like my mental energy right now, trying to figure out what's applicable. What do you think the look of the game will be? I actually have it right here. I have an example of it. I'll show you guys in a second. Shoot the shit. That sounds very messy. Only if you do it wrong. Can't see my sub badge? That's weird. I can see your sub badge. Compressor really amplifies the eating noises. Fuck. I'm gonna go put away my spoon. Or you always have a stream of Hollow Knight after Wednesday? Okay.
I'm trying to figure out how I will sleep on this chair tonight.
Imagine Minecraft, but Ultra Kill, but also JoJo. I've only ever played one of those. I don't think I've played any of those. I'm trying to figure out how I will sleep in this chair tonight. Oh, goodness. Okay. This is currently what's developed, and it's really not a lot, so take it with a grain of salt, but this is what's currently developed, and you're going to see a lot of development lines and things like that. This is a little bit of a raycast right here. But you can see that, like, the character on the left is taking damage whenever I punch them. There's currently an inventory, which just debug only has one item. That was just designed for the sake of being able to do it. And a lot of the development has just been basically... Whoops. Has basically just been... making it so that the server recognizes which character does what, so knowing, you know, specifically that when player 1 attacks player 2 takes damage, giving certain things to authority to the server versus giving it authority to the player and yada yada, or lack of authority to the player generally. A lot of development is very under the hood so far, so that our inventories are separate from each other and the server can check to make sure that's actually correct and yada 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 dumb. A lot of the animations has been a lot of what I'm working on. So like the ability, for instance, to walk while punching. So like even if I were to sprint, jump punch, sprint punch, walk punch, it still recognizes the difference between the top half and the bottom half. But this is the current style that I would like to go for personally. Not to be self-indulgent, self-centered, but if you're looking at looking for a simple game that you want to play that doesn't require much thought, there's an option at Gang Beast. This is an obligatory message, as it's been a bit since I last brought it up. You can still do whatever. Honestly, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. Go sleep or else. Oh, bye, Rix.
Oriate the box JS voring people.
No voring in chat, we talked about this. So that's pretty much as far as it's gotten so far. I mean, there's a lot, like I said, a lot of development so far has been under the hood, like inventory databases and server maintenance and stuff like that. But that's just basically where we're at. And like I said, this is a really big project. This is a absolutely massive project to even have on the table. Maybe
wow,
they were comfy rocks.
Too many limitations. No voring. No feet. Terrible.
Just ruined your weekend playing, sitting a headless. Goodness me. But yeah.
D.
They were comfy rocks, actually. They were comfy rocks. Wonderful. It's okay, you have
No
a dating sim to
toes
help
is
you
only
prepare
for
for
the
this
wedded.
game? Goodness me. What if you combine the two? What does that even mean? What does that mean? Jesus Christ, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, there is also the dating sim. I want to like figure out exactly how all this is going to work, because like for instance, like, you know, in the original Oracles SMP, there's a mining level, you have a smelting level, farming, wood cutting, fishing, and alchemy, and now of course exploration, and plan for 5 others, right? But like, what is mining? You know what I mean? How would the mining mechanics work? If this isn't a randomly generated world, then resources have to replenish in some way, and obviously mining is a lot different because you're not just carving through the world like you would in MC. So how does it work? My current idea and my current philosophy behind it is that basically there's going to be a number of nodes in the world. So like, for instance, let's say there's 100 potential iron nodes. Whenever you mine one, a random node out of the 100 replenish. So let's say there's always 30 iron nodes active at any given point in time. You mine one of the 100, now there's only 29, one of the random remaining 71 will replenish at random. Ropes are allowed though. Pulls a bit of Shibari rope top between my hands. I fucking love that. Yes. Survival multiplayer dating sim. You get to date the faction leaders. I hate that instantly. MMO dating sim. Ty says I can relate. That's funny. You guys are funny.
Yes.
It's looks to be very annoying to romance. That's hilarious, and I love that. But yeah, that's kind of my ideas currently for season 3 and all the stuff custom to that. Assuming that it is monetized, which it would kind of have to be for the amount of work and the amount of cost that would cost to even just keep it alive and stuff like that. The monetization style of it is going to be really important, and that's just going to be one thing out of a million. I don't know how I would feel if I became a dateable character, even though I'm not a faction leader. Rain isn't a faction leader. I think so. I'd have no interest in a faction leader dating sim. I fucking love that. Only 89 Oreos away from 50k. Let's go! Fuck yeah, that's awesome. Chat, I'm tired. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna look through the games for a second and see what there is to do. Rain would have to be a character though. They have done too much. Imagine you showing up at your video game boyfriend's house and there's 30 other players waiting outside the door to have a sex mini game with them. How many femboy redeems do we have until femboy stream? I think you guys are only like 3 away right now, if I remember correctly. Sure. Problem is that I'm entirely straight, not planning to change that, so the choice of either cutting half of the people from choosing or inaccuracy. Oh, it's one more now. Holy shit. Thank you, Donut. Congratulations on your next femboy stream, chat.
It is one over.
God damn. God damn. Alright, alright. Femboy stream! You did it, chat. You did it. Wasn't one already scheduled, though? No. We're caught up with femboy. I mean, the maid stream, yes. But maid streams and femboy streams are independent of each other. Bless Munchie. Femboy. Congratulations, chat. You've done it. You've done the thing. Think choice between your dignity or your money?
Unpopular
Me personally,
opinion,
I
I don't
dignity,
like
so that's
maid
right.
streams.
Really? Interesting. Remember, class, every maid stream is a femboy stream, but not every femboy stream is a maid stream. Exactly. Exactly. This guy gets it. This guy gets it. My brain hurty, chat. My brain hurty. Die. I'm so proud of us. Wipes away a tear. This is great. You are real. Or we could do a Westmar session. Hint, hint. I don't think I have the brain power for that, dog. I'm actually like genuinely so tired right now. I am so exhausted. I don't really have an opinion one way or another, just more confused than anything. You simply look ridiculous in that dress. I feel like that's like at least part of the goal. I should turn into a sea bunny so I can easily sleep on this godforsaken chair. Honestly, turning into the ability to turn into a sea bunny would be dope. Druids, where you at? By making maid and femboy stream separate, we are doubling the femboy streams. Take that the fuck back, points gun. It's fine, it's okay. Totally doesn't have to leave pride in corner. No. I'll wake up with no ass and a foldable bag. Oh no. Oh no. Made Oreo snack. Chat, do you want to play pro office calculator? Oh god. So you can make it up to me, Ori. Universal paperclips? I don't think that requires brain though, Ori. I feel like it requires less brain. I don't know. It's the one thing that sounds even a little bit scrumptious to me right now. Something which you are currently lacking. I don't know. It feels less brainy than the other things. You don't have enough brain? Pro office calculator does not sound taxing to me. I could not explain why I say that, but I do. I do say that. Oh, congrats on the refund. Let's go.
Let's watch the previous femboy cooking stream with Nats where they made cake. It hecking rocked.
Congrats on the 58 redeems, chat. GG. Hollow Knight is probably one of the most brain-intensive games that we play. Previous femboy cooking stream, and that's where they made cake. It's fucking rocked. What if we just do Kukoro? Just Kukoro. Chat, do you want to do like 2 more hours of Kukoro? Get the things that feels delicious to you. 2 hours of Kukoro sounds fucking hilarious, honestly. Nah. Oh my god, I'm fucking rich. Chat, do you want to do Kukoro in chat? Is there active games that we never played because they need the streamer there? Brain cell biddies, thank you.
Ray Nice Falling just shared 100 bits.
Mystery
Brain cell
gotcha
biddies?
for questions. Or just have a silly day again. A silly day? What's a good silly day? Can't do ball metal. I don't have it. Fair. Of course, Kukoro needs to update. Hold on, I'm kind of fucking with the idea of just playing Kukoro. Yo, what's up, Burp? The lawsuit actually just completed. We were suing Zin. I don't know if you know who Zin is. Also, welcome in. How's it doing? Emphasis on we. You could have joined. You could have joined the lawsuit and everything. Is Sky still here? Sky is in VC, but is not here. I don't think. Zin?
Or
Yep.
play Friday Night Funkin' Wartime Edition. Helldivers.
I don't think I've ever owned that in my life. Ah, poopy. Hold on a second. There we go. Hello? Can we settings real quick? Because this is terrible. There we go. Okay. Games. Streamer is here, so we can do this. Chat. Play Roblox. Just so you know, I will not be touching Kukoro. What? Why?
What do we have here?
This is Kukoro. We'll play one game before I actually change it. We might end up leaving it, but basically the way that it works is you can do ! Kukoro and you can join in and you can literally play this game. Every single control of this game is done through chat commands. I don't have Roblox. Why not something we haven't played? Do you have any specific ideas in mind? Oh, or do you mean for Kukoro? Just because I know this one. We may end up not playing Kukoro, but we're gonna play at least one game of Kukoro. Chat, if you have not already, press do ! Kukoro. And you have to do, in order to do stats, you have to do the Kukoro command first to basically spawn your character. Yep, just like that. Woo! Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Let's go! We'll just play a game of this unless everyone like loves it a ton or something, but... What is mine? I am... Heal 2x the damage taken by enemy Naga to a random teammate.
I'm good against Cyclops.
I'm really good against Naga. Okay. I am very Naga focused. So basically what's gonna happen is we're gonna get waves of enemies and each one of us have a special feature to us in some way. And we have to 1v1 these enemies for different reasons. Good wolf, bad bat. Having so many people good against bats is amazing because this alpha bat will be the final boss. I don't fuck with Kukoro, it confounds me, and my previous attempts to interface with it during old subathon were fruitless, thus I am uninterested. This is cry every time. Chat, cry every time. With that in mind, I'll go ahead and get this started.
Never mind, Ori saw it.
Oh, my bad. Was I not supposed to see that? I didn't see anything, chat. Dungeon level 9. Naga! Me! So you guys are going to be able to do things like ! Jump and ! Hide to basically say jump means I want to fight it and hide means please not me. Interesting. Why am I hated? What did I do wrong? Does anybody want to fight a wolf? It sounds like Rain does. Okay. Have fun, Rain. Whoa. Hella damage. Don't defame me so, Ty. The fact that I'm Jesse is amazing. Naga, me! I'm probably gonna die to this, but my defense has been increased. Rick says them though. Hold on. What do you got? Are you gonna tell me your stats? No? It doesn't tell me? Okay. Well, I hope you wanted it real bad, Ricks. Oh, nice. With that plus 10 defense. Let's go. This is unfortunate though. You are winning, but by a small margin. That's another thing is that I heal the team when I fight a Naga, so I'll probably be the next Naga I'll fight. Cyclops. Who's good against Cyclops? I see two people. I saw Headless first. I must be out temporarily. Happy Kukoro ring. I will be back soonish. Let's go. See you when you get back. Cyclops could bust our asses, so it's really good that we have two of them. Oh, good RNG. Oh, phenomenal RNG. Let's fucking go. Wild Wolf. I presume that's gonna be Rain. Go ahead, Liz. It's your birthday. Do we have a non-Rain that's good against Wolf since Rain is already damaged? Rain it is. Okay. Unfortunate.
Kukoro.
Oh, that's such a huge dodge. That was such a shit dodge. That is unfortunate. Cyclops. We had Forager and... Not like Rain's gonna die. Rain was quite close. Rain, Forager and Headless, right? Yep, perfect. I crit Cyclopses when I'm under 50 HP, 50% HP. Gotcha. You may end up having to fight this because these enemies get stronger and stronger as time goes on. Rain can't die. Yeah, no, we're watching him, so he can't. Beautiful. Who are our people good against bats? I believe it was Ty and Moonchi, correct? Beautiful. Fuck him up. Oh, wow. We get a lot out of that. Oh, we get hella heals out of that. That's actually huge. Ty isn't gonna solo the bat, but Ty is gonna beat the shit out of it. Wait, is Ty gonna solo the bat? No shot! No shot! No one died? Holy shit, dude. That was insane. Yo! Ty W indeed. It's been ages since we've done Kukoro. I know. That's crazy. Give me just a second, chat. Nice work, but I could have done better, smug. If we want to stop playing, we can, but I thought that was fun. Can't believe the sun is up. Dude, I feel that so hard. Every single time the sun comes up in front of me, I'm like,
Kukoro.
Yo, welcome in, guys. What am I? I reduced the enemy dragon's ability to 0. Wow, 30% chance on one-hitting enemy dragons every hit. Okay, so I'm good against dragons. Dragons is me. Pulled an all-nighter for the trial. I'm so sorry. I was happy to have you. It was really cool to have you. Okay, this is gonna be a toughie.
I'm good with Skellies and Onis.
Okay. Boom shakalaka. Goblin. I'm good against dragons. Who said Skellies and Onis? Who said goblins? Good against goblins if no one's dead. Forager, no one is dead.
Jump.
I think that's probably gonna be Forager here because you said specifically when nobody is dead, and we need to take advantage of that while we have it. We're gonna have a mini boss in this one. Cursed enemies, we'll be able to see. Oh my god, Forager actually like didn't even get hurt. Who's good against skeletons? And because a lot of precedent was established, stuff is confirmed, all changes will hopefully be made. Crazed first. Let's go. No, that's good. I'm glad to hear that, honestly. That's actually really cool. It's 100% against goblins if I haven't taken damage. Wow. That's crazy, actually.
Wow.
Forager, I think you might take the next goblin.
I have a really good thing for Onis, but then a really bad thing for Onis.
Speaking of that, there's an Oni. What would you like to do? Jump if you want to be in. Chat, who's good against Onis? Donut? I saw Donut first. Blap. I'm very intrigued on what this very good, very bad thing is.
How I feel for my ability against cursed enemies.
Skeleton. Oh no, Forager was goblins. Who was skeletons again? Poopy. I don't remember. It was Lunatic, wasn't it? Oh my goodness, that's terrible. Headless, that would kill every single person who who has full health. Oof. Oh wow. Oh yeah, no, Moonchi is crushing it right now. Yeah, no, their dodge is so high.
Music with Kukoro, this feels weird.
That's kind of funny. Big Red Oni. Headless, this is not the one. There's a very high likelihood of dying. HP. Okay, Headless it is. Gamble it is. Let's go gambling. If Headless dies, basically our whole team dies. So, good luck. Oh no, this is not looking good, chat. This is not looking good. What's up, Mochi? Yep, well, there goes most of our team.
Let's go gambling.
The gambling did not work out, chat. The gambling went very poorly. This was not a good gamble. Okay. Donut, you got this. You're gonna clutch all of the next 6 enemies, including 2 bosses. You got this. Perfect. You got the first one. Now all you need to do is the next 5. Perfect.
Let's
hey, that's a dragon. I'm great against dragons personally, but I'm dead. So why do you gamble when you have shit luck? Real more. Oh, is there another Ori cat? No. Yes. Well, we did try. We'll give it that. Everyone's dead. I made sure of it. This is the worst timeline indeed. Okay, chat, we have a lot of options here for games that we can play. What the fuck? I don't even know what to play. What do we want to play, chat? There's so many. Do we want to do a random one? Is there random? Again! Again? I don't know what any of these games are. I don't either.
Oh, wait, there's more Kukuros?
Oh, there's a ton. A lot of these don't work very well with high stream lag. No, that's fair. Oh, God. I have no idea what the goal of this is. Welcome.
Kukoro. How to play.
Kukoro. You have exclamation point WASDA. So exclamation point W, exclamation point A, exclamation point S, and exclamation point D, and you can chain them together. So you can do exclamation point WWD, for instance, to move around once the game starts. I have no idea what the objective is. 61 means no hair tag today. Nice. Nice. No hair tie for you. As the viewers walk, plants grow under their feet. The streamer must kill the viewers when they are not protected by any plant in order to stop the invasion before the streamer gets reduced. Oh. Corner the streamer in a 20 tile space so he cannot move. Use the commands at the screen to move your character and automatically make grow plants under your feet. Streamer cannot attack the viewers that are hidden in the plants. Your speed will be increased as much plants as you create. You must grow a new plant often to avoid being eliminated by a countdown. There can spawn or respawn a max of 30 players even during the match. Okay. We run. Understood. Mob Ori. Awesome.
SD 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 SD.
Yeah. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
W.
Come at me. Come at me. Come at me. Come at me. Do you guys not respawn?
Oh, you do respawn.
It just takes a while. Da. I'm so good. I don't understand. You guys have to trap me in a little square, essentially. Your goal is to trap me. Lafena was hidden behind Streambot. Oh, were you? I'm sorry.
Stop.
Bath. I feel like this one's like, it requires like really strong, son of a bitch.
Kukoro.
I feel like this one requires very strong response time, which is probably tough for Twitch. Oh shit. Oh my God. Oh dear God. Okay, this got suddenly a lot harder. Okay. Well, okay. Bah! Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, you son of a bitch! Fuck! Wait! Where am I? You are... Where are you? Gotcha! There you are. You're on the right now. You're on the right now. You were respawning. God damn it, Rain. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Baff. Baff. Not a fucking donut. Gotcha. Come here, Rain. Baff. Baff.
Kukoro.
Okay, this is getting a little bit claustrophobic. I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh, do you have to do the command again to respawn? Oh, you son of a bitch, donut. Fuck. Forager, come here. No. Oh, son of... Ah, fuck. Gotcha, Sky. Come here, you little shits. Gotcha. Come on, come on, come on. What is the time limit here? What is the time limit?
Kukoro.
Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. No. No. Oh, donut. Oh, that was fucked up. That was fucked up. Okay.
Kukoro.
I have 33 tiles, which is not a lot. And you guys are closing in very quickly. Oh my god, I hit 2 of you at once. Oh, I did not like that at all. Stop. Don't like that. Don't like that. Not
Kukoro.
one bit. Nope, nope. I'm so
Kukoro.
good. Thank you, though. Stop. Forager. You guys are gonna need to chill for a little bit. Guys gonna need to chill out. Just don't do the thing that you're doing. Forager. God, fuck. Rain.
You are all that's left.
No, stop. No, Forager. Yeah, son of a bitch.
Kukoro.
Yeah. Oh, that would have been close. I only have 3 tiles left. I only have 3. Forager, gonna need you to stop. Do me a favor. Stop. Don't do that. Cease. Stop. Cease. Forager, I swear to God. Forager, I swear to God. You have 15 seconds. Oh, you guys run out. I didn't realize you guys... fuck. No more lives. He literally only needs 1 tile. He literally only needs 1 tile. I'm scared. I'm very scared.
D.
Come here. Come here, Forager. Come here, Forager. Come on. Come on. Can we try it again? I'm down. Oh, I looked at chat! Okay, now he needs 1 more tile. Fuck. I was looking at chat. That's not fair. That was not... Oh my god! Oh my god, dude! That was so reflex. I literally could not have lost another tile. Jesus Christ, dude. Can't spawn cam. You guys were so fucking close. That was the wrong direction. I'm down to this again. Okay. Chat, it's ready. Don't I truly won with 69 points? Real though. Can you move chatbot? I will de-chatbot for only now. Heyo, what's up, Ashton? If you want to play, you can do !point Kukoro. This is a game that's entirely played purely with chat commands. The game has not started yet, so... But it has started now. Go ahead. Nah. Stop. Stop. I said stop. Nah. It's so hard when there's it's so hard when it's so big. Yeah. Oh fuck. Yeah. Stop. Stop. Ty, I see it. Fuck. Son of a bitch. No. Rude. Well, yeah, I agree. You guys are rude. You guys are mean to me. Ty scares me. Fuck. Yeah. I know what Ty's trying to do right now, and I don't like it. Fuck. Rain? No, fuck. Son of a bitch. Sky? No, please no. Please no, please no, please no, please no. That's too much. Oh, God. It's so big. It's so big and large. Oh, Jesus, fuck. No, stop. Stop. No. God, this is tough. Come here.
A.
Rain, Kukoro. You son of a bitch. Ty, swear to God. Ty, you chill the fuck out right there. That is such a shitty spot. That is such a shitty spot. No, Rain. Ah!
A.
Oh, Ty, I see you just developing over there, and I don't like it. Yeah.
Kukoro. WW.
God, why? No, I don't like where Ty and Rain are right now. No, Ty, fuck. I knew it was gonna happen too. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it was gonna happen. Frickety fuckety. Guys, let's chill. Let's just chill. You know what I mean? Let's just chill. Squint. Pack. Squint. No. No. God. Fuck.
Veos.
Weos. Forager. No. Headless. Back. No. Sky. Fuck. Pack. No. God damn it.
WW.
Yeah. Oh my god, dude, that's such a scary spot right there.
WWW.
Guys, you just all chilling in the bushes. It's fucking rude. No. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was so fucking close. Holy shit. Rain. Oh. Pack. Ashton. No. No. Oh fuck. Ty got it. Damn it. Oh, you come here, you little No! Ah, everyone is bad. No! Oh, that was so fucked up. Oh, there's no way I missed. Oh, God, I missed. Rain? No. Oh, fucking Pack got a big one, too. Indeed. Oh, fuck.
Kukoro.
I don't like what you guys are doing here. Yeah. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, so close. You were so close. You could have died right there. Could have died.
S.
Oh. Quit the little onesies. The little ones are just killing me. I hate it.
Kukoro.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Oh my god. Come here. Oh, fucking Christ.
SSSD.
Oh my god, that was just lucky on my part. That was just lucky for me. God, chat, you're hurting. Oh my god, barely. Holy shit. Come on, come on. I've got 5 tiles. Got 5 tiles left. Headless. Headless. Let's chill. Let's be chill. I said fuck. I have 2 tiles left. I have 2 tiles left.
W.
Oh fuck. God damn it. Come on, come on. Oh no. Wait, 18. Wait, how many can I have? I thought I couldn't have more than 20? 17? I'm confused. You got this, guys. Yeah, stop. Rain. Hey. How you doing? What's up? Go ahead.
Rain, it is up to you.
Go ahead, Rain. Go ahead. Move wherever you want. Go ahead. Yeah. I'm backing up. I'm backing up. Yeah, okay. Have at it, Rain. Yeah. Oh. Lucky bitch. Lucky bitch.
D.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. 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 Okay.
D.
Yeah. Oh. The alien from Alien Invaders. I did not realize my range was that good. That was kind of wild, actually.
No.
Holy shit. No! Dude, I hit you from like across the fucking screen, dog. That was kind of wild. That was a little bit unfair. I am on top. Congratulations, Rain. Do you guys want to do that again? I do have VIP slots. I do in fact have VIP slots. Do we want to do the same one? How far do we need to get that? There's a counter in the top right.
Absolutely.
That tells you how many you have left.
This one feels very unfair. I have seen some BS.
Yes, I want to win first.
Kukoro.
Gotcha. So you guys need to take
Kukoro.
190 tiles.
Kukoro.
Guys,
Wait,
just
when was
don't
the
die.
VIP prices
Crazy.
increased?
It was increased. Oh goodness, it was a bit ago. It was a bit ago. Only be thwarted by possible ad. I just snoozed it. Oh no! Oh no! I'm sorry, Pack. I didn't even think about it. I would have said
SSS.
something. Ty, you little shit. Stop.
W.
Ricks. Both of yous. Don't like.
Triple A.
Scott.
D.
I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. Fuck. Oh god. Okay, you guys are strategizing. Nah, stop. I realize now that my range is fucking insane. Stop. Oh, not that insane though. Fuckity wuckity.
D.
I see you, Headless. Bam. Oh! This is terrible. This is the worst possible outcome. Die.
W.
Dear God. Oh God, there's so fucking many ooze.
DD.
Ah! Oh, I see that big section that just got taken up. Dude, when it's this big, it's so hard. Yo, what's up, Hypnotic? How's it going? Bam! Oh, Forager. 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 My God. Oh, my guy. Oh, my guy. Rain? Squint.
SA.
What just happened? What?
WW.
Who just died? Who just died and how?
DDSSS.
Yeah. Yeah. Gosh dang it, dude. Yeah. Oh, that was dirty.
And
that
no
was
advancement in time IG.
Come on.
Kukoro.
Shittity
S.
fuckity.
A. Ada.
Aw, section. Ruthless. Oh my dear God, you guys are coming from every fucking angle. Oh, Jesus
W.
Christ. Oh, Rex.
D.
Stop. I request that you stop.
SS.
No, dude, these little onesie twosies suck. They're so hard to deal with.
W. A.
Oh God,
WD.
they're so fucking. I should not have turned that way. That was the worst possible way I could have turned. Oh God, barely. Fuck. Oh God. Oh dear God.
D.
Oh Jesus fuck. I'm rubbing my eye. Come on. Oh fuck.
A.
Oh,
AC.
no. Oh my God, dude. How did I miss that? How did I miss that? Oh Jesus Christ. It didn't turn left. I was trying to turn left so hard.
D.
Oh my God. Okay. I had to churn through 24 more. Jesus Christ.
W.
Oh, dude, the cooldown is so bad. Oh no. Come on. Oh my God, I looked up. Fuck, I looked up.
Say A. Why Ori?
Oh no.
Let's go.
Oh. Son of a bitch. Damn it. Damn it, GG easy. I was weak this round. God damn.
That hard for you, Ori.
You didn't die? That's crazy. First try. First try. First
We
try.
just gotta keep doing ones and we win.
It's a little, which is something. No, that's good. That's good. You did good. That's why they pay me the big Monopoly bucks. What else is there? I haven't played any of these, so Top Fan Quiz Game. I hate that one. Try to isolate yourself every night to save your neighbors from contagion. Interesting.
I feel like I keep getting targeted.
This one's interesting. I remember playing this one. Chat, there's
We
gonna be an ad in 20
should just go through
seconds.
them one by one.
There's gonna be an ad in about 20 seconds, so I'm gonna wait until after the
At
ad.
Rex at 404Y.
I'll let you guys join, but I'm not gonna
That's
start the game
because
until
the main
after the
character
ad.
needs conflict. Sky.
See, advances for always take my someone else first. Aw.
Kukoro.
Chat, there's
At
gonna
the
be ads.
Forager 56, I'm not the MC.
You can still do exclamation point Kukoro during ads, but we're gonna wait for the ads before we start. Sky's Minecraft confirmed.
At Sky_Heights until you read my story, you are.
I'm looking at myself. Am I not seeing something?
Kukoro. It how to connect my account.
I think you have to do that in the main menu, if I'm correct. You do log in, I'm pretty sure. Question mark? Maybe? Maybe question mark? I'm looking at you and I'm seeing something. Oh, yes. You do it via the app. And I think you can connect via Twitch. Yeah, so if you bought Kukoro, you open Kukoro and you
Is my character
log in
shirtless
via
with a
Twitch.
quarterstaff?
Yes, it is. You're giving off big target energy. Fun factory, if you do ads manually, Twitch doesn't force them on you and you get a bigger cut of ad revenue. I didn't know about the ad revenue. I knew about the first part. I did not know about the second part. I'm actually interested by that. I'm intrigued by that. It'd be a lot easier if I did it myself. I just forget. Hence the rubber boy skin. You know, it be what it do. I don't know exactly how it works. But, yo, what's up, Rain? I don't know. I don't remember exactly how this game works. Is there, how to play it? Yeah.
I scammed the vending machine again, but instead of dropping 2 cans, it dropped 4.
What
I love
the
that vending
fuck?
machine.
Set it so chatbot reminds you when to do ads. It's actually kind of smart. Survive the virus as long as you can. It only shows symptoms for the 3rd day. Oh, it only shows symptoms on the 3rd day. Avoid staying outside or locking yourself with someone infected. Eradicate the virus to win. Someone in the village is already infected and contagious from a virus that shows no symptoms until the 3rd day and it kills at the 5th day. Help the village to eradicate the virus, saving as many villagers as you can. Interesting. Monkey magic! Monkey magic! 4 cans from 1 is insane. I'm going to find a plague buddy. So stay isolated at all costs. That is the goal. I'm giving 2 of the cans to the girls in the pharmacy and another one to the receptionist. That's so sweet. I love that. Still in ads? Yeah, we're still waiting.
Don't ever change rooms.
I think I should always get a room to myself. Ain't that just the case? Wait, help. Out of ads? Beautiful. Okay, so basically how we play. Survive the virus as long as you can. It only shows symptoms on the 3rd day. Avoid staying outside or locking yourself with someone infected. Eradicate the virus to win. Someone in the village is already infected and contagious from a virus that shows no symptoms until the 3rd day and kills on the 5th day. Help the village to eradicate the virus, saving as many villagers as you can. And you can do exclamation point 0, 1 through 11 to enter a room of your choice. Oh, but certain rooms close.
How can I claim room 14 for just me?
Oh, wow, there's not very many rooms. Holy shit.
Okay, cuddles in 10. I'm in room 2.
Interesting. Who is contagious? Which one of yous are contagious? Whoops. Okay. So those who were together should stay together. Game will end when no one is infected. Oh, Jesus. Can I level you up after this? What do you mean by level you up? I hope it's me.
3.
All are welcome.
8.
Give me a new key page.
Don't forget, if you let an infected be in a room alone, they can get cured.
Oh. That is a good point. Well, we're gonna get symptoms after this, I'm pretty sure. That's it. There's one infected currently. Oh, Rain is infected. Rain needs his own room. Rain needs his own room.
5.
No one go into room 5.
3.
Leave Rain alone in room 5. I smell a zaddy.
Nine.
Welcome in. Welcome to our special room. Hey, what's up, Grim? How's it going? Ty is doomed.
Sky.
Beautifully done. Who has Rain been with? Oh, fuck. Who has Rain been with? Oh my god, 3 are infected now. What? I know I'm safe. Because I've literally only been in a room by myself. Okay, so Lunatic and Headless, whoever you guys were with, you each need your own room. Forager, come back. Forager, come back, because I know that you were safe. Forager, come to my room. Whoever Rain and Headless and them have been with, you guys can't be in a room together. You guys each
Second
need your
was with
own
the two
room.
of us last time.
Oh, I hope we're right about this. Oh, I hope we're right about this. No, there's not enough room for that. You're right. Lunatic, where are you going? Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no! Oh, someone died. Fuck. Me and Oh, okay, bye, Rain. Forager's infected, which means I'm infected. Which means I'm infected. Oh, shit, dude. I'm infected because I was just in a room with Forager.
2.
I am infected.
Ori, same room time.
Well, wait, we need infected people to get their own room. We need infected people to... At least 2 infected people should have their own room.
2.
That was like the worst outcome. That was like the worst outcome. 4 infected still. 4 infected. Oh, okay, Ty got cured. Oh, I'm not infected. I'm not infected. Ty, come here. Ty, come here. Ty, we stay in the same room. No, 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 no. We cannot. I cannot share a room with anybody. Me, Ty, and Rix.
11.
Me, Ty, and Rix.
I'm sick now.
Yes. Oh,
For
you're
sure.
sick? Fuck. God, dude, I think I'd risk it. I think I'd risk it. Rix, I would get in here. No, fuck, dude. No. No, we need someone to share. We need an infected person to have one room. We need an infected person to have one room in order for them to be cured. Yeah, we're boned.
We need better tracking.
Two people are uninfected. It's Ty and I. Ty and I are the uninfected ones. Each one of you take your own room. Each one of you take your own room and we're cured. We're good. We're good. Yeah, Ty, go to room 3. Rix, go to room 9. Sky, go to room 7.
Ty and Ori survive.
Second sick with symptoms.
7.
3 dead. Yeah. My medical know-how saved me. This is it, right? This is all we need. What? What? Yeah, you need the room. You need the room.
7. Ori and I must die.
Yep.
What
With
happened?
infected, it's not guaranteed spread. Let Ty live. Huh? I'm confused, dude. I'm so
You
confused.
infected me, Ori, yesterday.
Oh, fuck,
2.
dude. Yep, just... That's it. That's all we can do.
No symptoms still spread.
Yeah, no symptoms still spread. How's the best chance of self-cure? That's... Is this technically a win? Question mark? Why did you not cure? Yeah, we can do this again. Well, Ty? Where may you go? Sole survivor. Oh, cure isn't 100% chance. Ah. Unfortunate. Well, now you get a room to yourself. In fact, you get the entire town to yourself, Ty. In your last days, but you got the whole town to yourself. Damn! Unfortunate. The sole survivor was death itself. I'm getting a notepad out for this. Real.
Kukoro.
Staying in the same groups is probably a good idea, honestly. Chat, say hi to Ori Dad. I'm sending a picture to Ori Dad. Say hi. Chat, say hi.
Hi to Ori Dad.
Bet. Thank you, chat.
Six. At Rainai's fouling you, me, and one other person.
Okay, ready?
Did you wait until I was out of the picture?
Beep, beep. Pips. Okay, me and Rix. Piper. Pips, where are you? Where's the pippity pip pip? That is a big group. Oh, there you are, Piper. You were right here the whole time.
Headless.
Remember who you're with? I'm with Rix. Same group tomorrow.
Hi, Headless.
Doggo wanted attention?
Sorry,
Same.
Doggo wanted attention.
Chat, I'm cheating. Rix, you and me. We live and die together. It's just me and Rix. It's just me and Rix.
We can't see.
I know, I'm working on it. Sorry.
Screen. 2.
This was night 1.
Me and Ty now.
This was night 1. I need to be with Rix. Where the heck are we
4.
going? Rix, you and me in here. This was night 1, chat. Oh, we're so fucked. Oh, we're so fucked. Who's showing symptoms? I am. Rix, you and I are infected.
10.
Don't get in a room with me. Don't get in a room with me. Rix and I both need our own room.
2.
Can we both get our own room?
4.
No, Rix, we need you in here. We need you in here, Rix. Rix, you're infected. Oh, we need small room. Oh,
10.
we're fucked. We're so fucked. Oh, fuck.
Eight.
Whoever was outside is infected right now. Who's guaranteed not infected, go to room 10. Goodbye, everyone. Bye, have a beautiful time. Forager and Rix, whoever you were with. Who was Forager and Rix with?
$11.
You were in room 11. Did say I was infected. Oh, this is gonna be tough, chat. This is gonna be tough.
7. 7.
Chat, I just want to say that my Ori dad responded and said, okay, you guys, new development, but Ori dad has just informed me that I'm grounded and I need to sign off. Thoughts? Oof, 4 infected. Chat, thoughts? Thoughts?
No. Ori, you're ungrounded.
I'm taking a picture of that.
Yes, I'm a thought. What do you want? Five.
I have not been paying attention, chat. I hope you guys are right. Why?
Stay out of 2.
I have no idea what the goal is.
PA3CK is infected.
Headless.
BTW.
Headless is now infected. I'm not 100% positive with the thought process there. My hair trippy bro, guy who washes his hair daily, real.
Why didn't I move?
Oh no. I think everyone's infected. We stop keeping track like immediately, probably. That's not a bad idea.
Me and
3
Sly
infected
are
all.
good.
I'm gonna sleep in the dirt. This is fine. Try again. If you are part of a sick buddy system, go to the 3-person room, not a 4-person room. Everyone else group up as much as possible. Yeah, no, I think that's a good idea. The 10-second delay infected me. Ah, that's fair. This is really interesting. Owie.
8. One.
Ori Dad said some fucking profanities at Forager. Headless is infected. Headless is infected. Forager has been ruined. Fire resistance. I should be getting a room to myself as I have a higher chance to get cured. Ori Dad? It's my dad.
Eight. Pack out. Pack.
That's not bad. I think that's livable.
Pack is a real one. I'm trying.
Sky! 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 Oh my goodness. GG, dude. No, you guys got this in the bag, though.
Just leave them out.
Yeah, no, probably just dirt
Sorry,
now for
Headless.
today. Sorry, Headless. I got dirt. Dirt.
Buddy system works.
Buddy system works. Bomb. The virus has been eradicated. Let's go. GG. Good job, guys. Oh, I'm so gonna be Miku now.
Try again, we can win this.
You want to do it again? What's up, Cantaroon? How's it going?
With the power of Buddy.
The power of Buddy. One more time. How do you get more skins, though? You have to own the game. So you have to get Kukoro in order to actually keep the skins as you play.
I own the game.
All right, Ty, me and you. Me and you.
If you keep the buddy system until the 4th day, then let everyone take any room that leaves 2 assigned *1s for the infected pair.
Infected, and in a room with an infected person, you die. Sky! I'm a dinosaur. Man's
One
best
more
friend.
time. One more time, we're gonna celebrate. Oh yeah.
You get skins just from playing the game, as long as you own the game. Technically, any game that costs money is pay to win, because you can't win without paying for the game. That's how it works. That's how it works.
Kill whoever is infected.
Mystery box? Oh my god, the cat ears come back. Okay. Tie to room 4! So piracy is just anti-pay to win? Exactly, exactly. You get it, you get it.
I'm in room 1.
I'm gonna make sure I turn this shit back on before I forget. Believe me, it doesn't take long.
Hi, Headless. We trying this again?
Forager and Headless?
Hi, Sky, will you be my friend?
Oh. Oh, we're moving. We're moving. Why are we moving? Okay, I guess a lot of people have their own rooms. Whoops. No, come back, come back. Blah, 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 blah. There we go. Okay. This is day 1. The only buddies are Lunatic and Sky. Everyone else had their own room. Ty, you and me. The more singles you get, the better chance you have. Lunatic and Sky stay together. Yep. You guys got it. You guys got it. We do have to pick buddies now. Rix, pick your buddy. Oh? Oh, this is an interesting turn of events.
At crazed_lunatic hello.
Hello. Gosh dang it, stop. Okay. One person infected. This was current buddies.
At the Forager 56 we're safe. Moi.
It's me and Ty. It's me and Ty. It's me and Ty. Me and Ty can't both get a room, can we? Is that possible? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Nope, it's not.
Ori, where's my moi?
Mwah. I will stand outside.
It's A4.
Oh, it's a 4. Guys, move to the 4. Move to the 4. Oh, no, it's going to be too late. It's going to be too late, dude. It's going to be too late. There was a way to do that. There was a way to do that, but it's too late. No, we could have done it. We could have done it. No, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, if everyone grouped up in the 4, then I could have taken a 3 alone. No, you're good. You're good. There's just not enough time.
I just wanted to be with Sky.
Okay. I'm definitely infected.
Ty should have been out as you could have not been infected.
Can I have a room?
4.
Yes, we can. We can. We can do this. We can do this. This is fine. This is fine. We have this. It doesn't really matter as long as you guys are fine. The only infected people are me and Ty. This is perfect. This is perfect. Dude! Holy shit! Bye, Ty. Ty was the only one who died. Yo, dude, we did so good. Holy shit. We love you, Ty. Sorry.
Damn, guys. Communication is the bane of conflict.
Real. That is amazing.
We will always remember your robotic whirring.
Killing infected is so good. I want to try something else? Okay. Let's try another thing. Find and shoot the right target while it tries to camouflage itself amongst your viewers. Oh, God. Okay. So how does this work? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Use your mobile device's tracking sensors to find and shoot the right target. If you kill a single innocent, you will lose. The streamer will try to discover and shoot down the targets that are notified through the chat. If you are one of them, avoid being found by the streamer. This is a game of deduction. You can try to move in sync with other players to confuse the streamer. To avoid AFK players, your character will automatically change zone if you do not, in addition to shaking every few seconds to attract the attention of the streamer. Interesting. Okay.
Okay.
Probably want bots for this. I'm gonna add 10 bots. No looking at chat. Okay. Ready, guys? How do we know who's the target? I have no idea. We're gonna find out here in just a second. Oh my God, there's so many. Oh, Jesus fuck. We did not need bots for this.
Club.
Okay.
Club.
Target has a unique appearance. This device's decoding its appearance will display in a few minutes. Oh! Eliminated! Okay.
Dock. Plaza.
This one seems kind of less fair. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I know who this is. This looks like man's best friend to me. However, I have no idea where the fuck you are. Where the fuck are you, Ty?
Park.
Oh, goodness. Where are you? Oh, Jesus, fuck. Oh, there's so many people right now. Oh, Jesus. Where?
Plaza.
Where's Ty? Where's Ty? No shot, you're that well hidden. I see you. Woo! That was close. Jesus Christ, I almost hit the wrong dude. Three out of 3. Skin DNA, what?
Club. Club.
Oh, I see. I have to point at people and just hope.
Club.
So it's that skin. It's that skin, but I don't know the person. It's this one? That one. Oh, no! I hit the wrong person! No, I was looking at the right one, but there was 2 of them right on top of each other. Dang it! Oh, Sky made it out! Oh my goodness. Oh. I find this highly unfair. That was kind of funny. Dang it, dude. That was crazy. We can do that with bots. That was fun with bots. Main character moment. I was important enough to want to kill. Goodness me, dude. That was crazy. I cannot believe that. Yeah, you can go for it. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick, chat. Make sure to do exclamation point Kukoro to join.
Kukoro. Kukoro. Club. Kukoro. As lovers. Keep split up. Everyone stand in park and do not move an inch.
Okay, chat.
You're on ads, Ori.
Oh, we're on ads? Thank you for letting me know. What skin did you choose? Where are you? No, not obvious at all. Not even a little bit. Oh, we're off now? Okay, good. Oh, well, good time to use restroom, I guess. Blap. Okay, no more looking at chat. Oh,
Doc.
what?
Doc.
I can't even tell who I'm targeting. Oh my god, it worked. Holy shit! No way! No fucking way! Okay, okay.
Rigged.
Okay. I know who that is.
Doc.
Where are you? Where are you? This is like a fucking Where's Waldo in a sniper tower, dude. This is crazy. Not the
Doc.
same. Oh, I see it. Yeah! Okay, okay, okay. Oh, no way we get a silhouette again. That's crazy,
Dang.
dude. Well, if you would look at that. At least you didn't pick an obvious skin by any means. Ty live. Oh my god. I need a simpler target. Rigged. Absolutely rigged.
Rigged.
This mode doesn't seem very fun. That was pretty rigged, I'm gonna be honest, chat. Upon the village and find the uncovered beast before it's too late. Whoa, okay. Werewolf is interesting, okay. Okay. Werewolves will kill the villager
Kukoro.
every night. You must find the culprit before he
I've
takes
seen
out any more of
Werewolf
the
one.
villagers.
That one looked cool.
Among Us, it seems like it. Try to survive the night while investigating where the murders committed by the infiltrating werewolves have occurred.
Kukoro.
Click on your destination area.
Kukoro.
Try to accuse him. Interesting. Okay. Ready?
At 2nd_section, but BOTC is better.
Botsy's better.
So how does one know if they're the werewolf?
I have no idea.
Village.
Okay, I'm just gone now. I'm just gone forever. Dope. Yo, what's up, Jelly Bean? Hello.
Village. I didn't get in.
Oh, you didn't get in? Oh,
Dash.
poopy. That's a lot of people in the crypt. I don't know who went where at all. That's probably something worth keeping track of. Oh, shit. It was someone on our side. It was someone on our side. Pretty sure. I vote tie. Chat, you can do exclamation point vote followed by someone's username to vote them.
I went to the crypt.
Yeah, no, someone died in the crypt. Oh
Vote
man, it
Sky
was...
_heights. Oh. I'm also dead.
I was in the village? Yeah.
Vote RIXET404.
Interesting. Oh, another one for Ty.
It's
Have a
gotta
good
be
day, Mochi.
Ori.
I appreciate you.
We can't trust someone with oddly colored hair.
No, my secret.
Don't be dead.
Aww. Who could have known that Ty was a villager? Okay, I'm going to crypt again.
Village. Village.
Okay, just everyone else go to village, I
Heading
guess.
back to village.
Sky,
Ignore Ori.
wanna join me in the crypt?
Sky take crypt. Yet.
Okay. There was no murder last night. A werewolf? Crypt sounds like a great time. This guy's totally gonna die. Oh no. Well, if either of us die, you know. Okay, so we're alive. So it's one of these three. It's one of these three, right? Voting for Pack. Okay. All three of them have been voted. Honestly, it's kind of a... Of course you vote the furry. Who went to Crypt first night and Village the second? Oh yeah, who did? Did anyone go to Village first night?
CKP7.
Sky, you and I have to be innocent.
I was Village both days.
Village both days? So it'd have to be Ashton or Rix? Yeah? Shit! Wait, what? Wait, but we killed the... But we killed the werewolf, right? No, hide from Oregon. Is there more than one? Is there more than one? Fuck! Wait, Sky! Sky, go Crypt! Sky, go Crypt! Then we know exactly who the werewolf is. Hey, Ori, Utopia question. Do components have a weight or no? Yes. Generally, they take up one slot. Or at least that's how I rule it.
Sky, I'm sorry.
Sky was killed last night.
I'm dead. I've never heard anyone actually take that, though.
Rixit. Each component is 800 slots. More Huerhus? So, Rix.
My delay is so BA.
Ha 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 ha. It could be anybody.
Turns out Sky's been the double agent this whole time and is evil.
Yeah, let's go! I'm just a little duder. Just a little duder, they say. That's what they all say. Woo! We won, Sky! Pairings win the day, always. Same one or different one, chat? Same one or different one? It's kind of mid? Okay.
Mid.
Mid? Viewers must cross the screen while avoiding being seen moving by the streamer or they will be eliminated. Interesting.
No, not this,
now
please.
You two and the executioner are all that's left.
How do the werewolves win if they don't know they're werewolves?
I have no idea, honestly. I have no idea. There's probably another 10 bots one because it seems like there is a lot of possibility here.
Kukoro.
This one's probably going to be hard with stream delay, I'd assume. This is red light, green light, right? You can very much know, but you got to visit the Kukoro site. Oh. Fix your delay? I don't think that's on my side, dog. I think that's on your side.
We can't react to the red or green.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's going to be really hard to be able to play this, I feel like.
Sky, get to Discord. Laughing face, we need the main character's help. Go. Stop.
This game is tough, dude. I don't know how you're even supposed to be able to do anything. Dicks. Yeah, no, I don't think this game is fair for chat, honestly.
Go. Oh. Or like 100 bots.
I see. I understand now. None of them are moving. Let's restart this. Okay. Rejoin, chat. Rejoin. Every player was dead. It was just bots, I'm pretty sure.
Kukoro. Is Kukoro the actual app paid?
Yes. You can get Kukoro on Steam. Okay. So I'm gonna go like this. You'll get a notification in chat that you can go. But when I see again, I'm gonna be able to fire. I'm not going to this time, just so that you guys know. But that's how that works. So essentially, I'm gonna close my eyes. And you guys are gonna get a notification in chat that says you can move. You'll also get a notification in chat when I'm opening my eyes, and you need to stop by then. There you go.
Go.
Ooh.
Go. Stop.
Oh!
Go.
I don't like this one. That's understandable. We can be done with this one afterwards. You little shits. Dang! That was unfortunate. Boop. Blip.
Stop.
Stop.
Go.
Let's go. Oh, you're scaring me. You are scaring me. I'm watching you, dog. Come on. Come on.
Go.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to beat this.
Stop.
Oh! Rain, you son of a bitch!
Go. I locked in so hard.
Oh no. Oh shit.
Let's go, Rain.
So barely, dude! No way! Oh, that was fucked. Oh, that was super fucked. Congratulations to Rain and Ash. Oh, you want to do it again? Do we want to do it again?
No.
No?
I don't.
Yay or nay, chat? I have one no and one yes. Nice job indeed. No? Okay, we'll do a different game. I crave skins. We're moving game, chat. We're moving games. The cursed pattern. Find the color pattern hidden on screen to survive the curse. Wait, do I know this one? I think I know this one. The pattern indicated with each round among the colored squares on the stage. If you place yourself in the wrong square, you will die. Find the indicated patterns and place yourself on one of the correct tiles before the other players. Only one player per tile. Yeah. This one is fucky wucky. Minesweeper, Jesus Christ. Okay. Anybody not in? Or I'm at a disadvantage here. Why are you at a disadvantage?
Oh, it's the Fall Guys fruit game.
Fall Guys fruit game, yeah, exactly.
Color.
Oh! All right. Ah, fuck. What? Sky, how could you? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, we need to find the pattern. I see. I see. Oh, this is interesting. This is very interesting. Forger, you're going to die. Forger, you're going... No. Yeah, no, you're gonna die.
At Taigai 614 there's texture.
You can
it
still
should be
move.
comparatively better.
You can still move. You can still move if you need to.
This isn't as bad as I thought. By Diamond.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Whew! Close one. Okay. Bye. Why am I so slow? There's a game where you need to find minute color differences. I do not like that game. Understandable. Have a nice day. I can imagine. Nice. I don't think I can skip this timer, so GG.
G5. Lot of examples.
Oh no, Jilly, no! I didn't even see. Oh shit. Oh, this one's kind of fucked. Oh, that's a good one. Smooth brain moment? Dude, that's so real. Oh. Oh no. Oh, headless. Oh no. Oh no, headless. No! No! Oh, that's so unfortunate. Ty just got it a little bit before you. Oh no.
Headless, no.
Headless, no! Oh, wow. Okay, these get rough. Okay, I understand. I understand. Team Rocket blasting off again. You can do this game? Yeah. This one's rough, dude. This is cool. Uh-oh, Rain got booted. Ah, take that, loser. Oh no, Pack and Tie! Oh no, that was two. I tight pressured on who? Couldn't figure it out. No, you're so fair. You're so fair. They get really tricky, dude. They get super tricky. These patterns be nasty. That's what I'm saying, dog. Rain. 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 No. There's someone on F11 already. Rain. Oh, no, Rain. Exclamation point, I'm fucked. New skin, let's go. moose. Saw a flock of moosin'. Oh, we did it! Good job. Rigged. Poor Rain, that is so unfortunate. Viewers must fight in 1v1 to keep being the king of the arena. Whoa. I don't know. Flock of moosin'.
At Rainai's Fouling enter the game. It'll have a daily skin and ones you unlock from playtime.
That's also true.
Kukoro. Anywho, I'm gonna get going, Ori.
Aww. Bye, Forager.
Yeah.
Dangish. Dangit. Dangent.
How to play.
Oh, goodness. Okay, we're getting started right off the bat. Good job, Headless. Assign a letter from A to Z to each of your stats: attack, defense, speed, and life. Until you find the perfect combination. The combination will reset every month, being always the same on any stream. Combat by trying different letters, stats A, B, C, D, until you find the combination that makes you the strongest of all streams. What the fuck?
Stats Momo.
Have a good one, Ashton. I appreciate you. Oh no, Ty's getting absolutely boner-owned.
Stats AHRE.
Oh, Headless doesn't even get to heal. It doesn't matter. Headless is a fucking champion. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, Headless. There's no way you literally fucking team wipe. No, there's not a chance. It's an insult battle. God
I don't
damn it.
understand this game.
Can I join? I can.
Stats Adam.
Aha! Get it thing fucking. Ow! Ow! Owie! I
Kukoro.
see. So every letter is a number. Every letter
I'm
is
winning.
a number. So if you figure out what letter is the highest number, you can set your stats to the highest number. Okay, so A sucks, and I'm gonna die now.
Kukoro.
What? No, I was... Oh, it's different per person. Oh, shit.
Stats SSSSS. Kukoro.
Oh, that's tough. Holy shit, that dodge. Whatever your dodge is, Rix, it's fucking amazing. Dodge is the third one. So for you, it looks like C, Rix, is really high.
Heal.
Okay, B is not cutting the toast here.
Dang. Stats JRAM.
Oh, oh, shit, Rix! Holy shit.
Kukoro.
Oh, you son of a bitch! Nope, those are not good stats. Oh shit, Ty! Holy shit. Sage.
Stats JDoc. Stats ZZZZ.
Bad stats I learned. Ow!
Stats FRCE.
Fuck.
Kukoro. Stats Q. Kukoro.
I love how Sage is gonna, yeah, oh, okay. It looks like Sage is just smacking them with a gun. Oh my god, wait.
How do we learn?
Oh my god, Sage, whatever your dodge was disgusting. So every letter of the alphabet is a number. So like A might be 10, B might be 15, C might be 2, but it's specific to you and you have to keep testing out new things. The first letter is your attack, the second letter is your defense, the third letter is your speed, and the fourth letter is your health. Oh, wow. Oh, Sky's destroying with that. Holy shit. Wowzers. Owie. Oh, shit. Rix has something good going on.
Stats core.
Damn.
Kuriko.
Ow. Okay, so all of those suck.
Kukoro. Stats VVVV.
Holy shit, section. God damn. Oh no, Rain. Oh no. Whatever you picked, it was bad.
Abt.
Abda. Sage has really good defense right now. Jesus Christ, section.
Kukoro. Stats SSSS. Kukoro. Heal. Stats Abt.
God damn, section. Holy shit. I'm a gnome. Oh, your size changes. Is size based on health? Or is it number of kills? It is attack, defense, speed, health. Ty is a Titan Slayer, I believe. Size based on wins, okay. I do not think that Ty is Titan slaying today. This is wildly unfortunate.
Kukoro.
Oh? There's a chance! There's a chance! Oh my god. Oh, it was so close, dude. Stats.
OU.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
Stats JILE.
Oh my god, Rain, that was so huge. Oh my god, that was so close. Oh my god, Sage was getting somewhere. Sage, you had a good number somewhere in there. Oh, okay, this is god-awful. Oh, my HP was so high. Oh my god. That was...
Stats Sage.
Come on. Fuck. Oh, Jesus. Ty, that is not good. Ty, I don't know what you did, but you did it wrong. Not bad. Not bad, but it's not going to get it through. Whatever your attack is, it's really bad.
Kukoro.
But your defense is phenomenal. Like, I would just duplicate your defense on that, Sky.
Stats ZZZZ.
Oh my god, Rix?
Stats AAAB.
Oh my god, Rix? No! No, the RNG though. Oh my god! Rix! No! Holy shit, I can't believe that. Oh my god, Rix is fucking insane. Eefy. Oh, Rix didn't heal. Rix won anyways. Oh, this is not as good as I thought it was. Okay, so K...
Stats JDAWS.
K is my defense. Or, I mean, K is HP.
Stats RTU.
Holy shit. Oh, I got One Punch Man because I one-shot him. Damn.
Kukoro. Kukoro.
Okay, I think we got a good thing going here. Oh, fuck, that hurt. Oh my god, Sky, what was that attack? Damn, Rain. You win. Chat, you have to heal between fights. Oh no, Rain didn't heal. That's so unfortunate, dude.
GG Rain.
GG Rain. Good one, Pack. Good one. Oof. Unfortunate.
Kukoro. Stats WTTT.
Headless has got this. Both of their stats are pretty low, but that or his defense is just insane. Psych. Chat, there's gonna be an ad in 1 minute. Probably once the ad comes up, we'll be moving off of Kukoro. Just a heads up, chat. Got 1 minute.
We. Heal.
Oh!
Kukoro. I need my kill. Let me try my last guy.
Hey. My stats are okay. One minute of war. Oh shit, Rain's gonna fuck me up. Oh, look at that dodge though. Look, oh shit. Oh god. Oh Jesus. I'm not feeling amazing about this. I think my defense is good. Oh no! That dodge though! Oh, fuckity wuckity. I don't know if we're gonna have time for another. Oh, good job, Rix. Ooh. Rix didn't even heal then. Bruh. Chat, ads are playing. Ads are playing. We're gonna have to call it. That's the end of today. Oh, that is a lot of fun, dude. That is a lot of fun. That's crazy fun. I think so. I think I'm gonna end at 6. I'm gonna end at 6 hours, chat. I am really tired. FPRS was your stat at the end? It stays.
I was doing so good.
If we play Kukoro again or something like that, that number stays. So keep that in mind if you care for it. Raid target? Oh, did you get a guide to Raid Jilly? Let's fucking go. Kukoro's a lot of fun, dude. Kukoro's a lot of fun. I don't think it's very expensive, right, chat? I think it's only a couple dollars, isn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm crazy. Ty is at full health and I'm at half health right now. I'm gonna show you guys just for fun. Whoops. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes. Even if you play a different instance of Kukoro. I wanted to show you guys before Ty had even gotten there, but I didn't make it. Oh, you bought it for me. Oh, okay. I don't know then. Or we won in the end, I see. I wanted to show you because Ty was at full health, but it's $5. It's $5. Okay. I have 2, so I'll let you pick. Okay, what you got? What you got? I don't know what either of those are, so I'm picking the first one. I like that name. We watched Ty die. You didn't give us the show, but you did give us the trauma. That's all you guys needed, really. Ooh, Repo, let's go. Thank you guys so much for joining us. I really appreciate you. The next stream is in fact going to be tomorrow. And remember, tomorrow, today for some of you, the YouTube videos on Ori Does is going to go up. There's going to be a ping in the Discord for it. I would love for you guys to show it some love. Give me your guys' feedback. Tell me what you liked. Tell me what you didn't like about them. It really does help a lot if you guys tell me about it. Watch it through, play it in the background, whatever you want to do. Really, really, really do appreciate that. Here is the link. That is the link to the new YouTube channel that's popping up. So if you guys are willing to support that, that would be absolutely amazing. The videos are going to go up at noon PST, so about 13 hours from now. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Thank you for being here. Make sure to copy that raid message, paste it in their chat, let them know who sent you. Thank you so much, Jillybean, for guiding the raid. Thank you to everyone who's being here, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I love you guys so much. What the hell?
Oridon Leprechaun, Oridon BRRR, Oridon Gingerbread, Ori Invasion incoming. Oridon Ariplashi, Oridon Bit Plushie, Oridonaka Plushie, Oridonala Plushie.